level instead of the level of mass mechanization, right? Where it turns into a global system where we're then guided by technological progress instead of human, concerns, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I see how some of that fits in, and I see
Yeah.
some of it
Yeah.
as
So I give,
ideology that
yeah.
doesn't fit in, but okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I give a whole bunch of different things on the history of transhumanism, right? I refer to a bunch of different thinkers, right? Like the ones I just mentioned, Ellul and Mumford and stuff. Mainly, I'm talking about their ideas right now, right? So if you disagree with them, I have actually, provided critiques of their ideas as well, right? But
Well,
go
I've
ahead.
heard of these guys. Have I actually checked into their ideology, their belief systems, and what the mechanisms of all of
Yeah,
this intergoing thought
yeah,
process that they have?
yeah.
No, but
Yeah,
I'd
that's
be
why we're
willing
here.
to.
Yeah, that's why we're here. Right? We just do it for free. We have open conversations about that stuff. Anybody can come in and talk about it. The link is usually open. I show you the references and the text, and we can refer to them and work through the different things. If somebody doesn't understand a sentence, we read it again. All that type of stuff is just a public forum, right? So Dusty's been in the public forum many times, right? He collaborated, right? We were talking about Nietzsche's Antichrist. I was offering him different arguments against Christianity, right? So there we discuss Antichrist, right, of Nietzsche, right, sections 58, 59, and 60. I was in the middle of discussing them. I invited him on the stream to discuss it with me, and he had a great time.
No, I could see how you got quite a bit of knowledge of these characters that you're studying.
Yeah. I look into a lot of different stuff, and none of the stuff I look into, I say I have a professional knowledge or concern with. I totally consider myself unprofessional. I'm ready to be taught by anybody who comes in, and I'm self-taught 100%. And I tell everybody who my teachers are, so they can look them up and all that stuff. And so it's not that complex.
Well, I don't know if I'll be able to come in and teach against these guys, but will I be able to
Yeah,
point out fallacies that I see? I do believe I
yeah,
could
yeah. But I won't be
provide that type
working.
of service.
Yeah, but I won't be going in Dusty's chat or working with him anymore because he tries to slander, my channel and what I cover here, and also he said, I wrote a book with AI before AI was ever a thing. He just made up a bunch of information. So the dude is just a stone cold just liar. Yeah, I tried to reason with him, right, but he just make up all these lies about me. All right, so I just said, all right, dude, I don't need to work with you anymore, and I let him know that. And he said, I'm afraid to talk to him. Like fucking hell, I am. I'll click the link for anybody. In the middle of my
Well,
music stream, I'll click the link for anybody because I'm interested in talking to people.
like me, he's capable of actual genuine conversation, but his main focus on the platform is drama.
Right. So
You
that's why I'm not.
understand the ideology behind that stuff,
Yeah.
right?
So see how the interests very much conflict, right? Because as I said earlier, I'm here to have real conversations where we can compare our knowledge and compare the sources for that knowledge. You see what I mean?
So did the issues happen over here at your channel, or did the issues happen when you was visiting his channel? Would be my next question.
Well, I refused to visit his channel because he wanted to manufacture drama, which he admitted live. So I refused to go to his channel where they slander me and manufacture drama. So then he held it against me. I don't know why. I
So
don't know why. What?
I'd be assuming that that's where the problem started, is at his channel, then, which would be understandable because he does drama.
No. Like I said, I could show you the stream. Right, it's on the Cyber Caliphate channel. Right, I'll drop the link in the chat here.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I'll just check out the links over
Yeah.
here in a
Yeah.
second. You can get back to your show.
Yeah, it's just they wanted to come there for a fake debate or whatever, right? On his channel so that he could get paid for it. And I said, no, I'm not willing to debate these things. I said, if you're really interested in debating these things, you can come to my channel where I'll lay out the first thing that I just talked to you, right? Introduce them to the topic, introduce them to the different ideas, right? In terms of mechanization, right? In terms of society, right? Introduce the main points, right? About technological complexity, right? And we could have a conversation or a debate about it if they want, but they did not want to have that. They're totally dishonest. They said, no, we want a drama farm and act gay as fuck. So I said, all right, you guys do your thing and I'll do mine. You stay on your side of the fucking road and I'll stay on my side of the fucking road. And that's pretty much explains the entire story. But I'm glad you came by.
Well,
I'm
like
just,
I
you know,
said, I'm capable
anybody
of normal
anybody
conversation,
who
and I'll be willing to give it a shot with you. But I ain't gonna lie. Outside of this channel, I'll respect your channel for what your channel does, but outside of this channel, I'm very much a drama guy.
Okay, so you
Well,
like
So
to
don't
LARP online.
don't expect a one-sided character. I have multiple dimensions to me.
Okay.
But what do you consider LARPing, Browns boy?
acting like someone you're not.
No, I'm
For
very much an asshole. I
Playing
don't act to be
characters
an asshole. I am
online.
an
Okay,
asshole.
so here let's see real quick. Just I mean, maybe you're not aware yet, but your boy Dusty's been caught planting fake drama, cyberbullying and of autistic people. So he I
Oh
know
my
I know that
God.
I know.
Are we going to
So
talk
hold on.
about Jeff being cyberbullied? Can a grown person be bullied?
Look, dude, look, I let you speak, okay? You just sat up here and LARPed about Dusty, making this a commercial about Dusty. We
I'm
know it.
just asking you, can
Huh?
a grown up really be bullied? Especially when there's a little red X button that you can
I
exit
don't
out
know.
of
Give
this
me your
at any
mom's phone
time.
number. We'll see.
You really want that? Because she's as much of an asshole as I am.
Bro, you're a
Just like the
LARPer.
rest
You're
of
a
my
LARPer.
family.
You're a LARPer. You're not used to real shit. And you express that you like not being used to real shit. And you came
sound
over
like
here
you're a
to do a commercial.
closed-minded
You
individual.
came over here to do a commercial for Dusty. Okay,
No,
maybe
I
you're
didn't.
just dumb. Maybe you're just a useful idiot. But his little pack of people is being broken up because if they keep following
So
what
I
he's
have to be
doing,
a
that's the
follower.
thing
You
is like
you sound like an idiot, Browns boy. I
yeah, but that's the
operate
thing is
on
like
my own.
see what we do a lot here is we match people's energy, right? So if people want to play a lot of games, right? We I mean on disrespect people, we got people who could do that too online. All right. But okay, you guys want to do that all day because you're bored, all right? It's
yeah,
kind of fucking gay.
I'm not going to have a LARP fight with this dude. If he
I
wants to be real, he can be real, and he can keep the real here, and he can leave the LARP shit over where the drama LARP scamming goes on with a known scammer with Fed ties. Okay.
I LARP wherever I LARP, if that's what you call LARPing. And I just told this man I would
Freedom to LARP.
respect his channel. I came up here respectful. You seem like you're a little bit emotional.
I'm just
And
telling
quite
you.
frankly, I don't appreciate
I'm
some of
just
your
okay.
opinions.
Okay,
So
I'm
I'm
emotional.
definitely
I'm
going to be an
emotional. I'm
asshole to
emotional.
you,
I'm
Browns
emotional.
boy.
I'm emotional.
And then
I'm
you try
emotional.
to assume that I'm a follower when I operate by my own means. Don't nobody
Dude,
pull
you
my
sound like
strings. Ain't
such
no
a
puppet
bitch.
here.
You sound like such a bitch.
I sound like a bitch, but you're the one that came up here crying. Okay, buddy.
Okay, you're saying that I'm crying, bro. You're
You
just trying
came
to
up
get
here in an
reactions like
attempt
well,
to
it was
you
already
came up
told.
here in
You
an
were up here
attempt
to get
to assassinate
reactions.
my
You
character, and
sound
you
like
don't
a
even know my
dunce.
character yet.
Your
Well,
character's a
look who's
piece of
talking.
shit. Your
Look who's
character's
talking,
a piece of
one.
shit.
You trying to assassinate
Your
people's character. You don't fucking know them. You don't know anything
your
they talk about. That's
Yeah,
you.
and
That's you.
trolling, emotional responses. Yeah, I
No,
do
but
that
that's
too.
you
But
though.
see,
That's you.
the
You do
difference
that.
between me
if
and
I
this
say it's
guy is I
emotional,
can admit this
therefore it
type of
is.
shit. I
How
bet he
about you're a
couldn't.
bitch? How about you're a bitch who hangs out with LARPing ass bitches who get caught scamming online and being linked to Fed groups? How about that's you?
How about I don't give a damn what your opinion is, and you're welcome to your own opinion.
Oh,
Right.
I don't give a
Right. I
damn.
don't care what
I'm
your
just
opinion is
here. I
either,
don't give a
bro.
damn. You're a LARPing
Just
ass
remember
Okay.
bitch,
from now
bro.
on.
Goodbye.
Are you
Goodbye.
getting all your emotions out? I'll leave when the channel owner wants me to leave. That's no problem. I said I'd respect
No, but
this
I thought
channel, and I'm
no,
a
but I
man
thought
of
you
my
operated
word.
on your own. No. I thought you operated on your own.
I do
But now you'll
operate
leave
on
when the
my
channel.
own, but
Dude, you're a
I was
bitch
having
ass
a
actor, bro.
conversation with the
You're a
channel owner. You came up
okay.
here out of
Yeah.
your emotions and trying
Oh,
to
the
go
channel
ahead
owner.
and pull some strings of
Oh.
mine by telling me
Oh,
about
because
another
your
individual. Like
friend
that's
Dusty
going
is
to
a
change
scammer.
my opinion.
Your friend Dusty is a scammer. Your
I
friend
don't
Dusty is a
believe
scammer, a
anybody on the
liar, a
internet is
drama.
my
Your
friend.
friend
I
Dusty
have
is a scammer.
associates.
Your friend Dusty is a scammer. Your friend Dusty is a scammer and a liar, and he's been caught planting
That
drama,
sounds
and
like
he
a
has
you and
links to
Dusty
Fed.
problem. How's
Your
that my
friend Dusty
issue?
is a scammer. Your friend Dusty is a scammer.
Are you trying to like brainwash me and program this in my head or something? I don't care what your opinion is about
I
somebody
know
else.
your bitch ass.
Here's the thing: is like
I know your bitch ass
most of y'all
boyfriend's
people,
gonna.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like most of y'all people, like nobody has to like program any of you guys. Like you guys are already programmed. Like straight up, like, you
No,
guys sit
I
there and
just
watch
do what I
drama
like.
content. You guys sit there and
I
watch drama content. Like
He doesn't.
like as
I
Nobody's
your
like
own.
programmed.
emotional
Dude, if
reactions, and your
anyone,
friends kind of
nobody's gonna
getting so mad.
program.
I'm enjoying
No,
this
but
a
you
little
live
Nobody's
on
gonna
bit.
emotional
program this guy
reaction.
but Dusty.
But wait, you live on emotional
Nobody's gonna
reaction.
program this guy but Dusty.
I don't
You
live
said
on it. I'm entertained by it. There's a
yeah,
difference between
exactly. That's
living
what I
on something
mean.
and being
That's what I
Yeah,
entertained
mean.
by
but the
something.
That's what I mean.
entertainment only lasts so long until it gets boring as fuck.
Yeah, like it's the
Oh,
same
it
thing.
does occasionally. That's why I said I'm
You
capable
get
of real
entertained.
conversation too. I
You get
mix it up.
entertained. You get entertained by goy slop and trash. That's the problem. You're already a psyop person.
AI slop.
Yeah,
Like you're
sometimes
already
I am quite entertained by drama.
right. So nobody needs to program any of you guys. You guys are already programmed.
Getting de-patterned or something.
Yeah, like what you need to do is like go like walk in the park, like go fishing, like go read a book, like go do other things.
I do that on sometimes. I just came back from a 2-day
No, that's how you need to
vacation.
spend 90% of the time, and then with your family. All right, that's probably
For
best.
sure. Technology
Yeah, I spend a
sucks.
good time with my family too. You often see my wife on panels with me.
That's the opposite. If she's on the panel, then you're on the internet with your family.
Yeah, occasionally she comes on the internet. I occasionally be on the internet. I be on the internet a lot more than she does. I mean, I get entertainment out of this. I also get, monetary value sometimes out of it. I mean, it is what it is. I don't watch TV
Monetary.
because TV is a brain control device in itself. I gave that up
So
about
are these
13 years
panels.
ago.
All right, so are these panels exactly.
If you let the panels influence you instead of being the influencer, yes,
You
they
think
can.
you think they're not
Well, it
influencing you,
depends on how subconscious it gets. I
right?
don't know.
Like if you engage in something like all the time, like through like complex means, like technology that you can't create yourself. Like how involved are you in what you're doing?
Well,
Very.
I do create. I mean, have you took the time to just click and look at my channel? It would be a question I'd ask you. Have you took the time to ask people that's known me for years? Like I see you had Joe Cool up here. I've known Joe Cool over a decade.
Okay, that doesn't impress me.
No, I'm just saying these are people that you could get some insight that I'm not a one-sided character. It's not drama,
I have
drama,
had
drama
very.
about me.
Have you see if you've seen my channel, you've known that I've talked to Joe Cool for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Oh yeah,
All
he
right,
enjoys good
say whatever
conversation
you want.
too. But as you know, if you know Joe Cool well, you know he's a diverse character. He can do some trolling himself and does. He's not
Right.
all about intellectual conversation all the time. He likes a
Bro, you
diversity in
think
his
you're not
content
even a
as
good
well.
troll?
I'm not trolling right now, but I am still getting the same emotional reaction out of you as if I
I'm just
was,
telling you.
and I'm fine with that.
Oh, it's emotional again. It's so emotional again because you said
Right.
so.
No, it's in your voice and the tone and the fact that you felt the need to jump up here
Oh, it's
when
in
I was
my
having
voice.
a
You can
one-on-one
you've
conversation
got your
to
computer
try to
there
run your
analyzing people's
narratives and
voices
hoping that
to
that
tell how
would
triggered
pressure
they
me
are.
into seeing things your
It's
way.
not like the fifth time you've said that and it's not been true. That's not you projecting at all, right?
That's an observation.
Oh, okay. Well, dude, your observations are worth shit. Clearly.
That's also
That's
another
my
one of your
observation.
opinions. See, my observations aren't for you. My observations are for me. They serve me. Me observing something doesn't serve nothing for anybody outside.
Okay.
Keep talking, dude. You sound like such an idiot.
Well, what is
Keep going.
you observing something like
What else you got?
if you observe something, how is that going to benefit me in my life? It can go vice versa as well.
Watching the Watchers or something. I don't know. Or watching the Larpers.
Maybe
anyway.
because if you hang around a Fed linked guy, who's been caught scamming on the internet like Dusty, maybe if you listen to my what I'm saying, not towards you, just in general, and not take offense to it, then maybe it'll save you something in the future. Who are you or I to tell?
That's actually not what I'm taking offense to. You're telling me these things like they matter to me and like it's supposed to change my ideals and thought process on who I choose to hang around. Dusty's not the only person I hang around. you see some of the other
That's your
characters I
opinion.
hang around.
That's
You
your
would
opinion.
assume
That's
Dusty
your
was
opinion.
mediocre in this piece of shit person that you think he is, because he's really not as bad as some of the people I hang with.
Dude, how does Dusty's ball sack taste?
Yeah, but that says more about you.
Are
though,
weird, and that's kind of gay. You had to visualize that to even come up with that shit. You're
What happened to the
visualizing a
music?
man's
I
think
must
you
balls in
visualized it
another
when I
man's
said
too
it.
late
mouth.
for the music.
That's
Yeah, I'll bring it back
homosexual
in
as
like
hell.
5 minutes.
And that's an observation as well. But anyway, yeah, I'm
I
gonna
had
go
some
ahead and let
stuff
you
to
get
do.
back
I
to
would
your
been here
music.
sooner.
We'll have another
Yeah, lay off the
conversation at
fluoride.
some other.
Lay off the fluoride, buddy.
Keep being emotional, buddy.
Your
It
boy's
does
Fed
you well.
linked, and your boy's a scammer on the internet. Have a great day. Have a great day. Have a
Yeah,
great
you
day.
too.
Have a great day.
Have a
I hope
nice
you
day.
have a better day, actually. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice
check out
day.
the
A
tunes,
good
Exile.
day.
Yeah, check out the tunes, man. Blessings.
Yeah, take it easy, TNL. And nice to meet you, Lone Wolf.
Yeah, peace.
Easy.
Give it a week. Let's have this conversation again in 2 weeks.
I'm glad. I'm kind of surprised you have a good connection, Bronze Boy. Usually, it kicks you or something.
Yeah,
StreamYards.
totally unproductive there. Yeah, but okay, I don't know why that happened. All right.
I said StreamYards and it responded. This is kind of weird.
I kind of feel like they planned that shit because like even with the Orthodox guy, like
Oh,
he
there he
showed up.
goes.
Yeah, like he showed up at a weird time when I kept saying like I'm trying to shut down and stuff. It's like they purposefully show up at like a time like this stream literally says music. It's like, all right, can we talk now? And I was like, what? Yo. Yo, are you there, homie? All right, shit, I guess not. No. Well, we tried that for a second. Let's move on to the next phase of this.
Driving out, it's time for me to let you know something, blow something, get dope, blow a O, reload and start dumping hard, pumping, crack, nigga, it's no sleep. My mystique medallions going in, but yo beat my swagger feet sweet like Ali Swift, Sugar Ray jabbing God to the body, machine gun out the cabinet down to the lobby. That's if we got a problem. It's all hood like Robin, and natural like volcanic spring, Fiji the waters. Never with writer's block, always easy to start up. As greasy as it gets, reality sticks straight from Cali to bits. It's medallions, bitch. Hustlers G's, YG's, GOD's. I need cash on delivery. COD, FC, West Side, nigga, we on G. To my niggas from my hood that depend on me, we gon' get it. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. And I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY. Body can fuck with the diamond clustered professional flow champion on the riffs production. This is big music for a large artist. As far as rappers in the game, sorry, you're all targets. You'll be a mystery martyr. I got a gun with a sign that says this is retarded, but the mind is more darker. I terrorize guys to fly Arthur, defying all laws of apartheid. Who want drama? I'm iller than Dama, holding a llama. I'm a Osama suicide bomber. Niggas thought my city had a bunch of farmers, but the only thing we farming is pounds of ganja. Let me supply you. You don't really want to meet your rivals. You would have thought you was the main course, the way we raise the heat to fry you. Stop cake, you should never try to. You better listen to them motherfucking voices talking deep inside you. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. And I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY. Fuck all the small talk, you energy. My niggas don't believe you and we wanna see. To all the soldiers in the hood that depend on me. If a nigga blow up, I might throw you a key. And that's real, like sleeping on the couch looking burnt out. Plotting on the turned out Vicky. My delivery is tight like Nixon, and I was destined since the day cool hurt. Put the plug in the system, thug system. Hip-hoppers and drunks with drugs in their system. I heard life is a bitch, but niggas love bitches. So to the end, and I'll be working millions and hurting feelings. Plus owning many mansions for my clique to chillin'. You never get the villain, never try to figure me out. Just know that in this game, nigga, my shit's the realest. And this is my vengeance. You should praise my image medallions till my days is finished. That's the business. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. And I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY.
Murder medallions, mugs material, soul assassin, gold chain music, yeah. Yo, I'm on my trademark shit, straight spit with a full clip, busting at your stool pigeons. True religion, new with the vision, coop in the kitchen, richer than Nixon, true blue 76er. If I snap, you probably get the picture. I strike like a pitcher, your fucking hike hit ya. Get with the stick shifter of files, my mind running wild off natural elixirs. And this is the final frontier of the mission. You still talking about you got holes, homie, you ain't pimping. I ain't tripping, and emphatically not slipping. But start ripping, and it could turn to something different. I ain't playing, hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language. I ain't playing, hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? Yeah. But nah, this is pain language. Yo, who's the nicest? The truth is that if it was known, half of y'all would have a middle-aged crisis. As I write this or wrote this, I think of the sacrifice it took and all the doors that was never open. And I'm the hottest thing smoking. Soak it in and get your heart broken. Look, fuck moping. I'm leaving with a bag of tokens. So try to find another ash you can blow your smoking. I'm somebody you better know. Heavyweight in the game that's busy with the schedule. And the streets told me to never come regular. Now everything I do is incredible. It's on, nigga. I ain't playing. Hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language. I ain't playing. Hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language.
Make you feel the anguish. Let me tell you what the aim is, to introduce you to pain language. You want beef, but don't know what you started for. Call me Sun Tzu, gifted in the art of war. Talk is cheap, we don't say much. We greet him with the heater and leave him bleeding and such. You understand? You run the man, and goddamn you ain't hallucinating like Alice in Wonderland. The pain is real and my stainless steel as a mind of its own. What's on his brain is killed. Break your jaw, we break your will. Take the boy to the VR, his blood got still. I come from the block where the Glocks pop constantly. We the real shit, you bitches are wannabes. What you wanna be doing is getting out of here. The motto of the assassin, put a bullet in his ear.
I ain't playing, hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language. I ain't playing, hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language. You know what I'm saying? Get your hands out, dog. Still in my nigga. Let's drink. Get your hands out, dog. Still in my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Shit is real. Still medallions in the atmosphere. That all is crack. Still past that. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. raw. War. Lords. Yo, Slapbox 52, hand combat, man down, now you getting treated like a little youth. Pearl handle, black Ruger popping up. It's the return of the trench coat mafia. You gotta click, but I bet they won't die for your last nigga that fronted. I Muammar Gaddafi them. I'm busting lead in, Armageddon, God is 7. Top of the dome is embedded. I said it, step in the realms and get sweated. My foes get beheaded, live with no edits, shredded. Negative thoughts about the G.O.D. You better dead it, cause that's bad credit. All night, me on the mic is athletic. High height, seeing my sight is like heaven. Firefight, fire and flights of bad weather. Whatever, get it together, my neck leather. Once again, welcome to the fucking next level. Metal plus netter, stretch limousines, machine guns running up with 26 villains. Fuck everything old, we fight for the children. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. Throwing flying guillotines from Philistine, came with an illa team to run up in your castle and kill your king. I'm doing my thing, dance with the Lord in the ring, standing firm in the square like Butterbean. I'm hotter than Shambhala, draw swords before Makata. Rude boy shot up for top dollar. I'm not a fake ass rapper that's not solid. I got it, to say I'm the hottest is just modest. My asses can melt down anything, so anything in my lane, man, I'm killing it. 2 bottles of jewels, 1 spoon of ignorance. It's the vigilant spit, chemist is injuring any contender wanna act like he bigger than I. It's getting baked and fried, and that's minimum. MCs who wanna compete, I take 10 of them. Clowns in the street want heat, I got dilligers, and that's how it really goes. So get familiar with it and stop looking at the motherfucking videos. Choose your weapon, my tools is lessons. True connections, wrong draw, you lost your profession. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Let the rhythm hit him, chew him up, spit him out, get him out. Let's see if the barrel fit in his mouth. Hear the lion roar, what you crying for? I'm at the hot gates, open up the iron door. I'm the king of the jungle, so ready to rumble. Gunshots put the room on humble. I flip beats and make the words tumble, and flip bricks and not sleep on a bundle. Claiming you're off the chain, homie, I'm off the board. Dunk in your face, I'm the Lord of War. I'm so much more, you bitches should never step up. I never lit up, you fuckers will never get up. Ice in my veins, ice on my chains. I'm nice in the lane, think twice for your fame. Shoot around like dice in the game, you crap out. Break your bones when I make you tap out.
10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
My nigga Lewis Parker. What's good? From the UK to Fresno. You know how we do. Yeah. On this shit, man. Yeah. Yo, live and direct from the FCC. PA Medal, I bust like squeezing the heat. For my niggas in the trap, getting bundles of bread. Get money, but don't let it get to your head. This shit is funny, and 223s can make the situation ugly. It's no room for fumbling. Them happy-go-lucky type niggas get shot for always letting shit slide. They too comfy. It's all about me and my puppies. Oh mamas, I'm a fucking tyrant. When it comes to that violence, the soundtrack is ambulance sirens from guns firing. Fireworks in the streets be going off like the fairgrounds. Fuck a stare down, niggas is there now, and you out. Shit be somersaulting through you, tearing you out. It ain't no hood in you, so quit acting like you bulletproof before I fuck around and put it through you. Yeah, you know what it do. Play crazy, tough talk, it don't faze me. Niggas get shot every day, B. Thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from, give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets, cause we thug living. Selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from, give give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets.
Hey, yo, niggas talk hype like they getting mad biz. LP on the SB, son, you know what it is. Young bloods on they hustle, need to style they ones and twos. Niggas step the wrong streets and have to come up out them gym shoes. It's hard not to lose when you're caught up in that ill static. It was nice living high like getting paid off of drug addicts. Try to play them big boys, got laced with them automatics. Climbing fast money, attract the young and poor like a magnet. Life is tragic for the dope boy who gotta move slickly. Carrying heavy weight, moving from city to city. Cats get caught on some silly shit like smashing out that dizzy bitch. Once the stick-up kid was in the hallway with his milli fix. But shots through your stomach are made off with your 50 bricks. Niggas wanna be really rich or go to all kind of ends. Now cats will switch up and straight up rip off their friends. Brothers can lose it all, going out for revenge. It's called
Thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen. Cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets. Cause we thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen. Cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets. Coming straight out the future, it's all Gucci. When niggas like me get on top, it's revolution. Keep wishing, told you I was live and direct. Fuck, I look like sneak dissing. I do what I want, when I want, how I want, like I want. You fucking with me, what type of pipe you on? This is man shit, respect bitch, I demands it. I earned my spot while most of y'all was handpicked. The block, I'm a product of that, you a hoax. Frog cat trying to adapt, hey yo, all hell Medalliano. Last spotted up at Damiano's, Italiano, me and my manos, you know the motto. $300 gold bottles, rap nigga from Pato getting his avocados. Taste my coke, my nigga, it's the realest work. But play with my dough, get more than just your feelings hurt. Thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen. Cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking off the streets. Cause we thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen. Cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets.
Questions? Do you want to say some shit?
Oh yeah, I will.
Reading my article, like I don't want to be sucking my own dick.
No,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not cool, right?
Yeah,
I'm cool with self promotion and like chilling because I know like I'm the product, but on the same level, like motherfucker, it puts people the fuck off when I do that type of shit. You know what I mean? Like you gotta have other people push the shit. And I think about that. Like, yo, bro, on Substack, there's so many people who like quote themselves, and I'm like, bro, listen, stop it. You know what I mean? If your shit is quotable, you know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers will quote it.
As I said in the previous article, mark here, you can see how clearly smart and correct that was.
No. They don't even do that, bro. They'll literally like quote themselves as if like, yo, that was a fire line right there. Yeah, fucking exactly. Right? And like, but you're quoting yourself. Like, stop, bro. Like, you can't do that shit. No. Like, I can understand if you told like a good joke, right? You know, I mean, you just want to share the joke or whatever it is. Like, I have a buddy of mine, or ex-buddy of mine at this point, but he made up this joke and he said, listen, you know what I mean? We can make a deal with the blacks, right? Like, yo, they can have like Black History Month, but we only do it on like non-leap years and we can call it the 3/4 compromise. Right. And that's a great fucking joke. Like, it's a great joke. And he should be telling it on a regular basis. You know what I mean?
Repeat that joke one more time. I didn't hear that because I was trying to share the link. Repeat that joke, the 3/4 joke. I want to hear that one.
All right. So, like, he said, listen, we can make a deal with the black people and say you can have Black History Month, right? But only on non-leap years, and we can call it the 3/4 compromise. Right? You know, and that's a great fucking joke.
I guess once in a fucking blue moon, we're going to do a 3/4 compromise. Yeah, I remember that shit. So,
you know what I'm saying? Like, give it 3/5 of people or whatever. It's a great fucking compromise just as a whole. All right. So anyway, fucking to the article, right? So I wrote this, like an hour or two ago, whatever it was, right? This is what was lost, what a world of cheap goods and labor has stolen from us. It is 5 a.m. The wind howls you open the door and step onto your wooden porch. The snow cuts across your face. This is picked up from the neighbor's roof and blows towards you. You walk towards the steps, listening to the ice crackle under your feet. You get to your 1986 Chevy K10 pickup truck. The door handle is cold and the button sticks as you press it to open the door. You pump the gas pedal 4 or 5 times, trying to push the gas into the intake from the carburetor. The key turns and the motor whines as it gallops, trying to start. The motor turns as you pump the gas pedal desperately, trying to get it to fire. You stop for a moment and wait, listening to the wind blowing across the metal roof line. You pop the hood and tap on the carburetor, attempting to free the float in the bowl. You check the distributor cap and rotor. You grab the can of ether from inside the cab and spray a little in the air cleaner, then hop back in the truck. You pump the gas a few more times and hit the key once more. It revs and you push on the gas pedal, holding it to the floor as it coughs a few times before finally the old 305 fires off. You hold the gas halfway down to keep it running and attempt to warm the motor to get the glass defrosted. You walk back into the house and you see your 10-year-old son putting his boots on. You ask him what he's doing. I'm getting ready to come plowing with you, he replies, standing up straight with pride. You smile and pat him on the head and reach in the cabinet for some hot cocoa. You place the pot in the wood stove and grab a piece of wood, shoving it into the square hole in the front of the cast iron belly. You pour in the milk from the glass jar into the pot and let it boil while the truck runs out front. Cut off 2 pieces of bread from the loaf your wife cooked yesterday and place them on top of the stove to brown. The pot boils and pour the contents of the cocoa packets in the 2 coffee mugs and fill them with milk, handing one to your son. You know he'll get used to this process over the course of his life, and today will not be the last time he leaves the house at 5 a.m. You and he sit and put in some carbs for the long day that begins now. The 2 of you get in your first job for the day and you show him how to run the plow control. Once you're done plowing the lot, you have to shovel the walks and put down salt. He grabs the shovel and helps you as you push through the heavy snow. You finish your lot and head off to the second. The roads are full of snow drifts and haven't been plowed yet. You go slow, but eventually you hit a dip in the road and the plow gets stuck. Time is money on a day like today. Businesses want to open and you are the one who can get them to that status. Your child, though, is now stuck in a truck surrounded by a deafened world of white. You get out and try to dig the plow out to no avail. It has to come off and be drugged to the bed. The plow weighs nearly 350 pounds. You know you can't move it on your own. You look at your son through the windshield. You open his door and tell him you need his help. You set the plow down as far as it'll go and unhook it. You each take a side and lift. He handles his end like a grown man for a few steps. He looks at you as he drops it, feeling embarrassed. You smile and say, "Boy, that's damn good. Think you can go again?" "I think so," he stammers as he stammers through his jacket zipper. He bends down and lifts and starts walking. You move at his speed, and little by little you reach the back of the truck. You finagle the plow under the bed and get the truck unstuck, turn around and find another route to the next customer. You finish your day as the sun sets and he is fast asleep. You walk over and carry him into the house. You 2 just made enough money to pay the mortgage and electric bill for the month in a day. He has no idea how instrumental he was to you. He has no clue that you just watched the boy become a man and earn for the family. He has no idea how important today was. You tuck him into bed and stare at him for a minute. He is exactly what every father prays for. The things he did today will leave a mark on him for the rest of his life. He will pour in this memory when times get hard at future jobs and have the wherewithal to move forward, when his bones and muscles scream, when he has a son to feed and a roof to keep over his children's head. He won't quit. He will find a way. This is no different than the countless generations before. The ones who went to Bastogne or saved the airborne boys by having the ability to troubleshoot problems and keep their tanks running through the winters of Northern Europe battling the Nazis. The men who had to build bridges over creeks or barges across rivers to sell their crops with nothing but an axe, a dream, and an empty stomach. The men who laid the crops in the ground and built the cabins out of foreign wood in harsh environments, who buried their great-great-grandparents. Somewhere between the summer of love and the George Floyd riots, we lost some of that. The ability to buy food at the store and put auto bills on a credit card gave us the ability to divorce ourselves. We no longer relied on our neighbors and our grit to get by. We stopped caring about the horses that carried us from place to place. We used to be stewards of our possessions. This is why when we say women should be property, it seems like a foreign concept. No one maltreated their possessions before the 1960s. You oiled and greased your machinery. You sharpened your knives and axes. You oiled your leathers and guns. The basic thing called stewardship and maintenance has become a lost art form. This was a song from Toby Keith, may he rest. There was a song from Toby Keith, may he rest in peace, called "Made in America." He sings about his pappy's disgust of people driving foreign cars and wearing cotton we didn't grow. He would never buy anything he couldn't fix with WD-40 and the Craftsman wrench. I had the same feeling. I grew up forced to work on cars that we needed to get from place to place. I survived and fed my family by being able to fix the things I owned. I paid rent by fixing my apartment many times. I got through by carrying a tire on a rim of my head and walking 10 miles to get it fixed. The jack fell through the rusted body and the car landed on my hand, and I still took my ass to work. This isn't to say that being tough is all there is to it, but having the ability to walk through and figure it out is paramount. We lost some of this. I even go into debt to pay for stuff I don't need. This has become a cancer upon our bones. It's like an addiction. Not having money gives me a panic attack from time to time. The precarity of not being able to fix the things I own. The month-to-month concern of having no way to predict if things will be okay. Will I be able to pay my car note? Will I be able to pay the electric bill? It's scary. It didn't used to be this tight constantly. We've been robbed of so much by choosing short-term comfort and growth over long-term stability. We shipped our manufacturing to China. We automated and credit flushed our savings. We destroyed the things that made us able to survive. Today, a few others not teach men the basics of car maintenance and the importance of knowing what engine is in your vehicle. This premise was something we laughed at women for not knowing 15 years ago. We would say, if you don't know the motor and transmission in your vehicle, you shouldn't be allowed to drive it. This premise still holds true. There's a reason men were so fiercely loyal to brands. Each had its idiosyncrasies and problems, drawbacks and positives. Men had the tools to fix them. Ford had their stupid engineering and need for specialized tools. Chevy with their cheaply made pickup modules. Dodge with their transmissions, head wiring and fuel consumption problems. We all knew what was needed in the positives and negatives. We bought them for a purpose. Today, you need an electrical engineering degree and $300,000 in lifts and a computer equipment to change a fucking headlight. Our refrigerators have Wi-Fi and touchscreens. Our washers and dryers sense individual loads and that plastic holding the motors together. Your washer used to have a concrete block inside it up until the 2000s as a counterbalance to keep the basin steady. Today, there's a brushless AC motor with a capacitor in the back of your washer and dryer that, if you're not careful, will toss you across a room if you try to work on it. My grandmother had the same washer and dryer that we kids and grandkids would fix for 30 years. This is not to say these things cannot be fixed easily, but the culture we developed incentives you to throw it away and get new energy efficient appliance at every turn. As times go back to normal and the ability to build cheap stuff anywhere on the globe and ship it 6,000 miles comes to a close, we find ourselves lacking the basic skills that we developed over 10,000 years of living in the harsh environments of Europe. We've thrown away in 2 generations, but we built over 2,500. After all the talk of libertarian retards of being reliant upon the government, we find ourselves relying upon the economy and corporations for basic survival, without the knowledge that the boomers are going to take to their fucking graves. And that's my most latest article.
Yeah, well, repeat that last 2 lines right there about you said the knowledge that the boomers have taken to their grave. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so after all the talk of the libertarian retards of being reliant on the government, we find ourselves relying upon the economy and corporations for basic survival, without the knowledge that the boomers are going to take to their fucking graves.
What do you mean by that last part there? With the what knowledge do you think they're taking to their grave there? Because I agree. I mean, this is one of my things. Is like, I mean, even when I was at ANCAP or whatever, I like, the thing is this. I never liked the idea. It's like, well, you're just at the mercy of whatever global corporation happens to own every fucking thing. Like, I don't like that either. You know what I mean? Like that.
It's not just they own every fucking thing. It's also like, you can't get by without them at this point, right? It's not that they own everything. It's that can you actually fucking have an animal where you live to eat, right? That you can slaughter and eat. Can you actually fucking fix your fucking vehicle without the tools that they have, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. So and before it's like you can't hunt the king's deer. Now it's like you can't fix the car that you got to use to get to your job to fucking pay your bill.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right? That whole right to repair thing, right? There's all that type of shit in the end of the day, right? It's fucking wild, just as an in general thing. There's
right.
And
I see how people justify this is where you're I like your stuff because and again, I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass, but I'm saying it's like you're kind of showing the edges of the fucking problem where it's like you said, it's not enough to be tough, but you got to be tough. But then it's you know, and again, it's about being invested in the future, but it's like, you know, the way that we grew up, nobody invested in our future really at all. We had to pull ourselves up literally by our bootstraps, but then there's nothing waiting for us on the other side of it. It's like you just barely get by, and now it's like we can't even really get by either. So it's like, okay, so that wasn't really the solution, was it? You know?
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is, right, is so, and this is what fucks me up the most, right? Is, you know, like at current, I take care of my father, right? And I mean, because he's sick and has cancer and all that type of shit or whatever, right? So I take care of him at the second. And as I reach back into my files, you know what I'm saying? Like thinking about like who he used to be. And like I talked to him about shit that he used to do, you know, like fucking whatever cars he had or whatever. And he don't remember the cars, right? And it's not because like his brain don't work. It's because he didn't even own the fucking cars we had. He was borrowing them from somebody the fuck else, right? And like, he never took care of his vehicles. I remember being like, God, I was probably like 20, 21, something like that. And I have to go rescue my father because he caught a flat. And like, I go over and the tread is falling the fuck off of his tires, right? He's running this bitch to the fucking rims. And I'm like, Pop, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, it'll fix your fucking car. Like, why aren't you maintaining this? But this is something I learned on my own. I don't know where the fuck I learned it, to be honest with you. Like, I kind of learned it on my fucking own. Like, you have to take care of your vehicles. But like, my pops never taught me these things, right? And as I said, like, these is like his dad taught him 100%. His father taught him. I know he did, right? Because like, I know my grandfather still has equipment up on the fucking mountain that still runs. That's from like fucking 1948, right? So I know he took care of his shit. You know what I mean? Right? I know they maintain their stuff, and the rest of his brothers and sisters take care of this shit. But like a lot of these boomers, they're just taking this shit to their grave. You know what I mean? A fucking goddamn railroad jack disappears, right? So welcome to motherfucking Neuro Crack Stream. I think here on the Seditious Gland channel. It's nice to see you out here, right? You know what I mean? As a pandemic Bolivian flu playing gorilla king who's probably pronoun as a pimp named Slickback, I want to welcome all of you to, you know what I mean, Seditious Glands, you know what I mean, fucking live stream. Oh, wait, you're back finally. Yo, what up? You all right, man?
No, I was just, your audio was coming through weird. I reset it and almost better, so it was me, not you. So I just made sure it was me, not you. But yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys for being also these Glands. But no, for real. And you know, like this is. You know, this is the thing is like you look out here in the media. See, I was talking to my friend, right? Well, I was talking to Twitter, and hold on 1 second.
Man, listen.
That's right. My son's out here talking to lots of old people and stuff. So I gotta like.
I agree. Your mic sounds like ass, dog. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you.
Damn. Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what it is. Like it's like super echoey and like distorted. It's almost like something's inside of your microphone that you're talking into.
All right, hold on.
Like, yo, it sounds like you got some like metal rattling around inside of your motherfucking speaker and shit. Like that shit is fucking terrible. Yo, I sound all right? Fucking Adrian, do I sound okay? Legit, right? Anyway, yeah. Oh, good. Listen, because I'm on my mic. I actually went and paid for fucking internet. Like, I got internet at the crib. I was like, fuck it. Because, like, my daughters keep coming over and they're whining. It's like, Dad's house boring. You don't have any internet. Right. And I'm just like, fuck it. I'm going to get internet. I'm going to buy them a fucking TV. Might go and they'll be okay at this point. You know what I mean? Like, fucking so. I was like, fuck it. I'll just pay for fucking internet. Shit. Yo, and yeah, you do have that, like, fucking, whatchamacallit, too. Right. There we go. It's Jake, PL1BN.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, sorry, my friend. Doing this on a tiny screen sucks. All right, how's my audio now? Better or no?
I mean, like, listen, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, we gotta do it when we gotta do it. And on top of that, you had that, like, demon that farts on me. And I was like,
sorry, how's the audio now?
I don't know what the fuck that shit is. That's some weird shit. It sounds like you're going over rumble strips, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, so he just bounces and shit. Anyway, welcome back to Tom P Show, right? You know what I mean? What up, what up, what up? Welcome back to Pino News. It's nice to see you all here out here today. Man, listen, we got a good show for you today. We're gonna do all types of banana stuff. Like, holy shit. Yo, listen, we're gonna have a conversation about the motherfucking Jewish question, right?
Jewish question.
Nah, listen, you left, brother, because it's a fucking joke, right? You know what I mean? Like fucking I just had people that be like, yo, listen, I gotta take a piss, Tom, you're in charge. And I'm like, yo, all right, we're gonna talk about the Jewish question.
Well, see, that's the thing is like I don't care.
My channel down.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is I mean, here's the thing is like I don't know. I have a mixed feeling on it, but for the most part, like I think edginess. I'll take edginess over like not edginess because this is kind of what I'm thinking about with Cody. I was like, dude, yeah, I, like my friend used to work in like what do you call it, a TV station abroad, right? And he's an American dude from like Baltimore, right? And you know, blonde hair, looks like a surfer guy kind of guy, right? And he was over there like just being like a wild white dude, right? But he's around all these like European dudes, and they don't know how to handle someone like him because he'll just like go up to anybody and like, you know, like start talking to women and like he'd just make a show like on the spot in the middle of the street. You know what I mean? Like he was just like he would just do that, right? Like he didn't need a script. He didn't need like a boss. He would just go out and just make a TV show out in the middle of the street, right? And they really hated him for that because they're like, no, you need to do it like this. We need everything to like sit down in the studio and like, you know what I mean? Like they wanted to like do a legit like production. Right, they didn't want this dude to go out here and just like make shit that makes him like look bad. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just kind of like it's just kind of weird, like how there's not really like a lot of original material coming out anymore on the media. It feels like, you know.
Now there's lots of like YouTube is like I've been following like a lot of YouTube holes where like getting recommended channels that have like 5 and 3 and 2,000 subs or like fucking they'll have like 12 subs or something. You know what I mean? And it's cool. You know, like fucking I'll check it out. And some of it's kind of interesting, some of it's kind of dog water. Right. They had like Machiavelli's restaurant, like it had like fucking like 3 people saw the video or something. I don't know how the fuck that recommended me. I mean, it's because I watched Google Foods or some shit, right? But like I was watching it, and you know what I mean, like fucking, it was completely terrible. It was like literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I don't even know where the fuck they were at, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know what fucking country. I don't know what type of fucking food they were making. Like the fucking video made no sense. But then we got like guys like Tom Foe that I've been getting recommended, and he's fucking based. And then Alistair, I'm thoroughly enjoying his fucking content. You know what I mean? Like there's a bunch of cool stuff that I've been just getting recommended recently, and I'm enjoying it. But it's not terrible. There has been a lot of really cool shit. And on top of that, if you're on Amazon, like you have Amazon Prime, Landman and the motherfucking Tulsa King just had like a whole new set of motherfucking shows that came out. Right, a whole new set of episodes. Fucking well worth the watch, bro. Like I don't know if you've ever seen Landman. One of the best shows on fucking TV right now, just all together.
That's Billy Bob Thornton, right?
Yup. Fucking great.
What's it about exactly?
So he's like basically like a manager for like a medium or small, like a medium sized, like $1 billion motherfucking like oil drilling company, right? And it's about him and his son and like his ex-wife who's like living with him now and his daughter, and then like the company, and then like the owner and the wife. The owner dies, but like fucking, you know, whatever, right? That's, you know what I mean? Like if you ain't, sorry for spoilers or whatever, right? But like, and then the Mexicans and the cartel and like fucking the head of the cartel and just all this crazy shit in this fucking show. It's fucking great, bro. Like you need to watch it. There's like a fucking an Italian chick from DC who comes out as like a corporate fucking lawyer, right? And like this bitch is out here, they're fucking BMW, you know what I mean? They're Prada bag and they're motherfucking Prada heels, right? You know what I mean? Just all decked the fuck out, sexy as fuck looking. To be honest with you, she got them fucking Italian lips, bro. I love it, right? But like, like she's like 25, 26, whatever. She's like a, maybe 30, 31. I mean, I don't know. Right. But like, and Billy Bob has to explain to her how oil works. Again, it's fucking, I know you've seen the clip, right? Where he's like, fuck, we're going to run out of this shit before we figure out how to fucking replace it. He's like, listen, he's like, you know what I mean? Like fucking, it's a great fucking show, bro. Like you should really check it the fuck out. That and Tulsa King as well with Sylvester Stallone. I think it was the first time he's ever really actually played a mobster in a movie. You know what I mean? And he sucks his own dick too much. You can tell he was involved in the writing. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he usually is. I mean, that's kind of been his thing. Is like he usually does. I'm gonna follow the show. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like no, he's like, well, fucking Tolstoy said, right? And he's like, he starts pulling up all these fucking quotes from all these people, and like, you can tell, like, he's like, Nurse said some shit one time on ROTC. He said, listen, either you can be cool or you can be funny. You cannot be fucking both. So you cannot be cool and funny at the same time. Just like you cannot be like a knockaround guy and be fucking brilliant and be fucking funny, right? And be like, just like it doesn't work that way, bro. Just it doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. No. Well. Yeah. Well. So, what's your definition of a good YouTube show, though? Right. Like, what's like entertaining to you? I guess. Like, what makes like?
Oh, listen. I watch
the creator.
I watch car stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I watch car shit. Like fucking. There's Cars and Cameras. They do like go-kart content where like they build like these crazy ass go-karts and shit. They give them the real technical aspects of it, which I enjoy. There's fucking Vice Grip Garage. I love watching. I'm a sports guy, so of course I watch Urinating Tree and Tom Grassi. Fucking I watch a lot of like just like geopolitical shit, you know what I mean? Which is why, like, again, I'm not like a lot of y'all where like I actually do pay attention to what happens in the world and economics and like, geopolitics and oil and all that type of stuff, right? And so like I move a little different than y'all on how my YouTube algorithm works. Like it's just a little bit different of a thing. You know what I mean? So like that's kind of like I can fill 2-3 hours with podcasts from YouTube about like different like Doomberg and all these motherfuckers and shit. I don't know if you know anything about Doomberg.
Doomberg? I never heard of Doomberg before.
Yeah, he's a investor, right? He goes on live streams, but he uses a voice changer and an avatar. Right, he's like a heavy duty, real major fucking investor, and he produces a fucking newsletter. He was real big into oil futures and shit, and money and whatnot, and like energy sales and natural gas and all this type of stuff. So like these are the type of things that I watch all the time on fucking YouTube.
But well, would you ever try to like be a day trader or like a futures trader or something like that to like fund yourself? Or
we made a fuck ton of money in 2020. Bro, we killed it in 2020, right? We showed to the market. All of us made like $40,000-$50,000. I had to wonder if he retired off my shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm definitely interested in learning that stuff because I do have a very fundamental belief that if you like, I wish I would have done this in my 20s. Like if I just taken all this conspiratorial shit that I'm into and just applied it to like investment, shit, I would probably be a tens of millionaire person now, but just because I would have like looked, because I do a lot of investigative like research, but I just do it for like my own, interest in the stuff. But it always comes back to the money and the economics and the shit, like, just looking at the tech and stuff like that, you start seeing that like a lot of the moves in tech are not actually about the technology. It's about, like you're saying, it's about energy essentially. Right, like the energy industry is actually a big part of what's motivating a lot of this tech and economics and stuff like that.
Well, I wanted to hit you with something today, right? Fucking UN machine, right? Recently, they like this week came out with an AI that is capable. fucking, you know, of being able to be so realistic that, you know, I mean, you can't distinguish it from reality, right? That no one can, right? There's nothing about it that, you know, I mean, says it's not real. And I told Ariel what I thought was going to happen, right? And if you kind of like apply what I thought, right, or what I think, and go, what's their plan, right? Their plan is to stand here and put like most of y'all in the pods, right? You know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, listen, you can live in like virtual reality, right? And it'll be like perfectly photorealistic, and you know what I mean, you'll be perfectly fine with it, right? And they'll just do everything in the fucking economy because they can't like hand out money, right? It's caused massive inflation, right? So they'll just do everything in the motherfucking economy with, you know what I mean, like AI, and run it for the top 10%, and like the rural motherfuckers will go off and do rural motherfucker shit, right? And that'll be all it is. And that'll be the end of the day. And like, yo, basically, like a lot of people are just going to be taken off the motherfucking just market altogether. Right. And that's,
yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree with you. I think that's exactly what they basically they don't want to kill you off. They would just want to say like, well, you can just go like masturbate in the pod for 17 hours a day and then sleep the rest. And then we'll send like, you know, some Grubhub to or whatever you call it, DoorDash to your door or whatever. And, you know, die in your little dingy apartment and we'll subsidize it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I pretty much agree. I think that is pretty much the plan. Pretty much, you know, as far as I can tell, that does seem to be the main goal here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because like they're back on them again. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like no matter how you move or how you look, you're looking at anywhere between like fucking 40 to 90% of jobs are going to be fucking gone. Right.
Right. Exactly. Yep. And yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think that's. And right now, I see a lot of people scrambling, you know, including myself, before like you're trying to like get a piece of the pie, but ultimately, like, you know, it's like a good example. Like a lot of people are running and saying, let's do, you know, AI voice answerers and appointment setters and stuff like this for like, you know, all these different businesses. So like you call a business and then you talk to the AI and you tell them what you want, and then, you know, if the AI can handle it, it'll just handle it for you, and if not, then it'll just send it to like a person, and the person will call you back or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, obviously, like if there's not any jobs in the future, then all this AI appointment setting ain't really going to matter much, is it? Because nobody's going to have any money to buy anything. So, see what I mean? It's like it's kind of counterintuitive.
Right? Here's the bitch, right? Like, let's say. Our Amazon says within the next year they're going to be laying off out of their 2 million or 1.5 million. How many is it now, bro? I don't even know how many fucking people Amazon's employed.
I know it's at least 1 million. I'm not exactly sure. It could be 2 million. But I know they laid off a bunch of people in Seattle, but I don't know what their total number is. I know they have a lot, so at least 1 million for sure.
1.56 million, right? Okay, so. They're going to fucking okay, yeah. So shit, man. Listen. Okay, so they're actually 350,000 less because we're in like peak season at the moment, right? They're going to replace over 700,000 of their motherfucking Amazon employees with fucking robots next year.
Yeah, I believe that for sure.
Right. So think about it like this, right? And this is really important to understand. The economy is like an ecosystem. So like if you eliminate the motherfuckers on the bottom, right, it's just going to make your job less valuable because, or like your position more valuable, but you less valuable because more people are going to be vying for your fucking position. So that makes your like fucking makes you earn less.
Well, that's what happened. That's what's happened in tech, for example. Like you notice in tech, like all these like you know, young hot women are trying to get these jobs or whatever, and then it's like they get in there and it's like they're all just competing for like who's the most ruthless, and then all the guys they get in there and it's like all the guys are just like, well, I'll blackmail this person to like get them thrown out of the company, so I'll get their job or whatever. It's just real cutthroat, you know what I mean? It's just like. You know, and then everybody's like, "Oh, I'll spend $1 million for my kid's education." Well, I'll spend $2 million. So then it's like it's always like just a race to the bottom, right? And this is why they don't get fucked about any of us.
$2 million for their kids' education, so they can earn $60,000 a year.
Right?
That's
exactly.
Right?
Exactly. But then they say, well, they have power now, so it's like, okay, but like, what are they ruling over exactly? You know? Yeah, no, that's for real. I mean, that's the direction. Like, you're gonna see $2 million education for $60,000 a year. I guarantee you. But like within 10 years, that's exactly what it's gonna be.
Well, that's, it's already a thing, right? This is not anywhere near like outside of the motherfucking spectrum, right? So hang on, bro. Hang on a minute. Let's look this up, because I guess this probably ain't even that hard to look up. How much is a PhD at Harvard?
Yeah, I saw a stat that said like 23% of all Harvard Business School grads are without a job right now. So. So you go spend like however much that is for an MBA at like Harvard Business, and you get you don't have a job. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, right? Because like, okay, hang on a minute. Can you spend $1 million on college? Okay, yeah. All right. So, however, the average cost of a 4-year degree is significantly lower than the total cost at $230,000, and even the average 6-year private university at $500,000. Yeah, listen. Yeah. This can be done, right? You know what I'm saying? Living expenses, books, all that bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
You can spend $1 million a year. $1 million in like 4 to 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Well, and like I know a girl, right? Very kind of smart person, but also not smart. So like, she grew up in a house that was worth $500,000 in Irvine, California, right? This is like a 3-bedroom, like fucking piece of shit house, right? And then she's like, okay, so like, and I talked about all this when we were really young, and I still know this person, right? So it's like, okay, so she's like, well, the plan is like, I go become a veterinarian, and I was like, well, how long is it going to take you to be a veterinarian? She's like, well, basically like 8 years. I was like, so let me get this straight. You're going to finish high school. You're going to go to school for 4 years, then 4 more years to become a veterinarian? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, so how much is it going to cost you to do this? She's like, oh, $400,000. And I'm like, so you're going to spend $400,000 to become a veterinarian? And I was like, how much do you think you're going to make a year? And she's like, oh, doesn't matter. I just really want to do it. I was like, what do you think like the least amount you'll make? She's like, oh, maybe like $50,000. I'm like, how long does it take to pay off $400,000 of debt, making $50,000 a year? Right? And I'm like sitting there thinking, and I'm like, I was like, you're going to be like paying off just your school loans alone for like 20 years minimum. Plus, you want to buy another $500,000 house in Southern California. And this is 20 years ago or whatever, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, like, okay. And she actually did this, by the way, so this is not like hypothetical, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, so you're going to go $400,000 in debt for your school, plus another minimum $500,000 for the house. I guarantee you that house now is $1.2 million, right? So now you're almost $2 million in debt plus interest. You understand what I'm saying? To have a job, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that's fucking insane. Like, that makes no fucking sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to take care of like people's animals, even if it's like high thoroughbred horses or something, right?
The broad, all right, first off, the broad was wrong about the earnings, right? You know how much a vet makes a fucking year?
I honestly have no fucking idea, to be honest. I mean,
250,000. That's an average number.
Like, you're telling me that many people go and spend $5,000 to like put charcoal down a dog's throat or something? I mean, I don't know.
Think about that. Think about what you just said, though. Think about what you just said.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I get you.
Yeah, listen.
But it's like, I mean, I mean, like I know real veterinarian people. Like, it doesn't take 8 years of school to like learn how to take care of a fucking animal. See what I'm saying? Like,
well, it's not about taking care of any animal. It's about taking care of all the animals, right? At least all the domestic ones, right? So you're talking horses, cows, pigs, chickens, motherfucking dogs, cats, mice, snakes, right? You know what I'm saying?
sure, but I mean, after taxes, if you make $250,000 a year after taxes in California, you're gonna pull home like 130, maybe 150, maybe max. You're gonna get taxed a lot.
Let's look. How much after tax? 250,000 Cali. Let's see here. 156,000.
That was close. That was pretty close. Yeah.
But I mean, that's $156,000 take home.
Okay, and then now let's do the mortgage. Let's do the mortgage on a $1.2 million house, because that's like the bare minimum for any place you want to live in California. Is about $1.2 million.
Okay, mortgage $1.2 million. Okay, let's see here. Calculate the mortgage. Which one was a good one? I forget which one was a good one. Calculator.net. I think that's a good one. Okay, home price. Let's go over here, back it up, 1, 2. Over, comma, enter. Right. Okay, so hang on a minute. Looking here, monthly payment. Shit, man, listen. Trying to see here. Where's the fucking monthly mortgage payment? With home insurance is going to be $8,000, right? Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. All right, 1,500 divided by 12 equals. I mean, making $12,500 a month take home, and your motherfucking mortgage is $7,500.
Right. So you're going to be living like a fucking average middle class person. Essentially.
Sort of, kind of, right? I mean, sort of, kind of, in the end of the day, right? So, okay. I mean, listen, like, let's do this, right? Let's do this. Car note, because you know what you're going to be driving, right?
Yeah, power bill. You know, let's say you get sick for fucking 2 weeks or a month. I mean, shit. You got to calculate a lot of shit.
Monthly. Hang on. Let's look it up, Bravo. Look it up. Okay. Fucking man, listen, Mercedes are not that expensive anymore.
Well, if you buy or lease one as a business, it's actually a good deal. It just depends on how you're structuring
Listen, let's call it 50. Let's call it 50 racks, right? Because honest to God, the 2026 Mercedes-Benz is 50,000. Right. Okay. So let's do fucking car note 50K monthly payment. Right. Hang on. Hold up. About $1,000 a month. Right.
Yeah, that's about right. You can pay about $1,000 a month.
You still have $3,000 left.
I mean, but I'm saying, like, you're a veterinarian making $250,000 a year. You're saving, quote unquote, allegedly, hopefully, $36,000 a year. I mean, you understand where I'm coming from? Like, that sounds like a really stupid fucking proposition to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
okay, how much can you afford to live in California making any less than that?
I mean, I do, but it's not easy. You know what I mean? Like, you can do it, but like you pretty much need subsidization on some level for sure. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, let's put it this way: like, out of the 40 million people living here, 35 million of them at least are living off total subsidization of the year, for sure. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. So, all right, what we're talking about here, right, is that at 250 racks, you're surviving.
Right, but you're not thriving for sure. You know, you're not like a power player. You're not.
I can't think of anybody else who's saving any money every month.
Sure. Yeah, and again, like, I'm just saying, like, you have to understand, like I'm just saying, like, from the perspective of like what America should be, right? Like if you're supposed to be like the high level doctor, lawyer, or something, like you would think like, oh, I'm gonna actually like own multiple properties. I'm actually going to, and like don't get me wrong, like you could do it, but you're gonna be leveraging so much money that ultimately like you don't really own much. I mean, again, this is what America's is trying to do, is like keep you like investing, and you know, like be a land, like ultimately like become a landlord and investor, and you don't actually own anything. Like I get the game, but I'm just saying like if you don't actually have like cash income that like insulates you from like actual real stuff, like I mean, you know, $36,000 a year savings, you know. And that's assuming you're not spending any extra money on anything else, right? Like no vacations, no nothing. It's like I don't know, like that's just kind of that's interesting to me, right? Like that's the American dream, is like, okay, you work really hard for 8 years. You basically don't make money for 8 years for the potential that for the next 10 or 15 years, like you will get sick and you'll make enough money to like pay off that house in 15 years and like, you know, hopefully buy a second property so you can own some property, and hopefully, you know, your 401k will still be around in 30 or 40 or 50 years or whatever. You know, you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, I get
what you're saying, brother. Listen, I get what you're saying, dog. 100%, I do, right? But like, if you can find a house for $500,000, you're gonna have half the mortgage payment, right? So you can stack back enough money that you could literally like buy a fucking crib and a piece of land elsewhere. You know what I mean? And get the fuck out of there, you know, and then go make 100 racks somewhere else. I'm just saying, like, you know, the veterinary thing would make sense, like legit. I mean, there's something that like we should tell people to do, is to go work as vets, because like rich people love to pay for their pets to get fixed, right? Like, yo,
yeah, no, I feel you on that, but I'm also saying like if you get your dream, right, like the truck driver is going to be able to be better off than that too. Right? Sorry.
Not really, bro. Like, listen, truck drivers fuck. They're gonna automate us out. Like, this is what it is. They're gonna do everything they fucking can. You know what I'm saying? To like automate us the fuck out of business, right? Because they don't want to pay for like anything.
So okay, so let's reframe it then. Like, what would you say you're gonna tell your sons and daughters? Like, okay, either, you know, like, because the future is basically that where they can make $250,000 a year or whatever, right?
Yo, I got your machine. Ain't gonna make a dog.
Nah, send them the link. Sorry, I put in those chat there, but and then I just saw he texted me on the.
I'm just gonna throw in his motherfucking DMs so you can come in.
Yeah, I just did too. Right, there you go. All right. So what do you think? Be a vet for $250, take home $150,000, live in the ghetto for $500,000, save it up, go buy a piece of land when you're like 45 years old, get a horse and cows.
I'm not saying about the ghetto is $500,000.
Oh, it is. It is the ghetto. It is the ghetto. Even in like the South, like where I come from, like if you want to live in like a good neighborhood, you're looking at $500,000 probably. Technically, I mean, you can live cheaper than that. Don't get me wrong, but like if you want to live in like an actually like affluent neighborhood, you're gonna be surrounded by nothing but Indians, and you're gonna be living in like a $750,000 house.
Yeah, I mean, here, like you're gonna have to deal with the Indians, but like on the same level, you can find a decent house in like a decent neighborhood for $350, $400.
Yeah, but then you're gonna be commuting 2 or 3 hours a day to work in like Philadelphia or New York City or.
No. Like, go fucking, you'll have a job with like the state in the capital, right? You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you'll be making $105,000 a year. That's normal here.
Yeah, but I mean, if the math holds correct, right? Like, okay, so let's say that you can half your income living in like Virginia or Pennsylvania or something like that. Let's say, okay, so now you make let's say you make 130 or something, right? Let's say you make 130, right? And then you go buy a house for $500,000, right? Okay. So now your mortgage is like, you said it was 8, you said it was 12, or wait, you said it was 8,000, right? So let's say it's 5,000. Let's just round up 5,000, including like insurance, tax, HOA, whatever the fuck, right? So your mortgage is $5,000. You pull home.
Your mortgage is going to be motherfucking $3,700.
Right, $3,700 plus, your winter cost for energy and all that. So, but whatever. So so average all your stuff including car payments, you're going to be at $6,000, right? So, but you're taking home like 10 or something, right?
Yeah.
After tax or whatever. So you pay like $30,000 in tax a year or something, right? So like you said, you're making like 105 before tax. So you're paying $3,700. So what? That's 40%. You pay like 40% just for your living expenses, right? So you're saving. If you do nothing other than just save, like you're going to save 35 or 40,000. A year,
so
right?
Your take home is going to be $77,000, right? Divided by 12 equals. You're going to have $6,400 a month after taxes, right? So call it $6,500, right? Every month, right? And if your mortgage is $3,000, right? It's like literally you can afford $1,000 car payment and then still have all your bills paid because like your electric's not going to be any more than like fucking $200 a month. You're going to have $200 a month for electric. If you have oil or natural gas, that's $100 a month, right? Plus water and sewer, which is, like $150 every quarter. You're fucking good. You're golden.
Okay. So, but is what you're selling? Would you say that like people should move into like multi-generational 8-bedroom houses and like, have a farm going so people can stay home and the kids can work with the horses, and then when somebody's a vet so they can do it for free to take care of the kids. Take care of the house, the animals and stuff.
Would that be better? 100% like multi-generational living, right? But you don't have to have an 8-bedroom house, right? Like, why do you need that many fucking bedrooms? You need like fucking 3 or 4, right? Top end, right? Hold on. But
if you take care of your grandma, and grandpa, you got 3 or 4 kids, you got a baby mom or 2. Like, you're gonna need 8 bedrooms, right?
No, not at all. You need like 4 fucking bedrooms, right? And then you get 2 acres. You get 2 acres to a trailer on that bitch, or a camper or some shit. Fucking like somebody's living the fuck out there, right?
Well, if the HOA will allow it.
What's this HOA thing? Listen, I'm not doing HOA thing. I don't know what the fuck that is. Like, listen, we're not doing.
All right. Well, let's say that you do all that, and then you lose your job halfway through your mortgage, right? Or you get sick, or somebody gets cancer, or somebody. You know what I mean? Like, so then the whole thing
you have multi generations there, right? So you can all pull together for when bad shit like that happens. That's the whole fucking point of it, right? That's literally the whole point. Right? It's not that you're relying on one fucking person. It's get the weight off of one motherfucker, right? And like just dilute it out. So that now like it's no longer like one person pulling all the weight. Now you have fucking 4 or 5 people pulling this fucking weight with you. Right? And you can help. And then your kids are grown, you're halfway through the mortgage, your kids are fucking adults. They're helping pay the fucking bills. Like, listen, this is the whole fucking point of this shit. By the way, what up, Machine? How the fuck you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get him up to speed on the situation.
Article last night, man. Fucking, I was listening. I was driving down the fucking road and shit.
Yeah, it was excellent. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was surprised by the statistics, honestly. Even reading it again, because it's hard to absorb when you're looking at it for the first time. You got to read it like 2 or 3 times, honestly.
Yeah, these are things that I've already known. You know what I mean?
But is that stat before or after taxes though? See what I mean?
Wait, no, we're talking about the he was covering the abortion one from like yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, like those stats are bananas, right?
Yeah.
What are the stats?
It's like a bunch of it's 80 million like abortions is the article. So I don't know if you read it, but yeah, a lot of them are like white, black kids or whatever.
Yeah, it's a lot. I know it's a lot, and it's over the course of like 40 years or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, and so then it explains like why we have this deficit of people, and then it also explains that look, boy, we need a bunch of immigrants because you guys aborted your kids that we also like promoted and told everybody to wear a condom, and kids are evil when you're 16 years old, so don't have a kid or whatever. Yeah. So it kind of
You
hit
gotta
you
be a
with the.
good economic unit. Like, why wouldn't you want to be a good economic unit, Neurojack? Like, fucking, are you like anti?
Well,
Are you
but see,
anti-capitalist? You're not capitalist enough.
But see, that's the thing. But see, this is the thing, though. Is like, isn't it kind of weird that the same people who are telling you one thing are also promoting the other thing that makes the other thing happen, right? Like, that's kind of the. I mean, you could argue maybe it's not the same people, but I mean, kind of seems like
it's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing with the guy with the thing with the stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're doing one thing but doing the other at the same time, doing the other thing. You know, like fucking, it's the 12 different things, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, there's certain things and people we can't talk about, so that's why I'm trying to be a little careful here. But
it's economics, though. And I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like, you know, fucking, it's so much. It's. You ever heard the Chinese proverb? You ever heard the Chinese proverb about like the want of a horse?
No.
Hold on, let me see if I can look this up. It's fucking fascinating.
But I mean, what you're saying is the economics is basically like we need to reduce, 95% of the people on the earth is really what economics is painting a picture of. I mean, maybe over a course of 100 or 200 years, but ultimately, like, with the trajectory that we're all discussing, I mean, that does seem to be the general direction. Right?
Yeah. All right. So for the one of the male, the shoe was lost. For the one of the shoe, the horse was lost. For the one of a horse, the rider was lost. For the one of a rider, the war was lost. Being overtaken and slain by the enemy, all for the wanton care of a horseshoe and nail.
So economics or destiny?
Well, it's not that, bro. It's like, like everything that you do, right? Has a trade-off, right? At the end of the day, right? That whole like every action there's an equal and opposite reaction and shit, right? So like for everything you win, you lose, right? For every battle you win, there's something you lose. Like that's just a fact of fucking life. That's why like I stopped fighting with like, the people around me in my life, because I realized that when you fight people who you love, like you end up like destroying what you love.
Right. So what are you going to tell your kids when there's not a job that makes $150,000? You're going to say, okay, well, 15 people making $5,000 a year have to live together to like pay off that 5-bedroom house and live in a 2-acre whatever.
Yes.
And all your neighbors are going to be like Honduran, Haitians, whatever, and you guys are going to have to like just deal with it essentially.
I mean, okay. The question is, do me, you, or our kids, or anybody we know have any control over what the world's going to be?
Yeah, no, again, I'm not like attacking you. I know I'm saying it like in a very shitty way, but I'm just saying like that is kind of what you're saying, right? Like essentially like we don't have control. Like they're gonna try to execute you and put you in a pod, so you're gonna have to like adapt, right? Like we're gonna have to adapt to the circumstances.
Again, do any of us have any control over any of this, right? Like our best bet, right, is to have like, again, your only option is to have numbers, right? More guns in hands is how you win the day.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. And more capabilities to control, like, levers of function or power, I guess you'd say. I mean, not to quote Marx or something, but you know what I mean, like. Yeah, but you got to have some sort of.
I'm gonna send you a video, right? Machine, did you ever see the video of I have a video on my channel about what happened during fucking the Balkans Wars? Oh, in Bosnia? Never send you this video, Machine?
I don't remember it. I don't think so.
This is a really fascinating video. This isn't my video, right? This is somebody else. I stole this video, right? I'll be honest with you. But I thought it was important to keep it for posterity, right? Because it's fucking amazing. And it goes through like the process of what happened in Bosnia, right? When like they were surrounded by like the military and cut off for an entire year. And like it's basically this whole like city came under siege. And, he said in the end of the day, the only thing that really mattered was guns in hands. Right. You know what I'm saying? He said, like, the more people you had, the better off you were. He said there was problems. Like the things that they really wanted wasn't like ammo and gold or anything like this. It was paper plates and fucking like paper towels and like sanitary shit. He said that was the shit that they really fucking needed, right? And it was tough because like
keeping up morale, keeping people like still like level-headed and shit, essentially.
No, just keeping clean, bro. Like the ability to clean shit stops infections.
Yeah, of course, but also it keeps up morale too. Like if you can kind of like be clean and not have, you know what I mean? Like it keeps up your morale of your people. Like you might survive, but you're not gonna, you know, it's going to be a lot tougher if you're like getting dysentery and you know what I mean? But yeah, I get you.
Death happens when you can't be clean, right? You know what I mean? Like you got to wipe your ass. You got to be able to like fucking clean wounds. You know what I mean? There's going to be cuts and things of this nature, right? Whiskey, he said, like fucking, I would store up whiskey in motherfucking like, in like a fucking closet, right? If I had to do it again, right? I'd have whiskey, fucking paper plates, paper towels, right? Of course, ammo and guns, but you know what I mean? Like, and he said I would have a fucking house that didn't look like it was like fucking super secure because those were the first ones broken into, right? But like in the end of the day, it was guns in hands, and it's always guns in hands though. Like the more people you have, the better off you are.
Right, but my point is, like, you know, the Haitians and Hondurans are going to get sent to your neighborhoods that you're living 2 acres, 15 people in a 5-bedroom house at $5,000 a piece. Like, you know, you're going to have, like, you're going to be able to, like, whip those people up and, like, trust them that they're going to have your back when the shit hits the fan. I mean, or are they going to come and be the ones robbing your house, right?
I mean, well, in the end of the day, right? You know what I mean? Like, when shit hits the fan, I don't think you got to worry about, like, coming up with money, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the bills are getting paid any fucking more. Like, if it gets to that point.
Yeah, but if they have, like, robot police and, like, you know, the police are going to come throw you out of your house and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
they won't, right? They won't. And that's the thing, right? Is like, they just won't because there's no reason to, right? And by the way, guns in hands. That means you have to send a lot of robots.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing is, like let me give you an example. Like, look, here's the situation, right? Like, I understand what you're saying, but here's what I'm saying, right? So, like, and I know I'm not doing a good job of describing it, but like the general direction we're going in, right? Like BlackRock's going to open like 90% of the houses in 50 years, right? Like for sure, right? So pretty much if you don't make your rent, you're not going to have a place to live. So you're going to be out on the street, like living with the fentanyl people or living in the woods or whatever, right? And then if you go try to shoot a deer to like feed yourself, well, there's probably not going to be any because everybody else already out there killed all the deers. But then let's assume that they're there. You know, let's assume that they're there. And you got to do that. Well, you know, now you're going to have a park ranger or a robot park ranger that's going to come and put you in jail or try to find you or whatever. And like, it's just going to be like survival mode, right? So, because, you know, again, like, I'm not saying that like it's going to be like everybody's going to be on the street, but what I mean is like if you're trying to do things outside the system, like that's not really going to be possible, right? Like you're going to have to work within the confines of the economic situation, right?
But you like the thing again, like if shit hits the fan while they were talking, there won't be any economics.
Well, we'll have bigger problems at that point anyways, but I'm talking about, like, I don't think the shit's going to hit the fan in that way, like, where it's going to be like Mad Max. I think it's going to hit the fan in the sense where, like, you can't actually, like, own anything, right? Like, you're not going to own that property whatsoever. I mean, you don't really own it now anyways because you got to pay your property tax, or the police will show up and confiscate your house and sell it to BlackRock, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? So, like, again... This is why I'm trying to tell you, like, bro, they're going to put these motherfuckers in pods who are relying upon the government.
Right, but we all rely upon the government or the corporations, which are becoming one and the same, essentially, anyways, right? So that's kind of what I'm saying is, like, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is, like, ultimately, like, are we kind of at the mercy of the economics regardless? Like, we can't really, like, not be dependent on the, like, that's kind of what your article was about earlier, I think, is, like, yeah, we're not really able to be independent of our economics or the mercy of these global corporations to like take care of our car or something. I mean, to some extent we can, but let's say that like, you know, we go to war with China and, you know, in like a month or something, and we can't get all the parts to like keep up that car that we need to keep going to our job or whatever. So then all that work you know, I'm just saying like, and I'm just trying to throw like scenarios out at you because like you know, I think the economics are dictating that this is going to go towards like not owning anything and stuff like that. And again, I'm just trying to put it like so where like how like again just to go back, like what are you going to tell your kids to do in this economics? Are you going to tell them to go like learn AI? Or are you going to tell them to like because there's not going to be really secure blue collar jobs, really. I mean, or maybe that's all there will be, but still, it's going to be very competitive, as you said. So, like, what's the advice that you're going to give people at this point?
There is no advice to give anymore, right? Like, all of us have kind of gotten to the point where, like, none of us have anything that we can tell anybody to fuck else, right? Because none of us know what's going to happen. Like, shit has changed so much in the past 15 fucking years, right? That, like, any of us who have any guess what's going to happen over the next 5, right, would probably be 100% wrong. Right. So I'm not going to tell anybody any fucking thing. Right. You know what I mean? I'm just going to raise my kids to be my kids. Right. Because there's no point in preparing them for an economy that might not even exist. Right. You know what I mean? Or an economy that don't even know like what the fuck's going to exist at all. Like, are they educating the kids at all? They're not educating the kids in any way. Like, further lets you know again, right? They're going to put niggas in pots. That's what's going to happen. Like, that's the only fucking answer is why the fuck all this shit's happening.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, so I appreciate it. So again, that's because I do want to go back into your articles that we're going to go over, but I just wanted to like preface all that because that's where I'm going to go. But again, I think we agree on that. I think that is the truth. Like,
yeah,
they're gonna start. They're basically gonna like it's like pod or like suicide. I mean, well, whatever. What are we saying now? What's the new term? Not aliving yourself or whatever. They're not going to give us that many options. I agree. I mean, but the thing is, they do need people. But again, like I don't think like the deal is just like the deal that we all want is going to get worse and worse. But I do think that like that doesn't mean we should give up. So again, I'm actually not trying to be black belt at all. I'm just trying to say like let's get all the caveats out of the way first. But ultimately, I do think people need to like try to have labor organizations and stuff like that because it still will be like I think they're kind of gaslighting people to say that there's no like room for labor organizations or that it's all going to be fake and gay like Teamster, black, fat black transgender lady in control of the Teamsters or whatever they're doing now, But I think that's almost psyop to like make people not interested in doing it, if that makes any sense. And it works really well. I mean, like I tried to get involved in my, my local union when I was doing a union kind of job, and I was like, man, these people fucking suck, dude. I do not want to be around these people, because they don't actually care about the people at all. Like they're just there to, they're basically serving the corporation they're supposed to be, what do you call it? Contracting with or whatever. So.
Yeah, I mean, like it's one of those things, right? Where like they've painted themselves into a fucking corner, and there's nothing they can do, right? There's nothing anybody can do because like everybody's like we have no idea what the fuck to do, so like we're just gonna like fuck off.
Yeah, they're just gonna write it out essentially. Yeah, exactly. So if you want, Machine, appreciate you being here. I'm not trying to ignore you. I just I wanted to make sure I get all that out because your article, yeah. No, your articles, because I want to go through the other articles you're talking about. So the one before that, so because we were going in reverse, right? So that was your latest one. What was the one before that? Because I didn't read the latest two apparently. So.
I just talked about a trucking company fucking closing, right? And I mean, and like shitting on a fucking YouTuber that pissed me the fuck off, right? When he covered it.
What was that about briefly?
All right, well, listen, I'll read it to you. All right, so hold up. Let me share my fucking screen. Present. Share screen. This one. Share. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go.
No, that's my screen. That's the other thing that Pinoid wanted to show us.
Yeah, no, that's something I want y'all to have, right? Because I think it's fucking awesome, right? And I think it's something that both of y'all need to watch. I think it's great information. You know what I mean? And like my stuff's not like fucking, like a fucking 5-volume fucking book set, right? Take you 20 minutes to watch my shit. All right, so this is a massive trucking company closes. 10 Roads Trucking and laying off 2,600 drivers. All right, so 10 Roads Express, which has operated since 1947, it's a trucking company with 2,400 trackers and 2,600 drivers. It hauls freight exclusively for the USPS, United States Postal Service. The company has been losing freight since January 2025. The Postal Service has been running its own routes and placing more of its loads on load boards. This has allowed it to be bid on by Indian and Pakistani drivers who will do it for pennies on the dollar due to them being subsidized by the federal government's generous welfare programs and the lack of need for proper operating procedures. At the same time, the Teamsters have been in labor disputes with 10 roads since January. Due to the company not being publicly traded, knowledge of its long-term debts is not available. Insiders in the companies have stated that they carry heavy burdens from the past 50 years of settlements and debt accumulation from facing hard times of high-priced fuels, part shortages, and general operations in a high-risk field. Garbage YouTubers like Mother Truckers are trying to blame the Teamsters because, of course, they blame the workers when you're an immigrant Jew from the West Coast. I've interviewed with this company and have guys inside of it, and I can tell you they are a cut-rate operation that's been living at the margin for years. They've been hiring non-domiciled drivers and have been trying to keep things afloat for decades. The Postal Service has come under extra pressure due to its own pension and healthcare obligations. At the same time, Amazon has driven its rates into the dirt and is increasingly shipping an increasing share of its freight. I've watched over the years as Amazon has broken other companies such as Burlington Air Express, DB Schenker, and Town Air. Amazon demands tight delivery windows, low-cost shipping, and has become increasingly reliant on the Postal Service to ship its goods while still promising free shipping to its customers. The government agency has become a de facto subsidy for Amazon. There is a reason Sears moved away from this model as the middle class emerged. Companies cannot afford to ship goods across the country and pay for workers who can afford those goods while keeping their prices affordable. The union question is one that should never be asked. The idea that unions are just corrupt leftist organizations is a complete joke. More money comes from the Democratic coffers from CEOs and from any union. Teachers unions are a problem, but they are in the public sector and basically hold the taxpayers hostage. Regular unions show the real cost of hiring actual workers who can afford basic necessities and often don't meet the threshold, with our new knowledge of the real poverty line being $150,000 before taxes. If you measure the cost of food by the Fed's own numbers, most of the country's impoverished due to the lack of buying power, and the boomers leaving us the mess of the embedded growth obligation in housing. No union in the country makes demands anywhere near that. Even the Teamsters with UPS drivers real earnings around 90K, which is normal in the industry. The rest of the supposed pay is 1K contribute with a middle class. You cannot have both.
Yeah, you kind of like roboted as you read the last paragraph, right?
Oh, I said the union question is one that should never be asked. The idea that unions are just corrupt leftist organization is a complete joke. More money comes in the Democratic coffers from CEOs than from any union. Teachers unions are a problem, but they're in the public sector and basically hold the taxpayers hostage. Regular unions show the real cost of hiring actual workers who can afford the basic necessities and often don't even meet that threshold. Without new knowledge of the real poverty line being $150,000 before taxes. What?
Oh, well, no, well, see this, so and I just want to say this because I meant to say it when you're reading. I didn't want to interrupt you, but like, see, this is part of the problem with the whole capitalist thing that you're talking about is because, like, so what you're saying is like, the decisions made by the bureaucracy of the government is impacting us down here in the thing, and then the capital, the capital class or whatever, they're down there like making decisions that are basically like erasing the middle class or erasing anybody having a decent job or anything decent. And so like there should be like people should be basically executed for like doing this kind of stuff because really what they're doing is like like they're basically taking advantage of the public trust in order to like gain profit, and ultimately they're just wiping out. Because at the end you say like you can live in an impoverished country with cheap shit, or you can live in a country with all that. But like that's the thing is like we're not even allowed really to decide to have a country that's an actual nation. Essentially, it's just like you said, it's like an economic zone essentially, right? So
yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, my kids is trying to call me. I'll be right back.
All right. Hello, machine.
Nothing much. I was recording a bunch of stuff with Brown's boy. He's like, he caused a bunch of like people to react to him or whatever. Some weird coordination, definitely. I mean,
The CIA is all involved. Probably. Not, yeah, I say that jokingly, but probably not. Probably not a joke. But yeah, pretty crazy. Well, well, look at it this way: we might get on the Alex Stein show one day. I guess that's
right,
might get
like, being
yeah.
negatively reviewed, most likely. You know, but yeah.
I mean, at least it'll be funny, I guess. Well, maybe even Glenn Beck will do a hit piece on us. And, maybe that'll be a success. We'll get the Mormons stalking us or something. So we'll get the Mormons and the Scientologists after us. I'm kind of joking, but not really. But yeah, sounds like fun. Yeah, I didn't mean to drop out of the conversation until later called, and then I kept getting disconnected. But that was a really interesting conversation we were having there about the whole, you know, whatever Hyperborean is trying to say about, you know, what do you think about him saying that, like, I mean, it is technically Gnostic. He's basically making a Gnostic argument. What do you think about his Gnostic argument?
Well, I definitely don't believe that like nothingness has like ontological status, right? So I am aligned with him on some of that, right?
Yeah, I agree with that too. That's why I was kind of confused. I was like, okay, I agree with the ex, you know, there can't be any ex nihilo, but I don't quite understand this other
yeah
side of it.
Yeah, but the other thing he's trying to say is like, I guess he was just going at Joe Cool's entire because I think Joe Cool was representing a light version of what Zephyr was actually saying. So he should have just talked to Zephyr, right? Because she's the other side of the coin, right? Where she's saying that every view is valid, right? He's saying no, there's got to be only one valid perspective, right? So so they could have just gone at each other, but they weren't really communicating. I guess he thought it was more interesting to talk to Joe Cool because he's a lot older than Zephyr or whatever.
Well, Joe Cool has a very, like, you know, common man way of talking too. So I think it's also, like, I found it very interesting, you know, like the difference of like really woo woo, like, you know, metaphysical stuff, and then it's like, you know, what you talking about, man? Like, I like that. That's a good.
Well, there's another recording later in the show where he's talking to Jack Talcott, and that's a pretty interesting dynamic to look at as well, because at one stage you could think like in a different sort of a world they could have been co-hosts, but not in this world. like weird.
Yeah, Joe Cool's interactions with Talcott have always been funny to me. He usually, like, man, he always ends with like suck my dick or something like that.
He's kind of like he is kind of like a black version of a hippie, of like, you know what I mean? Like, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's just funny. Like, I don't know why. Just like that style of rhetoric, like his style of rhetoric to me is just like really, really funny. I don't know why, but it's just, for whatever reason, it's just really funny to me.
Well, you know what he does, like in those videos, it's not too different from his tactic on the panels, where he'll sort of like engage with somebody and then he'll say like, well, this is strange how you're reacting to this situation, to kind of call out the inconsistencies of how they're using or applying like their own rules, right? So obviously he'll do that to the police officers, right? He'll be like, well,
Yeah,
you're
exactly. Yeah.
well, you're reacting to me out of emotion. You're doing this because you're mad at me and not because you're following some rule or law. So you want to follow whatever rule or apply whatever rule you want whenever you want. So he'll say that a lot on panels. I've seen him pull that move. So that's the tactic he has in the videos. If you watch his videos, right, it's kind of a similar tactic on the panels. The way he engages is interesting.
Yeah, he's cop watching everybody.
In a way, right?
He's the real truther cop, essentially. This is it.
Well, to a man with a hammer, like if you're doing it for long enough, right, you might like. And some of his friends that were also cop watchers were in the chat, and they're pretty fun, right? Like they're fun people, honestly. But
yeah, it's just fun. That is kind of funny actually. So I don't know.
Yeah, he was bringing people to the show, so
yeah. No, but it's just funny because like it made Hyperborean really annoyed, but I thought it was really productive though. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I thought
I was just trying to lighten the mood. A little bit, but it wasn't really. But I really did want to understand the differences in the points because
well,
I wish I would not have dropped out of that one point because I think it was actually going somewhere at that point. So.
Yeah, what's funny is that like Pinoid had a little session with them, right? Like Avian had a little session with them. So did Twilight. And so did Hyperborean. So like they all had their little like moment where they tried to break shit down for Joe Cool. It's pretty funny. But yeah, it's definitely like a lot of these dudes in Detroit, but it's like security guards or some shit. We like go to like a store, like the same store, and they'll be like a security guard, or some dude like you always talk to, and it's always like an old black dude. And,
I mean, I've learned a lot from old black dudes, man. I mean, I'll be honest with you, like a lot of old black dudes. They do have a lot of wisdom, but also like it is kind of funny, like the whole like cop watch. Like I don't really like the whole cop watching thing because like I get it in a sense, but it's also kind of like worshiping the system in a way because you're just trying to like find legal loopholes and stuff. But I do think that there's a use to it, right? But it's also kind of like I think it actually helps the system in a way. Like it's almost like well, you haven't seen the Jurassic Park movie, but in the Jurassic Park movies, they put the Velociraptors like in this like pen with like electric fences, and so the Velociraptors are always like testing all the different points on the fence, trying to figure out like where's the weak spot so they can like get out and eat the people, right? And I feel like that's what a lot of this like cop watching and stuff like this does. Is like it just helps refine like the legal system into a better prison or something like that. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm coming out with with Pinoid right now about the system itself, and that's kind of where hopefully he'll come back and we'll jump into that more because I think that's kind of what his articles are kind of alluding to in a weird way of like how the system's kind of like refining itself over time or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but kind of like it kind of uses our struggle against it to like make itself more robust, I guess you'd say, right? And I don't think he's trying to say that, but that's kind of what I took out of his articles, I guess, if that makes any sense. But
yeah, well, it's like the one I was reading yesterday, right?
Which one?
I'm the one with the abortions. It's like, talking about the appliances and how the home appliances tied into the, to the whole schema of the things, how to free up the housework, right? And how the women who had like one, baby or whatever, right? you know, they were like not forced into work or whatever. Like they would just work less.
Right. So it becomes like this reinforcement of the particular situation or something. Yeah. I mean, that's what's kind of weird about the whole like.
Yeah, it
Like,
says here.
like-
It says from 1930s to the 1950s, the country had become electrified. The standard of living rose to the point where 75% of the U.S. population had a car, when 30 years later it was only 20%. This also applied to appliances. In 1950, 80% of the population had a refrigerator, whereas 30 years earlier, only 10% had one. So it's crazy. Cars and refrigerators, right? Like those are pretty huge. And he's saying like it moved from like 20 to 75%. You know, like 10% to 80%. There's a huge echo. But yeah. Where's that coming from?
Neurojack's echoing.
All right, how about now? Better now or
I don't
no?
know.
All right,
Yeah,
maybe
but
we
it
said-
ties into the whole like Alul quote, you know, like at the beginning, right? It's like, you know, it's talking about how the system kind of recreates man, right? It says it says man obeys the clock, right? He lives in a world of stone, right? He hardly makes contact with living things, right? All this stuff, right?
Yeah, I figured the quote fit proper, you know what I mean, for like the article. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I've been trying
Yeah,
to tie it, you know what I mean? I've been trying to tie it back together.
Right.
Listen, I be grinding hard to motherfucking make shit work. You know, like, I'm out here doing this for y'all.
No, I appreciate that. And did you hear what I said about how like my interpretation of what you were trying to say? If that did you hear that or not? If not, I'll just repeat it briefly.
No. Like, I didn't hear it. I was talking to my daughter.
No, you're good. No, I said like what I see your articles as kind of saying in a sense is like, in from my perspective, it's like you're kind of saying that like in a way, the more that we're struggling against the system in a sense, like the system is kind of like learning from us in a sense. I know you're not saying that, but like that's what I hear. Like, and I think this, when we go backwards to the previous article before that, the one about the like no white culture, you say a lot of stuff in there that I think is very much like, it's very much like in the wheel of like what I've been trying to say to a lot of people, but just from a totally different angle. So if we can get into that, we need to go over the major points of that article too. I think that's the next one.
I can read that for you real quick. You know what I'm saying? Not a big deal. There's no white culture. As much as we pretend it does not exist, right? Let's start where it starts. Who your people were in the old world depends on where you land in this conversation. What is white? What does this term come from? White began as blanco, a way to differentiate the Spanish colonists from the indigenous people they encountered and the slaves they brought to work the plantation. This, of course, led to the belief as long as Europeans weren't committing crimes against each other, it wasn't really a crime. This, of course, led to the Enlightenment ideas of scientific racialism. Look, history is what it is. We're built from what we are built from. My people were Roman. We enslaved everyone. Our society lives off guilt. We are well aware that what we have done will come back to haunt us. It lives in our psyches. We created fictions that justify what we have done. The Africans sold their own people to us. It was the Jews who ran the slave trade. They were better off. They were savages who would never invented the wheel. We are the superior people. And these are all true. The Africans sold their own people. The Jews were the merchants who sold and financed the sales of slaves. The Africans never invented the wheel, and we had better technology. The thing is, though, none of these are in a vacuum. The African continent is shit. It has less coastline and deep water ports or rivers that can be traversed in Norway. The center of it has a fly called the tsetse fly that carries sleeping sickness, which kills all large bovine animals, so they can only carry goods. I had somebody like lose their shit about this in my fucking Discord, right? All right, so the people like have existed in Africa for like, fucking 5 million years, whatever the fuck it is, right? But like the bovines and the animals and the domesticated animals are only 13,000 years, right? So like it kind of like, didn't have the time to be able to evolve to like stop this shit, right? All right, which kills all large moving animals so they can only carry goods. The river systems drop 1,000 feet in elevation, 100 miles from the coast, so they can never support trade or major inland transport. The Jews did the finance because the Christians were not supposed to be allowed to do usury. So we use the Jews to fund our economies when they're greed overgrew our abilities. We had transport and access to the Silk Road, which enables all the worst brain power to be put to use to trade and upgrades. The Aztecs and the Africans were not part of this network. See, here's the thing. We all evolved somewhere. And this is the point of the essay. Before we were white, we were Genoan or Parisian or Budapestan, right? Or Budian and Pestin, right? We were the sons of Will or Smith, the McGregor clan, the Julians. We never considered ourselves white. Our cultures were formed over thousands of years of forced interdependence on others based on the land and available resources or food. These cultures were reflected in art. The background to different masterpieces shows different land masses and geography. The culture of a place touched someone so much that they needed to express it and write it down because it belonged to them. They were the culture. They embodied it. The teachings and practices and idiosyncrasies of what the interactions were carried down over the years. These beautiful parts of who we were as humans and family have mostly been lost to the economic needs of a digital age. This white descriptor became a measuring stick of the economy. We used to say, be a proper white man to get a job to support your family. This had connotations. It meant not having a culture that kept you from doing whatever it took to earn your way into the economic system. These connotations are still there today, but mostly they are used to differentiate one group of workers from another. The scientific management looks at someone who is white and assumes they have had their culture ripped out. They assume they can read and write and have the understanding needed to do the task. They assume they will be able to they will ask for a certain amount of money based on the economic caste. This is used by politicians and advertisers to sell ideas and goods because the whites have been sold a standard of living and a way of life. We pretend that America never had a caste system. I'm pretty sure the Northern Whites always looked at the blacks and the new money as beneath them. The slaves were slaves and the white trash was white trash. The landowners married landowners. One of the Waltons just married one of Swift's children. This is the way things are. We are humans. The study of economics is the study of what people do all day. This is why I say all interactions are transactional. The interdependence between people is the basis, not just for economic means, but also cultural means. Culture dictates the rules for interaction. We went from having unwritten codes and rules that were understood to laws and actual codes written down that are punishable and actionable by force. This court system was set up to destroy the local power structures that restricted the actions of national or international merchants that were antithetical to the cohesiveness of local people. Anyone who's ever been to court will tell you it's an impersonal, cold, unfeeling machine. This is why it's run by women today. They are compliant and lack the empathy to break the rules when needed. Culture is created over long periods by people who live in a place generationally. Today, we're just beginning to smell the idea that this used to be the norm after 500 years of mass migration from the old continent to the new. Men like Ben Shapiro do not want the system to end. It's why he says retarded shit like, you are not entitled to live in a place you grew up. If you cannot afford to live here, then you should leave. Man, listen, I gotta fix that fucking right there. You cannot have the freedom to move wherever you want in the culture. Freedom is the great destroyer of culture. When you give tribesmen the Amazon, the internet, they start shitting on their local women and calling them fat and asking, what color is you Bugatti? Right? See, culture is a restriction of the movement of capital and knowledge. You cannot have scientific governance and still have superstitions or practices that hinder technological development. The Amish or the Jews are a good example of this. The Jews are not even allowed to drive on the Sabbath. They must hang up their keys and not touch them all day. The Amish restrict transportation to keep their people close. This runs directly counter to any good government that wants jobs and employment in industries that create sellable goods. Cars are the best way to keep massive swaths of a place employed. With 10,000 moving parts, the manufacturing for each part of the supply chain keeps a town somewhere alive. The Nietzschean way of thought that says if something can be knocked down, it should be knocked down, destroy the very pillars that uphold societies and communities. No one puts baby in the corner as an attitude of a man who has no responsibility to his bloodline or higher society. This attitude destroyed the very bonds of a community that keeps basic structures, what Machiavelli called virtue, alive. That guy who cuts the grass at the park where the kids play, the engineer who volunteers his time locally to help with the infrastructure and sends his kids off and doesn't push them to stay and help as the community is filled with Muslim immigrants who aren't of his people, they don't share his culture. If they don't share his culture but are part of his community, ownership needed to assume stewardship dies. We say this is my land or this is my nation, this is my community, this is my city. This implies you have a responsibility to it. It implies it has a responsibility to you. You are part of it, and it's part of you. When you have to leave it and leave another place and leave another place, all of a sudden you're like a woman who jumps from dick to dick to dick. You eventually can't pair bond at all. You will have no culture and end up as a nation of wanderers and merchants. This has been our people forever. We have not spent generations in a place. We have been moving around, not having the basic structures that would create good culture. We have laws of the road like hobos, but unlike hobos, we have no shared suffering. We blame each other for our societal failings and won't even leave markings on a post to help each other find the way. I would love to get back to having cultures, but we have to accept that borrowing from the future and having exponential growth economically and technologically is not possible if we want it. We have to let the chips fall where they are and may intentionally and stop trying to where they may internationally and stop trying to replace ourselves with computers. It is time for us to take the next step, break this economic zone into multiple nations and settle in for a few dozen generations, become new races and people. I hope we do. Only then will we find culture and true love again.
Right. So there's a lot packed into that. I think the responsibility thing you said is a big key one, and stewardship. So like responsibility, stewardship, tied to the land, economic, like the fact that we're bouncing around economically. But so I guess what you're saying is like, so are you basically saying to like white folks, like essentially like
damn white folk,
them damn white folk. You try to tell us like we got to be more. I mean, I don't want to say subservient, but basically,
no,
ourselves and basically like
that's not it. That's not it at all.
We got to go back to being what? But we got to go back and be like serfs on the land, essentially, and like.
I mean,
once we're serfs,
stop with the serfs term. Just like being belonging to a land, like being a part of a land. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, like, and I'm not saying it in a derogatory way, but it's like, okay, so like on the one end, you're like, well, the merchants, like, we don't want to be merchants and this and that, but like the merchants, the international ruthless cosmopolitans, like run us, right? Like their kids go to Harvard, and their kids like, fly to Moscow, to London, to New York City, and all this, but then like we support them by like our economic activity and like bowing down. So again, I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is like it's an interesting like dynamic where it's like we just need to kind of like hunker down and do the thing, and so I get like, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree in a lot of ways. Like you're saying, like use the Amish or the Jews as like an example. And like I can kind of agree with that in a sense, but at the same time, it's like we're kind of at the mercy of the economics and the technology and stuff like this too. So, but so I guess there's like a balance that we need to strike between those two things, right? Like,
okay. So, like, listen. All right. So check us out, right? There's two ways you could use this technology, right? Well, three, right? You could use it to like create viruses that'll eat the entire world, you know what I'm saying? And like murder the whole population except for a select few, right? There's, you could take it and turn everybody into like pod dwelling, like fucking, city folks who are addicted to fucking porn and, like, just like raw animals who eat goy slop, right? But there's a third option, right? And I wrote about this, right? Fucking, actually wrote a piece about this. Post, go back. Hang on a second. Fucking view all, search for artificial general intelligence. Okay, so I wrote about this. Right. Okay, so the pods, cyberpunk. Shit. Let's see here. I'm trying to see fucking Skynet. I think there was like two of these I wrote about this. to be honest with you. Right. Hang on a minute. Go back here. Posts. AI. Fucking June 25th. Is it too late? Is it too late? Hang on. Is this it? I'm trying to see because I actually wrote some shit about this.
Yeah, what are you talking about right now? Because if it's about AI, I have a lot I can add. So,
Well, we're talking about how like the economic system, and so it's like he's saying like white people, we need to like kind of go back to the land and build a culture and like stop moving around and being rootless cosmopolitans trying to be something or be someone that we're not. And I'm saying like, well, like we're kind of ruled by people that are rootless and do kind of like rule over us because they're only moving around money and stuff. So I'm like, well, how do we play like offense and defense while like we're kind of like becoming serfs on the land or something like that, you know? And again, I'm kind of mischaracterizing what he's saying.
Yeah, it's not serfs that you're looking for, right? In the end of the day, it's not serfs, right? It's literally like you just want to be part of the land and tied to the land and have like a nationality, right? Like be something that is from somewhere.
Well, why don't you tell the Jews that then?
I think quickly though, you know, a lot of people talk about the dangers of AI, but I don't see many people talking about the dangers of cloud computing. You know, cloud computing coupled with AI is what's super dangerous. Cloud computing, you know, IoT is connected to the cloud, and you know, during the 2019, you know, the cloud, you know, like AWS and Azure, they make so much money. You know, Amazon actually loses money from its store, but it gains money from its cloud services, which is called AWS, Amazon Web Services. You know, that can.
Yeah. Well, before we get into that, like, let's make sure it's connected to like the human side of it, right? Like, I mean, I know what you're saying, and I think it's really important. But I'm saying like, let's stick to like how like all that is affecting us on the ground level, and then tie it back with like to all that. If that makes sense.
You know, Klaus Schwab tell you how. Basically, they're trying to collect data on the edge, you know, using what is called edge analytic devices, and then they can like perfect or improve their predictive models that they host on the cloud, and that way they can like improve their, I don't know, surveillance systems and.
Well, that's kind of what I've been that's kind of what I was arguing is like I think his like what I see from his articles is that like it's like I think that he's right in a lot of ways, but what I'm saying is like I'm concerned with what you're saying, where it's like, aren't we kind of helping the system like get better at it? Because like if we drop, like, you can't really drop out of the system economically. You can't, like, this is what we started off talking about. Like, we can't really survive economically, right? Like we're so dependent on the system that we can't really drop out, right? And like, you know, maybe we could like have a farm or something, but ultimately we're kind of at the mercy of what's going on. But at least we can have like more control over our situation with like family and stuff like that. But also like, I guess it goes back to like the sitting duck situation. Like, in a sense, like the Amish aren't sitting ducks, but in another sense they are sitting ducks. So it's like, I guess it's like, you know, and it's going to get more and more that way because of the technology, yes. But it's like, to what degree do we prioritize things? You know.
Okay, listen. Let me pose my third option real quick, right? So, like, the third option is that like you create farmer poets, right? Like, rather than like fucking standing here creating pod dwellers or any of this shit, you create farmer fucking poets, right? You know, I mean, where like, you know, you're tied to the land, you're part of a community, you're part of everything, but the AI like allows you to be able to like, you know, fucking have Aristotle, like you can, you know, what I mean, like read Aristotle and Plato and read and do all this type of shit, but like it helps you grow food, and it makes your like, and you have like 3D printers in your neighborhood, right? It makes you kind of like self-sufficient, right? And that's, you know what I mean, like that's the best use of AI. You know what I'm saying? But we're not we don't want to move towards like anything that's good for humanity. We just want to go move towards like what's good for like the very, very upper class. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, I agree with you, and I think that's kind of what I'm saying is like there. My big problem with the technology is that the way that it seems to being implemented is it's only going to benefit the top 1 to 5% of people, and everybody else is just going to get bulldozed by it. And again, like honestly, like I could even say like let's just say for the sake of argument, like 50% of the people on the earth, like I could give a fuck less about. Let's just say it like that, right? But then it's like the rest of us, like I don't want us to get wiped off the face of the earth. So it's like now what? So it's you know what I mean? So
You said farmer pellets, like what did you say? Farmer
poets.
Yeah, farmer poets.
Oh, farmer poets. So
yeah,
like writing poetry. Yeah, like
listen, bro. Like, okay, have you ever heard of warrior poets?
yes. Okay, I see what you mean now. Yeah, okay.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, you know, instead of like warrior poets.
I know 100% what you mean. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you create somebody who's like still on the land, but they're not like struggling to survive. You know
there's actually a good book about farmer poets. It's a Japanese though, but I know you don't.
Oh, now they're giving out tablets in jail. Yeah, they've been doing that for 5 or 6 or 10 years now. Like, bro, listen, it's been a normal thing forever. Yeah. Like, yo, because it's easier to like let somebody have a fucking tablet so they can text back and forth with people and they can make money. It's like 25 or like 5 cents a text or some shit like that. Right? It's fucking ridiculous. Speaking of which, I got to put money on.
Right, but that's what they're doing with the whole economic system. Is like the whole economic system is like jail with like tablets with 5 cents a text. Right,
No,
like that's kind of what they're doing.
Behavior, bro, is what it is.
Question for you, Pinoy. Do you think war with swords and arrows was more noble than with guns and modern artillery?
Oh, a million times, yes.
Yeah. In medieval times, yeah. In what times? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, 1,000,000%, yes. 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 A million percent.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah, I think that's really one of the biggest problems because now war is just for faceless corporations. That's really not even for your own interests or your own people. You know what I mean? And but in the past, war was different. War had a metaphysical dimension to it.
Well, but here the thing is, like, honestly, a lot of war probably wasn't for the best interest of your people either. It's usually like out of like the necessity because either the king ran his mouth or whatever happened. I mean, sometimes it was over resources, but a lot of times it was just over like, I mean, at least in Europe, I mean, a lot of it was over a lot of bullshit too. So, I mean, but generally speaking, like, I think that it is more honorable too, because it's like, when you got to look a person in the eye before you like, cut their head off. I mean, it's a lot more real, you know what I mean? So,
I mean, the chances for glory are much higher.
Wait, say that again?
The chances for glory are much higher.
Right. Like the risk reward, you're saying like the risk reward, yeah. I mean, reward risk, that thing, yeah.
Yeah. Like, you're not like, listen, you're not going to become like a fucking, like the last motherfucker who like really like was, recognized as a fucking soldier was the guy who Rambo was based off of. Right. And even then, most of us don't know his fucking name.
Well, it's like Achilles or something like that too. But so
no. I'm talking about like recently in our.
No,
world.
I know, but I get what you're saying. It's like, you live on in infamy because of your heroicness, or like what's the guy Beowulf or some shit, right?
Yeah.
You live on through whatever you call it. But so you don't have to go. I mean, if you want to read your articles in reverse, you can. But like. So the thing you talk about on this one is I traced it back. Then the next thing you were saying is something about how like it's like the native versus the colonizer, and you use like King Arthur specifically. And I thought that was very interesting because you were saying like King Arthur was like the son of a Roman noble and like some British, harlot or something, or I don't know what it was, but
No. She was like, it was like a Britain lady or whatever it was. You know what I mean? Yeah. Fucking.
Right.
Yeah. So
But you're
like,
saying that that's how they like psyop people. So you say, I mean, you didn't say this directly, but like my interpretation of it is like they kind of use like the mixed children of conquerors and natives and this and that to like kind of like sell the destruction of culture or something like that. I thought that was very interesting.
no, I mean, it's not really what it's about. It's they like. What you end up having is, and this is what Machiavelli said, like if you want to be able to conquer a place, you have to like move your people there, right? But like eventually when you do that, after like so many generations, like the people become like part of that land and they're no longer part of yours, right? And then they'll rise up. And because like they're from your core, they have the capability and knowledge, and they've added in the local customs into and like made them better. I don't know the word I'm looking for here. Fucking, I'm reaching at the moment. Like they've taken them and made them like the most like shit that they can be, right? You know what I mean? They've taken them and they like fucking. I'm not personified them, bro. Like I don't know. It's more, yeah. But they stood there and they took their cultures, they combined them. You know, they took the best parts of them, and then they end up aiming that back at you. Right, and that's what happened in Britain with, King Arthur and shit, who's supposed to be the first king of fucking Britain. We don't know if he actually existed, right? But like that's technically like what the myth is that he was the son of a Roman noble and like a fucking British mother, right? And he became the first king. But yeah, it's fucking fascinating shit. But the fall of empires. When do colonists become folk? I run my articles through Notebook LM after publishing. It's mostly an edit of my concepts and makes a podcast. It's about 30 minutes long with two people having a conversation about my work. It also makes a short 7-minute video that I put up on my YouTube channel. In doing so, it allows me to listen to others' perspective on my work while going down the road or in the shower. This sometimes gives me a deeper insight into the concepts I'm writing about, essentially giving me a chance to be inspired by what I've already written. I don't read other people's articles. I don't read other people's articles as much as I used to. The reason is twofold. One, I don't want my work to sound like anyone else's. And two, I want to finish the threads I'm pulling on before being dragged into the mud. I want to pull on the thread I started with my last article. This relates to the core concept of the Substack as a whole because it's fundamental to understand the underlying mechanisms of my political philosophy. There was a book written about the fourth turning. I apologize, I have to dismantle it. But let's be honest, sometimes we all want to destroy something retarded. The basic premise of what they understood to be generation was completely wrong. How can a generation be 20 years when the average age for a male to breed for the first time was 25? I know I can hear you typing furiously on your keyboard. That's marriage, not childbirth. I searched for data on the average age of a male becoming a father in the historic term, and there is none. So this is a good stand-in. So if the average age of a male historically to be married was 25, and that's the age they reproduce at, how can you say that there's a turning of certain generations? Say there's a turning of certain generations. This is nonsense. The country will be 250 years old next year. That'll be 10 generations, not 16, like Howard Strauss implied. Here's another graph. That dip was a historic in the baby boomer generation. This means that a generation is 25 years, not 20. So with that being understood, we need to have a conversation about a theory I'm working out in my head. We have heard the left scream about how we're all immigrants in America. We've all seen this meme with the Native American saying, "Bank took your house? That must be tough." This is true because there's a native peoples who have been here for at least 6,000 years. That's 240 generations. There's no question that these people have a claim to the land based on blood and soils. I have no issue with this. But when do colonists become native? I think that this question is a much bigger question and holds a key to solving a bunch of other questions. See, we know there's a point when people move to a place from somewhere else, that they stop being from that someplace else and become native to the new land. The Spanish conquered Mexico in 1521 and were kicked out 300 years later in 1823. I think these dates are a little misleading. After Cortez, who had the largest balls of any man who has ever lived, conquered the Aztec with 200 guys in 1520, there were 240,000 Spanish Europeans who came to Mexico that century, and another 450,000 a century after that. We know that people don't mass migrate as soon as a place is conquered. It takes time. Hell, the boat ride took 6 months alone. So let's say the migration happened over a period of 200 years and was full swing by 1570. This will put the true Spanish Mexico state at 250 years. That's 10 generations, give or take. That's a lot of rape, like a lot of rape. The people who resulted were, we call mestizos or Mexicans. They were rallied by a Catholic priest after he discovered they could not grow crops on their land. Now, 10 generations of a people who were mixed with the blood of conquerors and the conquered. These people of Spanish and native descent stood up and fought off the Spanish Empire. You can say these people threw off a failing empire, but they still did it. They did not form a capitalist utopia. They formed a loosely governed federation of states. They had border skirmishes and lost land to the newly formed United States, which was expanding westward. The thing is, though, no one questions if they belong there. They had always been there. They're just Mexicans, just like the Afghans or Afghani or the Russians or Russians. There aren't many places in the world where people aren't just the people. I mean, the Uyghurs in China, the Israelis, the Basques, the Kurds, most of these, other than the Jews, are native people inside the wrong borders. I apologize if this meanders a bit. I'm still formulating this idea. The thing is, we weren't native. My people were still working, are still working on a native thing. It is a total assimilation that is the one aspect of it. My people are from Calabria, Italy. We are still not quite native. We want to own the land, but we are at war with the Anglo-Saxons. We are not them, and we are not in charge, and they are in charge. We are not Italians anymore, but we're not Americans. Maybe if I explain the feeling, you understand better. Part of being an American is the culture. There's parts of the economy that disgust us. The food, for sure, is one of them. We all have guilty pleasures like Chinese food or Pizza Hut pizza, though that has changed since they changed the recipe. But ramen noodles or Waffle House makes you want to lynch Anglos for disrespect to basic human decency by calling this food. The worship of Japanese cars and entertainment, worshiping women and whining about your feelings to your local Jew at $200 an hour is insane. The need to work 400 hours a week and never see your wife or kids is also insane. The hatred for your family, community, and people fucking awful practices. The disrespect of your own people because of dialects. The beef between the blacks and the Anglos when they were brought here to do work for the Anglos. Just give them the hug that they've been wanting for 400 years. They buy everything you tell them to, and they comfort themselves, and they contort themselves in a knot to do as you ask. The need for your news to portray every man as a pedophile or rapist just to sell advertising is borderline suicidal. I don't want to hear anything about how bad Italy is or to leave. I have no idea what Italy is like. I've never been there. I ain't going anywhere. I'm an Appalachian. My people come from the Apennine Mountains. This feels like home. I get lost in the views coming home a lot of times. But I'm an outsider, and so are most of my people. We meet on the internet and discuss this place like agents of a foreign government, giving reports of what we have seen. We have a cultural sense that this is shared over generations. We love the land and would defend it with our lives, but we know that if things got tough, we would be seen as separate and people and as possible enemies again. I think this is a process of empires. The term empire means to rule over a large territory. This ultimately means you have to have more than your people under your rule. The structure is to have a core culture that is the base that expands and conquers other people. Your people move there, and the natives absorb your culture, and your people absorb the natives. Eventually, the new culture fights back to be free of the old. A local elite, often of your core, will stand up and use with the natives and the mixed people to throw a revolt and free themselves. This is where the term going native comes from. Native, of course, means nati or birth in Latin, of your birth. This term is old. This is the story of King Arthur, who was the first king of Britain. He was supposedly of Roman noble birth and of a British mother. George Washington was a colonel in the British Army. The father of Mexico was Miguel Hidalgo, a Spanish priest. Simon Bolivar, the man who freed Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, and fucking Bolivia from the Spanish rule, and Venezuela, was born into the Spanish nobility. At some point, we become our own thing. If we look at our country not as a continuous universal state, but as places where people have lived for a certain amount of time, it's only a matter of time before they fight for their freedom as well. This is a question of generations. How many does it take before people who were once Anglos, Germans, Italians, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Chinese, or Irish to become Idahoans, Appalachians, or Texans? When does it stop just being a civic duty and become virtue, as Machiavelli called it? When do the calls for blood and soil stop being calls and just become reality? When do people stop adhering to an empire that conquered a continent? When do they serve themselves and stand up and say enough that this is mine and my future generations' land? This does not belong to the empire. This is ours. When will a figure from the core come and lead the people out of the standing of being a part of an economic zone into a nationhood? It's only a matter of generations. Are we all on the clock? These questions, I think, need to be asked. I think I'll speak of this more as time goes on. I know there are people addressing folk on here. Send them this. Ask them what they think.
Yeah, that was a very good article. I do have some questions for you, though, because it's related to the article. So, what's your opinion on the European Union, first of all? I want to know what's your opinion on the European Union.
I think it's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I see. I do agree. And maybe in some ways, yeah. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not logical, right? And it doesn't work logistically, right? Because each of the economies does its own thing, right? And like the ability of or them being forced to use the euro often ends up destroying the economy and the government and the state itself that it's like, that it's rolling over, right? So like, Italians not being able to print their own currency and being forced to be in the euro instead of having the lira is an issue, right? Same with the Greeks, right? The Greeks need to be able to inflate away their motherfucking like their debt. You know what I mean? But they couldn't because it's like denominated in fucking euros. That's an issue for places like Greece, right? You know what I mean? And the Germans like are in control basically of like the fucking monetary purse. And there's places that need help and they can't help them. And then like you had these universal rules for different places with different nations and different people with different needs. It doesn't make any fucking sense, especially in like immigration law and all that type of shit. It's fucking bad.
That's actually a very good response. And I wanted to ask you another thing. What's your opinion on, in principle, on empire building? Throughout history, they have, Rome built empires, Persia built empires, China, China used to be multiple countries, same with India, and they, formed the empire. Like, what's your opinion on empire building?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, am I supposed to have an opinion on empire building? Like, I'm neither pro nor negative empire building, right? Like it is what it is. Like, the iron rule of might makes right tends to play out, right? But ultimately, like empires are just like children, I mean, they're like humans. They have a natural cycle of, fucking birth, fucking growth, maturation, fucking aging and death. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But the reason I ask you that is because if America were to balkanize, according to like the Appalachians and the other cultures you show, some of them will want to build an empire, and there will be wars over them. Like it's inevitable.
Like for example, like with what you're saying, Pino, like right, like you're saying, like, well, if the people come in and mix, like let's say that like 100 million Muslims come in the next like 20 years, right, or whatever, and they have like 100 million kids, then essentially like now they become the dominant culture, or at least a significant minority, right? And then so like now, is that like a part of the plan of the empire, or does that become a new empire, or does that just become an economic thing, or how do you view that?
I mean, I feel like eventually we as humans have to learn how to be smart enough to not do slavery, right? And if you don't do slavery, then you probably won't do a lot of immigration, right? At the end of the day. Like slavery tends to be like terrible for your civilization. Like it's fucking cancer for almost every civilization that fucking does it. I don't know why we keep trying slavery because it doesn't fucking work and it never has. And it always leads to the downfall of every empire. Like we need to stop doing fucking slavery. So like, I don't think we should be inviting anybody to fucking just as a whole, right? Unless like it's a necessity or, like fucking artists or whatever the case is. You know how that works. Even basketball players, right? That type of shit. I have no fucking issue with like high scale, real high scale people, artists, for instance, like guys from Top Gear come here and like, fucking drive their cars around. That's cool. That's fucking fine. You know what I mean? Movie stars, whatever, don't care. Right. But like, as far as like people who are actually competing for like real labor, it's fucking dumb. And so I don't think you should do that just as a whole. I think we should learn that lesson. But I mean, that's just me. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm retarded.
No, I actually agree with you in terms of virtue. I don't think slavery is good in terms of, being virtuous,
Or economically. Economically too, it's fucking dumb.
Well, but isn't our system ultimately like capitalist slavery through compete like with the immigration and all that? Like, isn't it a different form of slavery?
Yes. But it wasn't always. Like we built the best part of the system without slavery. Right? Like that fucking 40-year period between like 1938 and like 1978, right? Was the best period. Right? As far as like, American innovation and ability and all that type of shit and growth and all the crazy things that happened, right? That was the best part of the fucking country, like of our entire history in its 250 years, right? And what we did, we built a fucking middle class, right? We didn't have slavery, right? We didn't have immigration. We didn't have any of this shit, right? And then it went fucking straight downhill the moment we opened the fucking borders. So I feel like we should not like fucking open the goddamn borders, like for fuck's sake. It's just fucking no slavery, bro. You know what I mean? And by the way, like the South is way behind the North to this day because they had slavery, because they never had a middle class. Right. And I get it. Agriculture has never been, you know what I mean, like a fucking profitable venture as far as shit's concerned. Right. But like ultimately, you're better off like growing it properly. You know what I mean? As much as you fucking can, and then subsidizing some of it and paying extra for the fucking like for the food. That way, like the farmers keep going, and then just doing debt jubilees, right? Like run the debt up, and then for the farmers can run debt up, and then have a debt jubilee. That's what used to fucking happen. You ever read Michael Hudson or listen to Michael Hudson, Neurojack or Avian or Feather Machine?
Repeat that one more time. Repeat
Yeah,
that.
I know what a debt jubilee is. From the Great Sabbath from Jewish law. Yeah, I understand it. What that means.
It's not Jewish law. This shit goes back to like fucking Samaria.
Yeah, perhaps, but I'm talking about the Great Jubilee, the Jubilee year.
Oh, the Great Jubilee. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? Jubilee Jet history? Oh, hang on, let me look it up. Yeah, I think it goes back to like Samaria, but like I don't know. I'm only seeing it in the fucking Bible.
The Jubilee.
Sumerian.
So are you gonna tell the Jews? Are you gonna tell the Jews to stop culturally appropriating all our shit?
Yeah, Sumerian jubilees were periods of debt cancellation, with the earliest known instance occurring around 2400 BC in Lagash. These were not fixed 7-year cycles, but rather proclamations by rulers to address social instability caused by debt, which would lead peasants fleeing and becoming indebted to the point of selling family members into servitude. So yeah. This predates the fucking Jews. Listen. I was trying to like divorce things from the fucking Jews, so like we kind of can get on board with it.
Well, I don't know. It is fundamentally like if most people hear Jubilee debt thing, then they're gonna think of the Bible stuff, right? So that's a common nomenclature.
Yeah, I'm just saying it predates like the fucking Jews by a lot. You know what I mean? Like what fucking 2,100 years?
Not according to them, right?
Yeah, I mean, like right? Like the Jews didn't exist in Samaria, so I mean, like it's what the fuck it is.
Yeah, I want to just clarify.
They claim that that's where Abraham is from, right? So,
I mean, they can claim whatever they want. Whatever.
So, like, let's say you got prisoners of war. You let them have their own community, and maybe they farm and they give taxes. But that's not really like slavery because you're letting them have their own, I don't know, land or something. Because I think cultures did that and stuff. But the thing with the African Americans, it was slavery because they were working under implementation.
But isn't that what the tech oligarchs want for us? Like they want to have their like super sophisticated technology, and we go like be Amish people on the land, and they'll come and like rape our women or take them up in the spaceship or whatever.
Yeah, we are slaves to the technological industrial system and the way the system works. We are technically. slaves.
Ultimately, like, listen. Okay, so here's the question, right? Would you rather spend like another like fucking 3 generations, 5 generations doing this where like we're all just like busting our fucking ass and like like our kids fucking hate us and everybody calls us racist every 4 fucking years and shit, you know what I mean? And like, white people continue to be a fucking minority and things keep getting worse. Or we can have a community where every once in a while, like, a rich person shows up and steals a couple of our bitches and leaves. I feel like we can get around
that.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
You know what I mean? Like, listen, like that. Neither one's gonna be like completely perfect, right? But like, I feel like I would rather have like a community. You know what I mean? Where like we know that we're gonna be okay and shit. And when they call for us to go to war, we go to war. You know what I mean? And that's ultimately that should really be the trade-off, because that was been the trade-off forever. Was like, listen, you let us have our land and we farm, and we don't bother you. You know what I mean? We give you fucking crops when you need them. But like, other than that, you just leave us the fuck be. And when you need fucking soldiers, you call us up and we'll give you some fucking soldiers to fight for you. Right? That's the motherfucker. That should always be the fucking trade-off. I don't understand like why we got the fuck away from this. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's why we're here, because most of human history, people have lived like that. We have lost our community now, and we live working for faceless corporations. And the biggest problem too, which we've talked about, is the decoupling of local food production and the community. You see what I mean? By making the food imports come from like Costa Rica or South America or other countries, that forces dependence and reliance on the artificial system. And so it breaks down communities and atomizes them. As you decouple the food production and the local community, that's really the root of the issue, as I see it. Because when you decouple them, all of this, escalates and perpetuates out of control. That's the way I see it.
It must be. Yeah, but ultimately, like, okay, let me ask you this. This is a weird question, but so I go with your general idea for the moment. Like, I think you have a strong argument. So, but here's the other side of it. Like, ultimately, if things get to a certain point and we can go back and be like more like hunter-gatherer type people and be like more like nomadic, and like kind of like how the Native Americans did it, would you say that would be preferable in the long run, because it's harder to control people that are nomadic versus people that are tied to the land?
Nah, what you want to be is like the Yamayans. Right? You don't want to be like the fucking natives. You want to be like the Yamayans, right? You know who the Yamayans were, Neurojack?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I know who they were. Yeah.
Yeah, like me and Avian know who the fuck they are. we're their descendants, right? But like, you want to be like the Yamayans, right? So like, what you want is, they were herding people, right? They were motherfucking people who, like had like flocks of sheep or goats or horses or fucking cows, whatever it was, right? And they traveled around like grazing. They were pastoralist, right? They grew some food, but on the same level, like the majority of what they ate was meat, right? And when they showed up in Europe, right, they were like 6'2", right? And they lived like fucking 60 to 70 fucking years. And this is fucking pre-Iron Age, right? This is a long fucking time ago, right? That's probably the best way to be, is a pastoralist, right? And you can keep some of the tech, right, and still be a pastoralist, right? Where, like you go on drives and you do all the type of shit and you fucking you herd and all these things. That is literally the best way to be as a human being. That's kind of what you want to do. But like, that's not really an option, because like the population is not, or too much population for that, right? There's too many fucking humans for that mentality. So, I mean,
right. I agree with you. I totally agree with you on that point. And I think that's so I agree pretty much. And again, like, I think this is one of the things like about Christianity is like, I think Christianity, at least the way I understand it, is kind of a pastoral, religion. It's kind of based on like, the whole point of Jesus being a shepherd and stuff like that. Like, I think it has a lot of different interpretations that you could take from it, right? So, but again, I understand your other arguments against it. But again, I pretty much agree with you. So I guess that's kind of what you're saying is like, look, we don't know what the future is, but we got to kind of wait and see, and like we got to start moving in a certain direction to like hedge your bets, because the bets are looking pretty bad if we just continue in the direction we're at.
No. What we got to do is we have to go, okay, listen, we have a technology coming, right? And like, we see it, like and the technology is about to punch us in the fucking face, right? And we go, okay, listen, so like, we can take this technology and we can use it for something that's positive for us, right? And take it and turn it into like something decent, and or we can just let it run us the fuck over, right? So Mike had a great line about this. He said, every technology will abuse you till you learn to abuse it, right? You want to be able to have a plan for this tech, right? And get these ideas out there. You know what I'm saying? Right? Where like, go, hey, listen, this would be ideal. You know what I mean? This would be the ideal thing to do with this fucking technology, right? Because like I understand that everybody wants to live in a fucking city, but it's mostly because there's shit to do in a city, right? There's restaurants and clubs and all that type of stuff. But like the thing is,
Well,
is that
there's women under 50 years old in cities too.
well, today there were always women under 50 years old in the country back in the day, right? Remember, like America, like was you know, what I mean, like fucking 80% motherfucking rural up until like the 1870s, right? So I mean, like you know, this whole shit is like fucking kind of nonsense, right? This last 100 years is kind of dog water. There's never been a time period in history where more people were urbanized than they are right now. So, I mean, I guess this is just an unnatural fucking way to live. So, when we're looking at this, we have to go, okay, well, you know, if you could take these HOAs and these big suburban fucking plots and turn them into a place that grew fucking food, right? You know, I mean, and like fucking, you know, had like, instead of like cutting your grass, you let it grow and you get cows and goats and chickens and pigs, whatever the fuck it is, right? You could feed that fucking neighborhood quite fucking easily. You know what I mean? Not like the whole way, but at least with like a decent portion of their fucking calories, like probably like 30, 40, 50% of their calories, right? And it'd be a much better diet and it'd be a much better community. And the people as a whole would be much better in just, you know what I mean, like living. Right. And if you could stand here and also take a couple of those fucking houses and convert them into like 3D printing shops, or like you could get stuff to help you and implements that would get printed out to like help you like fucking farm and grow food and do all that type of shit. Right. And like people could actually have like local community, like fucking, you know, businesses, not like, you know, super heavy duty stuff, but like shit that they could fix things and repair stuff enough that they could live there. And you could do things like debt jubilees to get rid of like a lot of this fucking bullshit. Right, and let motherfuckers keep their houses, and you get rid of the fucking immigrants, right? All of a sudden, like the population becomes much more manageable. The towns feel way less crowded, right? And you could get back to like a decent form of fucking community and family and cultural structures. And even if you did this for like 5-6 years, it would repair about 70 to 80% of the damage that's been done, right, over the past 80.
Right, but so again, I'm not trying to argue with you, but again, I'm trying to throw out scenarios I think are likely. So like as whites flight out of the cities, right? You know, they're going to continue weaponizing and educating these you know, brown people to like hate everybody and like be weaponized like whatever the fuck, right? So like if the cities fall, so basically like what I'm saying is like they're just going to keep replacing us and then like use the structure of the cities as like a weapon against those of us out in the rural areas. And you know, they might pass a law that says like, well, having a cow is bad for the earth and you need to be like eating like bug meat or something. And so like we'll send the Nigerians, Nigerian robot police people to like confiscate all your cows or something, right? So I'm not saying that like that's going to happen, but I'm saying like I think this is kind of like if you look at England, for example, right? Like, you know, all these stupid English people like invited all these people to come in their country, and now like they're being policed by the immigrants to like, you know, turn in all their guns and knives and cows and whatever the fuck else, you know. So,
well, I mean, the English at the moment are looking to divorce the Americans. Right? I just actually watched a podcast today about that, right? Where they're having roundtable discussions, right, with like top end academics talking about should we just divorce the Americans at this point? Which, you know, I mean, it's fucking so beautiful. Like, thank fucking God, finally, right? I mean, these retards can leave us alone. But like this shit here is stuff that, you know, I mean, like, yo, we can have all these conversations about that shit, about like, oh, you know, the cows and the leftists and the academics and all that type of stuff. The managers are going to disappear. Right, the managers will like flat out just disappear, and they'll fade back into regular communities. Right, that shit won't happen anymore. You're still going to have, you know, what I mean, like AIs probably like making. This is where AI will help. And as I said, these are not like things that I think will happen, but these are ideas that I think we should propagate. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the best fucking option we have with AI and not having jobs.
Right. No, I get. So what you're saying is what you're, and if this is what you're saying, I agree, and I actually don't want to say it out loud, but I'll try to say it in a very careful way. What you're saying is that we need leverage before we get to the negotiation table. Is that what you're saying?
We need ideas before we get to the negotiating tables. What the fuck I'm saying?
No,
You know what I
Right,
mean?
but ideas that hopefully get you access to leverage, so you're
It's,
not
it's
going
not
to
even that, bro. It's like literally like, bro, okay, does anybody have anything like, have you heard a single fucking solution from anybody?
I actually have something to say.
Well,
That ties into this.
there's a guy named Luigi who had some solutions, but I don't know.
No, I'm talking about like, have you heard any solutions from it? Bro, listen, I'm giving you ideas, right? I'm taking these ideas, I'm putting them out in the ether for everybody, right? So when this shit happens, right, we go, listen, I got an idea, right? Listen, I heard this, da da da, whatever, right? And you propagate this the fuck out. So you go, listen, here's something we can fucking try to aim for, right? Even if we miss the target a little, to the left or the right, I don't give a fuck. Either way it goes, it's still better than the fucking pods or the virus, right? Or like any of the things that they want to fucking do.
Yeah, I actually have something to say about that.
What
You
up?
know, one way to do this is to look at the communes that failed, like Kirista. And I think one important thing, if we do make farmland and we make a commune and work with people, is to make it sex segregated and don't let people fuck each other's wives. You know what I mean? Because Kirista was like they were living commune, but it broke down because of all the fucking they would do and other
Well,
shit
well,
like
see,
that.
this is the problem though, is like only
Yeah.
a certain type of person's attracted to like the kibbutz system at the moment, right? And so the thing is like this is the problem with the new age thing is like look, a lot of the things that the new age people are trying to accomplish, like I agree with, but here's the thing is like it's always going to degenerate because people are degenerate, and a lot of degenerates are drawn to like this type of ideology, right? So it's like, and there's not really like an enforcement that can actually happen. I mean, within cults there can't like it's like Mormonism, right? Like the reason why Mormonism works is because it has internal enforcement that nobody in the government is going to interfere with, right? So like that's why Mormonism works, right? That's why Scientology works, because like people don't get the government involved in all that shit, right? But all these like commune and kibbutzes that aren't Jewish, like you're gonna have like the DPS showing up or whatever. You're gonna have like you're gonna have people showing up at your door like saying like, did you do this right or did you do that right, or somebody's gonna get drunk and have sex with somebody's wife and then somebody's gonna get shot, and then like then you're not gonna have money to pay the property tax or whatever, right? So like this is how all this stuff seems to go, which is why I don't take a lot of that commune stuff serious. But yeah, I mean, the communes work in Israel, right? Because they have a culture, they have a like internal enforcement arm that forces people to do not drag not destroy the family or destroy the clan or whatever, right? So
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like, when you have a commune, it's good to have certain expectations, like don't fuck each other's wife, contribute to the growing the farm, growing the, farming, stuff like, because everyone has to contribute. So there should be like, clear rules, and you shouldn't be afraid of having regulations, in my opinion. Like not regulations in the sense of government interfering, but in the sense of like, the head of the farm or the commune, he's like, you can't be doing this shit, and he puts his foot down. You have to have like strict rules against degeneracy. Is what I'm saying. Because degeneracy tears apart communities. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, that's what it does. Yeah, I'm not a degenerate. I'm not a degenerate. If that's what people. I'm not a degenerate. Like, yeah, I prefer monogamy and fidelity. I prefer fidelity. Well, people went silent. Yeah. Is it just me? Like,
no, I was wondering that
Yeah,
too.
I'm
I
here.
don't know if anybody else talking to. Hold on one second. I'm gonna switch. Well, shit. I don't know if Pino is still there. Let's see here. But Machine, you're still there, right? And Avian.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
yeah,
All right,
yeah, I'm
cool.
here.
So I put a video in the back. If you don't mind share this video for a second, I want to. It's pretty short. I just want to get you guys' opinion on his argument here.
I don't know if will be able to, but I'll try, I guess, because
Yeah, if it works, if not, it's okay. I'll open up my computer and open it up. But I just need a few. It'll take me like 5 or 10 minutes to do that, so I don't want to forget about it while I'm doing that. But
Okay,
You have to accept the screen that I share.
yeah, I'll do it. I got it. And hopefully Pino can hear this. He might be busy, but hopefully he'll hear this a little bit.
You should leave the United States, and rightfully so. A lot of people have come and said, you know what, like, I'm a real patriot. I'm not going to leave and abandon my country just because things are kind of hard right now. I'm not a coward like you, anti-prophet. Fair point. I want to address this, though. My thinking here is that you are actually the least responsible type of citizen if you are allowing yourself to live in the United States while being financially stressed day in, day out, and also if you're extremely lonely. Because if you have those two massive problems in your life, you are not operating at 100%. You are likely completely reactive to whatever it is that you see on your phone on social media. And I'm not kidding. When we are stressed about money, we literally lose 10 IQ points until the money insecurity is taken care of. You are a worse citizen by staying in the United States, and we cannot depend on you to help us make good decisions for as long as you're stressed. My thinking here is this: why not enable people to leave the United States, not for their entire lives necessarily, but for a season, 2 years, 3 years, where they're able to live a life of luxury, where they're able to work 20 hours a week instead of 40, and where they're able to save $40,000 a year, so that by the end of 2 or 3 years, they have $80,000 to $120,000 saved up, and they can use that courage that they get from financial security to find their ride or die, so that they fix the relationship side of things, so that they can return to the United States with all of that extra psychological bandwidth to help the country define a new cultural mythos that we can all live inside of. That is what is behind my political project on this channel at this point, and it is my response to the people who say, oh, I'm not a coward. I believe you. I really believe you're not a coward, but I believe that what I'm talking about here is the best possible way to open up that psychological bandwidth that we desperately need from you, because our country needs your intelligence in order to function. My whole channel has pivoted towards why.
Yeah, no, it's looping. Yeah, but yeah, that was interesting. So, what are my thoughts on it? Well, I mean, first off, the American establishment or their leaders, they really don't care about the common people. They keep flooding the country with Indians, and AI. Like Trump said, he's gonna give us $2,000. I don't believe it. He said something like that. I don't believe he will do that. He just says some shit, and the second thing is, America, it's like it doesn't have to be like this. It's becoming a third world country, but due to the incompetence and the greed of the politicians and stuff, and it didn't need to become like this, or maybe even their weird messianic plans. I'm not sure. But the second part is that what he says is kind of right. Like at this point, like if you're realistic, like getting money in America is getting harder. The job market is fucking up, and other stuff. I know people who work in Dubai. They make more money in Dubai than they do America, because Dubai is very open to Western contractors and stuff like that. So I don't know, but the third thing is that without dealing with the cancer, which is the politicians, and the establishment, I don't think things will get better. But I can't not really talk about that. I don't know why the hell it just keeps getting worse. But yeah, it was a nice video. Yeah, but yeah, I don't agree 100%, but I do see where he's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings on it too. It's like, it's like people came here for opportunity, right? The land of opportunity. And then on the other end, it's like, well, if the opportunity is drying up, then in America is just a whore to be, extracted of opportunity and resources, then, there's really no point in being here, essentially, right? Like, but then the thing is, like, if I'm from Scotland and I try to go back to Scotland, or you're from Iran and you try to go back to Iran, there's nothing there for you there either. Then now you gotta pick and choose where you're gonna be. But that's the thing is, like, the whole world's changing so quickly, right? And so this is kind of why I was talking with Pinoy about his whole, like, colonizer versus native, people mixing and becoming a part of a culture, or creating a new culture, or going against the old culture, or this or that. Like,
I want to clarify
that does seem to be where the whole world is kind of going through this kind of, like, neo-Renaissance enlightenment, but not in the sense that most people think of it as, but it's more of like just erasing of old culture. Like, it's like they're bringing the old ancient stuff into the new, but it's really just to destroy everything. Essentially, it's not to really create something new per se, or something.
Yeah, but let me first correct something. I was actually not born in Iran. My parents, I'm a second generation immigrant.
Creative destruction, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but I'm a second generation immigrant. The second thing I want to say is that I do feel like yeah, don't blame me or don't scapegoat me, but my parents, America during that time in the 70s and 60s, it wasn't to the ethnic Americans or the Americans' benefit either to even allow my parents in the first place. To be honest with you, my parents are not evil people. My dad is an architect and my mom is a nurse, but America was totally self-sufficient. It didn't really need my parents in the first place. What I'm trying to say is that I have to think impartially. I mean, when I
Yeah,
talk about these things,
yeah. It
I try
seemed
to
like
be.
yeah, like it seemed like I don't know if my parents like going back and looking at the past. I don't think my parents' life was greatly improved by moving here or whatever. For sure.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, but that's the thing is like, does that mean that it wasn't worth the opportunity, or was it?
Well, for in my case, think about realistically and stuff. You know, um, you have to think very deeply. The thing is, you know, the financial prosperity isn't true happiness. You know what I mean? And being well off, is not true happiness. True happiness is to have a community, like Pinoy was talking about. But the thing is, everywhere you look, feminism is spreading, and everywhere you look, liberalism is spreading, and it erodes communities. True safety net isn't found in insurance. It's found in the tight knit community, which we simply do not have anymore. And it's not the fault of average Americans like you. I don't blame Anglos, like the common Anglo people like you. I blame the technocratic elite and also maybe just the nature of technique. It is a hard thing to analyze and ask why we like drifted so apart from the way human beings were living for thousands of years. Like I don't get it either. Like yeah, it's kind of nightmarish in some ways, like how this even happened. To not have a community or not, I was have you ever read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky? Crime and Punishment. I actually talked about this with TML before, but did you read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky? Nirojak.
Yeah,
No, I haven't. I've heard it recommended, but
yeah. I've not read it, but my ex-wife read it, and she said that I reminded her of the serial killer character.
oh, what a compliment!
And she didn't like me that much.
Yeah, well, the one I'm talking about is Raskolnikov and his friend. His friend. I forgot the name of his friend. I think it was Petrov. His friend. Yeah, his friend was Pyotr Petrov. I think. Well, no, what was the name of his friend? But anyway, Raskolnikov, the main character, he has a friend. Raskolnikov does a murder, which was very bad, and he's full of guilt for killing his landlord, and because he had this weird ass edgy Nietzschean view. He had an edgy Nietzschean view. Reportedly, Nietzsche was influenced by Raskolnikov's monologues, believe it or not. But anyway, Raskolnikov is always in bed and he's feeling guilt and he's sweating. But he has a friend who's always watching over him. He's been a childhood friend and he's always watching over him. And, he has an extended family too, what I mean, who worry about him. But you see, what I'm trying to say is the number one thing, and the Jays connect to this also, is the Jays try to destroy Western extended families and they also try to destroy the communal bonds, which would come from ethnos. Ethnos is kind of important, I think. The Jews do that, and it's a massive problem. Yeah, they do that, and also the industrial system as a whole. The technique and stuff. But both Jays and technique are a big problem. I don't really think the common Anglo man is to blame for it. I do think the Anglo elites, like the technocratic elites, are to blame. But most Anglos, most of them are in cahoots with the Jays anyway. So that what I mean, like. But yeah. Anyway, it's a massive issue. Yeah.
Well, that's So you're saying it's the TKG, the TJQ, essentially, right? Yeah.
They're married with the rich people. I think Rockefellers are intermarried with them, and other stuff like that. They intermarry with the billionaire families. You always see them.
Well, you're just jealous you didn't intermarry into the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and stuff like that.
Yeah, those kind of families. The DuPonts and there are a couple of other ones. I had their names listed somewhere. After double check.
The DuPonts. Somebody has alleged now that that Candace Owens is like her family is working for the DuPonts and stuff like that. I don't know if that's true, but I think that's interesting.
Yeah, you see them everywhere. You see these rich and powerful families. They always have their tentacles somewhere. You know what I mean? Like they're like everywhere. You know, like they're like there are a couple of them. I had recorded their names, so they're double checking it. But they're pretty powerful. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the system is at fault. You know, I was reading about the Great Lakes in the USA. You know, it has lots of fresh water. Okay, and there's this guy. I had his name recorded. I could go find his name again. He's like drilling the fresh water and bottling it up and selling it to China. You believe that? He's taking the fresh water from USA and selling it to fucking China. You know, that kind of problem exists everywhere. You know, it shouldn't happen. You know what I mean? It should just be used for
But do you want the starving, the thirsting children of China to go without water?
Yeah, you know, that's the problem with liberals. Liberals think they should, you know, the problem with liberals, they think they should
And
go
if we can make a buck on giving them the thirsting, they're quenching their thirst, then that's just good for everybody.
exactly. But yeah,
That's a
that's the
360
problem.
win, as Alex Jones would say.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with liberals. You know, my friend, his name is Matthew. Okay, he's a kind of an oddball. I don't have anything against him, but you know, he's friends with this Jay Chaney. You know what I mean? And he is always crying about transsexual. He's always crying about the white privilege of white males and crap like that. And he's like, do these people even realize there are poor, homeless white people too? And stuff. And you know, liberals are retarded. They think they could go and spread a utopia around the world. They cry over, you know, starving African kids. But the problem with liberals is they don't see it's the system that's at fault. It's not like any particular race or any individual. It's the system, the global industrial system.
Well, that's kind of what I was gonna like ask Peanut a little bit about too. Is I was gonna try to get into some of that, like about the the whole like white privilege thing too, because it's like, so where does the white privilege fit into his like theory there? Because it's like, well, yes, technically we shouldn't be talking about that kind of stuff, as far as like what he's saying, about like there is no such thing as white culture, but then it's like still in the minds of the liberals, like, they've weaponized this thing of like, well, you're just a white person who has white privilege, and it's like, even though you make like significantly less money on average than like 8 other ethnic groups in America, so it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
But I don't agree with Pino on everything. I do agree with him on his more, you know, the economic views and his what is it called again, the distributism kind of views. I think that's in the right direction. But the anger towards the Anglos or white people, I don't entirely agree, because you do have a culture. You know, like Southeast has a culture. But I think a lot of country music isn't bad. And I used to watch movies with John Wayne. You know, the cowboy. I actually like the movie.
Well, a lot. I'll tell you this though, like as someone from the Southeast and someone who's really thought a lot about that and has defended a lot of that, like a lot of what we now think of as like Southern culture has been a psyop for a very long time. And again, that's kind of why I liked his article, because like he's not saying it outright, but like he's kind of alluding to that fact in a roundabout way. I would say is like, a lot of these things, it's like it was what he was trying to say about the slavery thing, for example, right? Like look, like I'm not a bleeding heart liberal. Like honestly, like I have mixed feelings on that whole thing, but it's like, this whole thing that like the South was racist and this and that is like, I don't believe in that either. But like also at the same time, like this whole thing of like the South was noble and that we did all the, that we were just fighting for our causes or whatever. Like I think we were manipulated by the British to go fight against, kill our own brothers and sisters.
Also, let me say
for
something
bullshit,
very ballsy here. And I don't want to say this often, but the people who sold the Africans as slaves, the ones who should be blamed the most, are their tribal leaders who sold them off. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't like, they sold them off to the Jays.
Well, but
Jays
this is where the arguments get very tricky, because then you say, well, you're going to hold a black man accountable for something, and so then on both sides you get it, because like then it's like, well, we was oppressed and shit on one side, and then on the other side they're like, well, you're trying to give accountability to a black person. So it's like, which you should see. This the thing is like that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where like it gets weird, because like this is where the semantics of the whole thing is like so crazy, because like they really have put everybody into a big giant like thought experiment semantic trap where like you just can't you can't really even have a conversation about these things with the average person, right? So then it's like you have to manipulate people because they're not capable of having a real conversation, right? And I don't mean to interrupt you, so go ahead, but I just want to make sure like I make that clear, because I don't think many people off this group are going to understand what I'm saying. Like they're going to think I'm racist or something, but you know,
No, I see your point. You know, most people just want an easy scapegoat. You know, but at the end of the day, it's a systems level issue. You know, it requires systems level thinking. You know, like Illo, he really gets to the issue. Jack gets a little, or maybe someone like Mumford, or like even Teddy or someone like that. They get to the root of the issue. And ultimately, the system is unsustainable and it erodes communities and it erodes biodiversity. I mean, you need some biodiversity for like arable land and clean water, stuff like that.
you're a racist and a bigot and a homophobe. I like it.
Yeah, yeah, those people are dumb. Just I never really fell for that psyop much because if you have like just above 100 IQ, you don't fall for it. I mean, it's like you don't need to be that smart to not fall for it. It's like very dumb stuff.
Well, you should fall for it. You'd have more power now.
Yeah, everyone wants easy scapegoats, but it's not the way it is.
Yeah. So, Machine, are you still down to hang around for a little bit, or I don't know if do you have somewhere to be or something? Because if not, I want to do a little experimental watch and review stuff with you guys.
I'm here.
All right, cool. I'm trying to get on my computer, and I'm gonna bring up a few videos here because I always ask you to do it, and I don't want to do that. I want to cover a few things with you guys. I'm actually gonna do a Twitter review later, but like that, like I could do that for hours and hours and hours, and like, but and I want to wait till there's a bigger audience because the stuff on Twitter is way more hardcore. But this stuff I want to show you guys is really interesting. Hold on one second. Yeah, sorry, this thing is like weird. It won't let me sign into my stuff the right way, so I gotta go. You gotta like hack into your own account, basically. Oh my god, this thing's annoying. But what's on you guys' mind? What's your reflection on what on the stuff we're talking about? Like, do you think America's worth trying to preserve ultimately, or do you think like do you think the multipolar world is a psyop or what?
I think America is worth preserving, but when I went to my school, there were lots of good country folk. One of them gave me deer jerky. He was a good man. And the problem though was the Zionist propaganda at that time. People were worshiping George W. Bush and stuff. I think one way to help the South, at least the USA, is to end evangelism. Evangelism is definitely not close to Christian ideology either. I mean, Christian doctrine, I think. And that's one way to help America. And I think starting off with that, then we can like try to improve America step by step, make it more sustainable and more energy independent. What I mean? Energy independence would be very good, and then gradually scale back on the technology. Something like that. But America is not a bad country. America has a rich culture too. It's just you'll have to dig for it. I mean, you have to dig for American culture. Like Faulkner, I'm not sure if you ever read Faulkner. He's very good for the South, and I also like.
Hey, look here, little lady. You need to watch your language, Faulkner. That sounds like some kind of Jewish psyop to me.
No, I don't think he was. I don't think he was a Jew. So.
No, I'm just. Yeah, sorry, I'm just loading up my computer and stuff because it's kind of hard to log into this thing. I gotta like change all the settings on my computer and shit.
California is beyond saving, though. California.
Well, I think. Well, I don't think technically it is, but practically it is because like it's just so corrupt with like Jewish billionaires and Gavin Newsom and stuff like that. Like if they put in somebody who actually wanted to change things, like I think California has like the most potential of a lot of places in America, but that's why it's so pivotal to like make it fucked up. Is because they're trying to like they're trying to make it as corrupt as possible, because it would be very pivotal to like changing the direction of things.
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, maybe they could start just fixing it, and by like putting someone in charge who actually has the interests of the people at heart. Like that's the most obvious thing a leader should have, but we don't really see that anymore. All across the world, though, it's not just America. All world leaders, they don't seem to give a shit about their own people. Like I don't really see it. Even Japan's leader now, Japan it had put a kind of female prime minister. I forgot her name. Ever since she got power 3 years ago, there's been a flood of Indians in Japan and other immigrants, and that's kind of crazy, And she actually got power because she claims she will be against that stuff, but she's like Trump, I mean, she says one thing and she does another. I can get her name again. The new Japanese prime minister was female. This is kind of ridiculous, but it does. That kind of pattern is occurring everywhere now. Right? It's like it's just crazy.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just connecting my computer and stuff. I just don't want to. It's going to echo when I talk, so.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you too. Also, that new prime minister of Japan who's flooding Japan, she's also a Zionist, believe it or not. She's like the Trump of Japan. Say no, take she. Say no.
Well, everybody's trying to say that she's like based and stuff, but I guess that's not really true. Like she's trying to say, oh, it's for Japan is for Japanese, but ultimately it's like a psyop because first of all, yeah, she's a woman, so it's like how based is that? But
yeah. Flooding the country of Indians, and now she's a Zionist. You believe that's like ridiculous. Like it's like Trump. She's like Trump, basically. Female Japanese Trump.
Yeah, I wonder if those Indian Japanese kids will look like Malaysians, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
What do they look like?
Yeah, who knows in the future what Japan is? Japan has a small land mass, you know what I mean? So like already has a huge, big population for its land mass. So they're bringing in all these people. So I don't know what will happen.
How's my audio?
Probably look like some Uyghurs. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's my audio? Is it okay? Sound good?
Yeah, it's okay. It has a little bit of echo, but I can hear and understand you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to fix the audio stuff, but yeah, I think that's gonna be interesting. But it's just kind of like it's interesting because people blame the Indians, right? But it's not really the Indians doing it. It's like G7 importing them, and I think ultimately it's like, I think it's like I really what I think it is I think it's like Russia, England, and America like fucking over China and Japan and Korea and anybody else who has the ability to actually do something, that'll contradict things or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of my feeling on it.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And also it ties into that one thing I mentioned multiple times, but the India Middle East corridor, the economic corridor in here. Yeah. But I don't know if that'll go through. Yeah, I actually did mention that before, but yeah, it's just the economic stuff and the nature of the global system.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down, lay low, wait for the little, Japanese brown kids to hatch and have ninja jihadis.
Actually, did you know there was a Japanese guy? He went and he helped Taliban. You believe that he went and helped the Taliban, and he was selling them weapons. You believe that? And they called him the Japanese samurai for the Taliban. You know who I'm talking about or no?
No.
Yeah, you can read about. His name was Tetsuo. Wait, no, it wasn't that. I have to try to find his name again. Yeah, it's kind of funny. He actually went and was fighting for them. It's Koshiro Tanaka. Koshiro Tanaka. was working for the Mujahideen. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, there are people in Japan that just like converted to Islam like randomly. Like
Yeah,
they're just like,
yeah. This guy actually went in there and he was like freaking fighting there. It's like crazy against Russia. He was fighting against Russia. So very strange.
yeah, some of those Chechens look like they're chink-eyed. Some of the Slavic people.
Yeah, that's because they, they have a lot of different. Russia has a lot of ethnic diversity. Most Russians live in
Pink-eyed.
Moscow and they live in, the Moscow and what else was there? I forgot the name. There was one other place they live in. But outside of those two areas, there's like tons of weird minorities and lots of wildlife stuff. Like it's actually interesting. Russia is probably a nice place to live off the grid, outside of Moscow and other places because they leave you alone. Because
Yeah,
Russia.
like
Yeah.
yeah, it's weird like how like certain people like there's a lot of people around the world that kind of look Asian. Just like especially people from Central Asia. Like there's some of them that have Asian features for sure still today.
The Khoisan people from Africa, they look Asian. They're like black people that look Asian. The Khoisan people, you know about them? Or
Right.
Yeah.
No, I have not seen Khoisan.
Yeah. So search up what I put on there, and you'll see they look kind of Asian. It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Actually,
crazy.
in India, in the northeast, there are a lot of people that look Asian in the northeast of India. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
Uh-oh. Wait, what is this? I think I clicked the wrong link.
What do you mean?
Oh, Khoisan people. Just put that on Google search image. I'll just.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, they look Asian. It's an interesting phenotype.
Yeah, that is crazy. Yes, I'm like,
Yeah. Africa was not always Bantu. There was lots of like different, ethnic diversity and mix, and it's not just Bantu, ancient Africa. I think they were more different looking groups were more widespread in Africa until the Bantu expansion. Until the Bantu expansion. That's what it's called. But the Khoisan people are heavily, they're being killed off. Like,
yeah, it's wild. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Neurojack. I think his the laptop kicked him or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just trying to I have too many settings. That's why I hate getting on a laptop or a computer because it's just too many fucking settings on this shit, man. Like you gotta do all these different settings you have to consider before you do things the way you wanted to do it. It's very simple stuff, but it's you have to
yeah, but let me tell you something interesting. Because you said you like red hair people, TML. There's actually a ethnic group in Russia that they're known to have high prevalence of red hair. Believe it or not, and I can tell you their name. They're very interesting looking. And if you want, I can tell you their name. I have to remember again. Give me 1 minute. I'll remember.
Yeah, I think there's a famous picture of the ginger, the ginger jihadi or whatever. Where it was he had a red beard.
Yeah, I think they're
white
called
beard.
Udmarts. They have a lot of red hair. You can look it up. They have a very interesting phenotype. Udmarts. They tend to have some of them look Asian, but other ones don't. But they have a lot of red hair there. I mean, that's crazy. Like almost all the Udmarts have red hair. They're red haired ethnicity. They're connected to Finnish people, I think. and they live in, yeah, very strange. Yeah, all of them have red hair. That's crazy. The Odemarts. The Odemarts.
Yeah, what the hell is this?
Okay. Finally, I got this stuff working. Okay, so I just want to play you guys a little bit of this. This is one of my friends from a long time ago when I first met him. So this is him doing a show in Thailand and stuff. So I wanted to show you a little bit of this. I think it's just a little entertainment, but then I'm going to show you some other stuff.
Like a rock and roll street. There's rock and roll everywhere. Yes. You know, now there's a couple bars with bands but everywhere you go, it's DJs. Yes. And you've been DJing for how long? 17 years. 17 years. Yeah. We're sitting here in your DJ school, right? Yes. How many years have you been open? 3 years already. 3
Mecca of hedonism and vice. Speaking of which, Drew was in town. Let's just call him an entrepreneur. He does what he needs to do to be able to do what he wants to do, and he does and says pretty much anything he wants.
We are here in this extremely weird spot. Yes, sir. We have a plan. We do. And we have a girl as well. Let's just bring her over now. All right, let's go. Please come. Please come.
Yeah. We just met this lovely lady not too long ago, so we want to talk to her a little bit before we go inside and begin the festivities.
I really like your shirt. Let's party.
Oh yeah, that's what I say.
Where'd you get that shirt?
I don't know. Pick up from over there.
Okay, so that means you do want to party tonight.
Of course.
That shirt tells me I want to party.
Let's go.
That's exactly what it says. Clear message.
Hopefully.
Okay, so if you want to party with us, though, you got to earn it a little bit.
What?
We want you to get some girls to do some kissing, a little bit of loving.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
That's what you call a douchebag.
And here it comes.
All right, you know what? You know what really pisses me off? I see a lot of this actually around walking around Walking Street. You know those girls that they walk around like they're the best thing in the world, they're God's gift, walking around all badass, but they have zero ass.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, man.
All right.
Yeah,
I got the timer. I got the timer. I got the timer on my
Drew's got
watch.
the timer.
What? Oh, all right. Cool. Oh, get it. I got it already. It's already 6 seconds deep. Been around.
How does it feel? Oh, you're quite a...
Not really, actually. I'm not yet. I'm not
Make up your mind, man.
I'm not satisfied.
What? Can you kiss?
Don't blindfold.
3 movie tickets.
Come on.
All right, we got it.
Yeah, they're ready.
Really?
1, 2, 3.
Finally.
Okay.
Can you get him to do more than that?
What?
A little hugging and a nice kiss.
กอดกันแต่ว่ารักมากแต่ว่า
Gotด้วย
Okay.
So you want us to talk about something regarding this? What is it you want to talk about regarding? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy how he like blamed those girls for like walking past. He's like they have no ass. Like he expects them to have an ass as they walk by.
Fan. I mean, I don't think I'm allowed to say yes because it depends if I would. It just depends because maybe I could if I am interested in him and he seems like the kind of guy who, has a big one and has like experience and the credentials to live up to his, sexcapes.
Sure. A big one. The
that
big
breathes
time.
fire on the streets just to survive. This is prohibited in Vietnam, and her sister was just arrested for this, and they've been coughing blood for years. They have to do this to pay off their loans their parents took in order to pay for their hospital bills for giving birth to her and her brother. How much did she borrow?
33 triệu Việt Nam đồng.
Her father passed away. Her mother is a former drug addict and mentally ill and incapable of working. They have no support from anyone. She was raped and forced pregnant, and her baby died before giving birth. I know this sounds so sad, but even with all the struggle, they still live with so much joy and kindness. They love to play, and they even kept trying to offer us their food when we met them. They have so much potential, which is why we started a GoFundMe to pay off their debt. We're raising $1,200 for their debt, plus $150 to buy her a new phone so she can find better work opportunities. Please donate anything you can so the little brother can go back to school and she can stop risking her life, and we can change their lives forever. All information is transparently provided on the GoFundMe page.
Wait, what? I'm so
What?
confused with this one.
Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, like they
That
say
shit was
she
too
was raped.
fast. Like she got
She was
raped
raped.
into like I don't know. Raped pregnant this little girl and her little brother's like on the street or some shit. Or
Yeah, it's really weird, and it's like an Indian guy from America, and he's like only $1,200 to like. Get
yeah, that's a scam. That's Scam City right there.
So weird, dude. I was like, it's only $1,200 to get her free, and I'm like,
Yeah, those kids are AI. Yeah, definitely.
it's like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, some AI generated
$10,000 online every single month in the easiest way possible so that you can leave the United States. This is what you should do. Recently, A16Z, which is one of the biggest VC firms in America, just posted an article about why all companies need to invest in storytelling. What this means is that every VC-funded company in America is now looking for a video editor. My advice is not to become a video editor yourself, but to partner with a video editor who's living in the developing world, who maybe charges $250 per edit, and then utilize your relationship with them to go out to the VC firms and say, hey, how much are you guys paying for edits? And they say, hey, we're paying $1,500 per edit. You come in and say, great, we can do it for $800. You pay your video editor $250, which leaves you $550 per video. You sign a client for a 4-video package, that's $2,000 per client per month. You only need 5 clients to get to $10,000. So again, if you want to make money like this so that you can leave the USA for good, go to the link in my bio.
Yeah, I just put that into Geometria A16Z, and they say it stands for AI, artificial intelligence. That's the first result in Geometria A16Z.
Yeah. Well, this guy is definitely a Jew, by the way. So he's friends with Giorgiani too, which I don't know if he wants that known, but he definitely is like friends with Giorgiani.
Yeah, where was Giorgiani recently? He was on a major show. Oh yeah, it was on Kurt Metzger or whatever.
Kurt Metzger, and I do want to cover that, but it's a lot, and like, you know, I don't know if I mean, I do want to do a little watching of Giorgiani on that, but like, I don't want to watch the whole thing because it's like it's so much stuff, and like, he's doing some sort of weird like admission that he's a psyoper, but also like, I'm not really a psyoper. I'm like a psyoper, but I'm against psyoping or something. I don't know. It's really, really strange.
Very convoluted. Black Russian poet that invented
It's a
Russian.
huge part of Russian culture. Today, I'm introducing you to the most famous Russian poet, Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin. If you got Shakespeare, we got Pushkin. His poetry was so great that it's still being quoted 200 years later. And not to mention that he basically invented Russian. Because before him, we all spoke just like Shakespearean Russian. Did you know that Pushkin actually comes from African descent? This is why he has tan skin and curly hair. His great-grandfather
This is what
was
I'm talking
Abram
about.
Ganabal, who was actually a prince from Cameroon.
Like, how
Pushkin
is she
himself
not,
was
like-
born in Moscow on June 6th, 7.
Wait, this is a Russian lady or just a Chinese lady?
There are some Russians that look like that. There are, yeah.
Well, she's calling herself a Russian, but she's like, so this is a big psyop right now. It's like Asian people and black people are oppressed by white people, so we need to like promote ourselves as like racially.
Oh, Russia has like I said, outside of Petersburg and outside of Moscow, there's a lot of ethnic diversity in Russia. You know, like I could show you some of them. I could find some of them do look like East Asians, believe it or not. Some Russians.
Yeah, it's more it's like the most diverse place in Europe, pretty much. So it's kind of ironic that they're like the white nationalists. But yeah, so but is this true though? Like there's like the person who invented Russian is like a black African
He
Russian.
just has a little bit of mixture from his dad's side, I think, but he's not really African. It's like I think he's like a not a mulatto, but something else, like octoroon or something like. He's like an octoroon or something like that, like octoroon. Yeah, he's like 1/8 black or something. Maybe it's a little bit more than that, but he's like around 1/8 black or something like that.
Right. So I guess we all just like do like the genetic Olympics where like, well, I have 1/8. I have like 1/50th black gene. So like I still count as a black person, and so therefore, whatever good thing I've done is now like a winning point to the black people.
Yeah, I knew some guy who was, basically looked like a regular white person, a regular, like Northwest Euro, and he claimed to be Native American because he was like 1/8 Native American. And I was like, what? Like you don't look Native American. Like, I don't know. It was weird. Yeah. I did encounter someone like that before.
Yeah, but this is like the new psyop though, and whatever. It's like, yeah.
You live here?
Yeah, we just bought this place.
Yep. So you're the owners of this house?
We are.
Could I have a tour of your house?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Come on in.
Yeah, thank you. So where are you guys originally from?
We're from New Jersey.
And when did you buy this house?
We literally just closed on it a couple weeks ago, and this is our first trip here as owners. Please come on in.
Wow.
Please excuse the mess.
We just got here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a lot to this house. But
I hope you have time.
Okay. All right.
Obviously, the game con that you just came in. This is our Angala. Probably saw that from outside, the
Yeah.
garden that was right. Like, that's a big selling point for us.
So this is like blue-haired liberals taking over Japan and buying like property. And stuff.
Yeah.
Be my new friend.
Oh, you got a robot.
Oh my God. Please do not say the R word like that. That's disrespectful.
You mean robots?
Yes, the proper term is artificial beings.
I didn't know that artificial beings felt that way or even felt anything at all.
It's not your fault. You're just ignorant because you were born with human privilege.
Human privilege?
Yes, I have it too. It's very hard for human beings like us to see how artificial beings have been historically discriminated against.
I am so confused.
I was too, but we're all learning together. This is a very confusing time for humans. But imagine how confusing it's been for artificial beings who don't even have the right to own property or vote yet.
Well, they don't have it that bad because they took my job at the Amazon factory.
I have also lost jobs to artificial beings, but if it's for the greater good, I'm okay with that. It's called TEI hiring.
You mean DEI hiring?
No, TEI, technological equity inclusion.
You sound insane.
I know it sounds ambitious, but we already had our first black president. Who's to say we can't have our first artificial being president, like Barack Obama?
I'm leaving. It was nice seeing you and meeting him.
Him? How do you know that this artificial being wants to identify as a male?
That is a robot, and you're clinically insane.
You're being robophobic. Artificial lives matter. Be my new friend.
Oh, you got a robot.
That's actually well written, to be honest with you. That one was pretty cool. Right? But actually, against the robot.
Yeah, that would go really good at like some techno music, like dark techno music or something like that. That last one.
Right. No, those guys do really good skits actually. So these guys here are so there was like a bunch of kids that got killed at some thing in California, and so like these are the guys like who were friends with the people who did it, saying like, "Oh, we didn't do it, but we are very happy that it happened." And they're like on live stream, like admitting that they like instigated the whole thing essentially. So.
The bro in there talking about they don't condone shit like that. He sound like a bitch. We condone all that shit. We condone it, but we didn't do it. So nigga, oh God, don't put that on us. Bro, we condone this shit though, cause niggas be shooting that niggas with their kids and shit. I'm done giving all you niggas passes. That's the old me. Nigga blowing, catching with his family or nigga smoking. You know, we thought you was dead. Trying to be like Pac, nigga. I was hella happy, nigga. I was hella happy you did that. And when I found out you did that dumbass shit, I was hella mad. I got some hot shit coming. Stay tuned.
What?
That's supposed to be like a cosplay. I think that's from Death Note or something, right? Some Death Note. Yeah, it's from the anime Death Note.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. She's pretending to be the character that Light encounters. That's a celebrity that gets kidnapped by the person, like trying to torture her or whatever. She's like salaciously tortured or whatever. She also has a Shinigami. I remember some of this. Yeah.
It's time to address all the questions. For as long as I've been on social media, Mr. D has always been part of my page, even though that's not the main focus of my content. And I know many of you have also come to love him and are just curious to know what happened. Indeed, Mr. D and I are no longer together. We got a divorce. We first met back in New York in 2015, and we spent 10 years loving, trusting, respecting each other, and taking care of each other daily. Sadly, we have come to a point where we cannot agree on the future that we want together. I have decided to be child-free, while Mr. D knows that having children is a crucial part of his life journey. What I've come to realize is that what I truly value in life conflicts heavily with motherhood. And I always thought that I didn't have a choice, that I had to have children. Even beyond that, we are actually opposite human beings. Mr. D values stability, safety, security, and routine. And those are beautiful qualities for a partner who deeply desires that. Me, on the other hand, I am fearless, I take risks, I want to try everything. I want to live life to the fullest extent. I want to pursue my interests and beauty in this world with unreasonable intensity and passion. For years, our differences actually made us compatible. We were always able to compromise well together. But somewhere along the line, things got out of balance, whether that was effort, our masculine feminine energy, or even finances. I am forever grateful for his love and care. He and his amazing parents have shown me that love can be patient, calm, and gentle. Our marriage ended in the most amicable of ways. From the moment I knew something had to change, we communicated openly and clearly, and we spent another 2 months trying to figure things out before finalizing the divorce. Then we spent a beautiful last week in Paris reminiscing on the past decade.
So like this is what Instagram is promoting. Like, well, just stay childless, unreasonably pursue, you know, your passions, whatever that's supposed to mean. Like, you know, go have sex with 100 men a year or whatever. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's kind of like mentally like this is like mental retardation. In my opinion.
Yeah. Subversive. It's subversive. You know, it reminds me of all those crappy ass articles I read. You know, promoting polyamory, which is very degenerate. You know, and I really hate stuff like this. You know, it's definitely subversive, and it's just social engineering to break apart people's families. You know, that's all it is, though. So they want families to break up and crap like that, and they want to encourage women to become whores and stuff. You know, that's the unfortunate reality. And yeah, I don't like it though. Of course, you know, I'm against stuff like that. It's not honorable. Yeah, you know, like
But I think this is what most young women, if they get on Instagram, like this is the kind of stuff that they're seeing. It's like, I thought I wanted kids, I was married, but you know, I'm 40. I'm now gonna be single because you know, I just want to like live like I'm 21 years old for until I'm like 80 years old or something. I don't know. It's like okay, it's like I don't know. It's just very interesting.
yeah, that seems.
She's
That's
wearing
exactly
like
what
$3,000 Louis Vuitton earrings or something. Like, these Louis Vuitton earrings are more important than like the man I married and said it's more important.
Yeah, it's just YOLO shit. You know about YOLO. You only live once crap. They've been promoting that for a decade or more, you know, for women. Yeah, yeah, it's not very good. Yeah, that's what they do.
City bitch, some Spanish girls love me like I'm out with Twitter. Tell Uncle Luke I'm out in Miami too. Clubbing hard, fucking women, ain't much to do. Wrist playing, got a condo up on Biscayne, still getting brain from a thing, ain't shit changed. How you feel? How you feel? How you feel? 25 sitting on 25 mil, I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'ma do it for the bay, okay? Getting paid, we'll holler whenever that stop. My team good, we don't really need a mascot. Tell Tune Light One, pass it like a relay. YMCMB, you niggas more YMCA. Me, Franny, and Molly Mall at the cribbo. Shackles out to Nico J and Chubb, shot to Gibbo. We got Santa Margarita by the leader. She know even if I'm fucking with her, I don't really need her. Ah, that's how you feel, man. That's really how you feel. Cause the pimpin' nice cold. All these bitches wanna chill. I mean, maybe she won't, then again, maybe she will. I can almost guarantee she know the deal. Real nigga, what's up? Now she want a photo. You already know though. You only live once, that's the motto, nigga. YOLO, and we.
Yeah, just want to make sure that we know the motto now. Okay. Do you know the motto of YOLO?
Yeah.
Yeah, who was that? Was that Lil Wayne or was that a different guy?
That was Drake and Lil Wayne, but that was the Drake part of it.
Oh. Yeah, it looked like he copied his style a lot. So he didn't used to sound like that. But yeah.
Yeah, well, that was an old song. That's from like 10 years ago. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's well, Drake now like paints his nails and shit. So that's always fun.
Yeah, and also like he texts like little girls on the phone and stuff. And yeah. Diddy party.
He used to call me on my cell phone. Well, he is part Jewish, so allegedly, at least. Allegedly.
Well, there are Stranger Things.
Well, Lil Wayne used to get butt pumped by Birdman.
Yeah, but did you hear about about Drake texting that girl from the little girl on Stranger Things?
Wait, who? Who did that?
Drake.
No, I did not. That's interesting.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, he texted that little British girl on Stranger Things. That was an alien or whatever.
No, well, I've never seen that show, but that's very interesting. I have to go look that up because that. Well,
yeah, you should watch it because they mention MK Ultra in that show that's on Netflix, but like it has no context to anything on the show. Like they claim like they literally say that MK Ultra is interdimensional demon stuff or whatever. So like it's weird.
Well, it's definitely a very esoteric show. Like I know that like it's very. I mean, I think it's literally tied to like all the psyop shit we talk about.
Yeah, what show? What's the name of the show?
It's called Stranger Things on Netflix. It's pretty popular, but it's like very like weird, like sci-fi themes that are in the show. Like it's like,
I'll check it out.
Yeah, but it's kind of like it's really corny, like most of it. You know, so it seemed like it's badly written.
Yeah, but well, it's because they're trying to stuff so much like Gnostic, you know, witchcraft.
Yeah, there's a lot of like weird, like Gnostic stuff in the show. Like there's like archons and shit, like weird.
No reminding me again. We can go band for band. Sorry. I put my heart in this. Okay, sorry. Why does no one know YJ's song?
Up in the morning feeling like
That's the one, Brave Man. That's the one.
I wake up in the morning feeling like
P Diddy.
fuck P Diddy, man. Romeo, take me somewhere we could be alone.
I'll be waiting.
Hey, all I left to do is run.
I'm Big Swifty, but not today.
A big Swifty. A big Swifty doesn't know love story. What? We could go band for band. Essential C, finish the lyric. Screen to the ring, to the pen, to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. I love that kid. It's like, oh, big up. Big Bird, Sesame. Hey, I just met you.
100 eaters. Something about SUV. SOS. Somebody rescue me. I got too many. It'll last me the next 2 weeks. All right. Anxiety taking over me. I don't know this song. Simmer.
What's that about? I don't get it.
Well, I don't get it either. It's just that he's like going up to only white male, Asian female couples and asking lyrics. So, and that's in like London or something. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, that is interesting.
What I don't think many of the tech mafia wives realize is that they were used to set the groundwork for what was called like the reset, what is called generally as like the reset by the Klaus Schwabs.
Like
of
the
world.
Great Reset.
The Great Reset. Yeah. So the tech wife mafias, I believe, were kind of being conscripted in many ways, and their money especially was being conscripted in to set the groundwork for the Great Reset, specifically through a network of NGO advisors, relationship with Hollywood, relationship with Davos, and their own companies.
That's actually an interesting video. I would like to check that too.
Yeah, so this one's a long video, and I'm not going to cover it all because like it's just too much for me to get into. But so this dude, I don't know who this guy is that they're talking about, but this is about the Process Church and like Discordianism essentially. But like it's about this guy who like when Joe DiMaggio died, he like faked his way into like doing Joe DiMaggio's celebration at the baseball game song, but he's also like said that he killed like Kurt Cobain and stuff like this. But this is like about like some really weird like psyop related like shit that's like tied to like the Process Church. So like I wanted to show you guys this. It's like some really, and this guy who's making this video is like also a Discordian, so like I don't quite know what's going on, but very it's a very weird video that Villager sent me.
Cabinet of Curiosity. Africa, advertisers won't be able to keep tabs on me. I'll get fun South African ads about interesting, unusual things, such as the case with Wikipedia tomfoolery. I've devoted some of my most watched episodes to it, but that's because it's so difficult to carry out a Wikipedia grift that really sticks. Any truly successful or even momentarily successful case of large-scale Wikipedia vandalism is a unicorn, a curiosity worth talking about. And this, well, this is the most curious of them all. This episode covers perhaps the strangest event in Wikipedia's 2-decade history, the saga of David Woodard. Not too long ago, I made an episode about the mystery of Corbin Bleu. One episode that a few times I'm going to do side stories where I talk about some of the people and things David Woodard encountered over the course. Disco haters not just wrong, but problematic, because disco was invented in gay clubs by Black and Hispanic people. So now hating disco makes you a racist and a homophobe. But that's pretty clearly not what was on people's minds amid the disco backlash. There was never a Motown backlash. Most of the biggest disco hits were by straight white people. Disco was hated because it belonged to the previous decade. It's going to be a while before we realize Stomp Clap Hey was good, but it'll happen, just like it happened with disco. And that'll probably happen in the late 2030s, when the 25 to 30-year nostalgia cycle hits the 2010s. Just a few years after Mumford & Sons were big, there was a ton of 80s themed stuff in the mid-2010s because that was where the nostalgia cycle landed. In fact, I think the defining features of 2010s pop culture were the Brooklyn hipster aesthetic and then 80s nostalgia. The moment we no longer heard banjos on the Billboard charts, suddenly every pop song was produced by Jack Antonoff to make it sound like it was a cut by Depeche Mode in 1984. Part of maybe the closest thing we got Isn't Timmy Leary's smile not too different from Tescriel? It's in this scene of 90s neo-psychedelia in California, where David Woodard first surfaced. He had been raised in Ventura on the coast northwest of Los Angeles, born in 1964 to a mother who was probably actually a housewife, and a father originally from Iowa who had been a DJ in the 50s, a small-time journalist during the time he was raising David, and interestingly became the, quote, resident storyteller at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library when that opened in nearby Simi Valley in 1991. David Woodard claims to have studied at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music in the 80s and moved to Napa Valley in 1987. There, Woodard discovered what is arguably still the main thing he's known for, if he's known at all, the Dream Machine. Not Dream Machine, that's a brand of alarm clocks, the Dream Machine, one shared M in the middle. What's a dream machine? This is a dream machine. And with that, it's time for a side story. David Woodard was the popularizer of the Dream Machine, but he was not its inventor. That honor goes to one Brian Geisen, a writer and artist whose entire life seemed to consist of inventing fun, weird things that ended up being popularized by and associated with other fun weirdos. Geisen was an accomplished man behind the man. Born in the 1910s, raised in Canada and England, he moved to 1930s Paris to be part of the surrealist scene, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Dali, Picasso, and Magritte. There, Geisen was cancelled. 19-year-old Geisen had his first art exhibition taken down by his fellow artists on its opening day, and he was officially expelled from the Surrealists by their founder, André Breton. Precisely why is lost to the sands of time, but I think it's fair to say that this is just what happens in tight-knit communities of quirky, highly driven people with big egos. There's probably no huge crime lurking in Brian Geisen's past. Geisen served in World War II, and then wrote a book about the history of American slaves who fled to Canada. By the 1950s, he was back in Paris, with a new group of eccentric artists, the Beat Generation. As you probably know, the Beat Generation, or Beatniks, were a subculture of free-spirited experimental writers in the 50s who were basically proto-hippies. The drug culture of the 60s in particular owes a large debt to the influence of the Beatniks. Geisen became friends with William Burroughs, most famous as the author of The Naked Lunch, a hallucinatory novel that gained a cult following in the 60s counterculture. The Beatles include Burroughs in the collage of people they admired on the Sgt. Pepper album cover. Burroughs also wrote a novella in 1979 called Blade Runner, a movie.
Reminds me of my favorite movie, The Movie.
If you're a movie buff, you'll know that the movie Blade Runner, which came out in 1982, was based on a book by Philip K. Dick, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? The title Blade Runner did not come from Burroughs. Ridley Scott got it from a third book, a sci-fi novel written in 1974 by one Alan E. Norse, which has no other connection to the movie Blade Runner, but it does have a connection to the book Blade Runner, a movie, because Burroughs wrote that one as a treatment for a movie based on Norse's book. Now that there was a major movie called Blade Runner based on an entirely different book, neither Norse nor Burroughs would get the chance to adapt either of their books called Blade Runner as a movie, but Burroughs' Blade Runner book did end up being made into a movie in 1983 under the title Taking Tiger Mountain, which was originally going to be a completely different movie based on Albert Camus's novel The Stranger and was retooled midway through production to be based on Burroughs' Blade Runner book. That's a tangent, but it's really not, now that I think about it. Burroughs' writing was all about confusion, delirium, nesting of concepts. This is really that is really this. It is psychedelic literature par excellence. The baffling array of stories titled Blade Runner feels like something that would happen in a Burroughs book. Blurring the line between reality and fiction was central to the writing of the Beat Generation. Make art where the medium is your life. Burroughs is usually cited as the father of the cut-up. Do you have a bunch of magnets on your fridge with common words on them that you can rearrange to form ridiculous sentences? That's more or less a cut-up. A serious author would say that, not sure what he was slicing papers for, but I'd listen, quote, the only man I ever respected, though Geisen never became a literary legend like Burroughs. In my opinion, Geisen's cut-up writing is a lot more interesting and feels less rudderless than what Burroughs did. They wrote a few books of cut-up poetry together, but I can tell what's Burroughs and what's Geisen because Geisen's cut-ups feel like they're about something. They all seem to get at something beyond the source material they're assembled from. Not to call William Burroughs talentless, he clearly was a genius, but I think Burroughs got famous as a writer and Geisen didn't just because Burroughs was so much more of a character. Okay, so Burroughs and Geisen and friends living at the Beat Hotel were bohemians. What defines a bohemian? It's a know it when you see it kind of thing, but I think 4 very important elements. You make quirky art, you live in a big city, you're poor, and you do drugs. Am I a bohemian? Those latter 2 things tend to...
So I don't know if you guys are seeing all the connections to this stuff, but like, what's interesting to me is that like, so you have like the Beats, you have William Burroughs, you know, Kurt Cobain was using cut up, you know, Jello Biafra was using cut up method. Like, I know it's like something to do with Discordianism and stuff, but also like using the bohemian stuff is also interesting. Like,
Burroughs was a kind of, you know, heroin addict and stuff like that. From what I read, he's like did some heavy drugs, Burroughs. William S. Burroughs. Talking about that writer. Yeah. He was a kind of a crazy guy, William S. Burroughs.
Yeah, him and like Ginsburg. Like I think Burroughs like may have murdered somebody, and then like Ginsburg was like a pedo.
Yeah, Ginsburg is, you can kind of tell that Ginsburg is a pedo based on his appearance. Like, he's also a J, and you can just look at him. I mean, like, man, that guy was ugly as hell. Like, yeah, Allen Ginsberg, right? Yeah, like, he's definitely seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, God, looking at his face, just so I don't know, that kind of phenotype is so ugly. I'm like, man, holy shit, he's like fucking the J Goal or something like that. J Ghoul or something. Yeah. It's like a ghoul. Like,
Well, and but yeah, it's like so. Courtney Love's dad, before Kurt Cobain, or after Kurt Cobain died, said, you know, Kurt Cobain was bohemian royalty, right? And I think he means like he was like the descendant of all this like Discordianism and stuff like that, right? And I think that actually does fit, in a lot of ways. But it's just interesting. So like, because the connection he's about to make right here, like it's going to go directly to like Process Church and stuff. So like it's pretty weird. Like, like it kind of shows like this.
like I mentioned this before, that guy Alexandriac on the Discord, I've known him for a long time. I haven't talked to him in a while. He is part of royalty too, actually. His grandfather was a part of CIA. He knew over 10 languages, okay? And he actually verifies stuff like Eyes Wide Shut is true. And he also told me some stuff in the past that are very strange, but they actually coerced him into becoming a transsexual because of the hormonal therapy and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. He used to talk about weird connections. Yeah, he claimed, but I don't know if he was lying or whatever, that he went to an occult meeting where he actually met Musk or something. But the stuff about his grandfather is true, because I had other parties verify that, and I know that for a fact his grandfather was CIA. But yeah, these people they actually do care about bloodline. If you want to join stuff like CIA, or you want to join stuff like FBI, they do look into your bloodline and stuff like that. Yeah, and a lot of the rock musicians, they were the children of CIA retirees, or the military industrial complex. People who retired from military industrial complex, their children went into rock and roll. Like Frank Zappa and other stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. I remember Alexandria telling me some weird thing. He actually told me in the past that there were plans to balkanize America. Like there were like some guys who wanted to do that, like in the deep state. I don't know. So I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know if he was making up a lot of stuff, but I do know his grandfather was CIA. Over 10 languages, his grandfather on that. And yeah, Eyes Wide Shut is true though. They would wear Venetian masks and stuff like that. And they have orgies and crap like that.
Sounds like Curtis Yarvin's family.
Curtis Yarvin's.
Conflict. Drugs are expensive. So it was that one day in 1961, Brian Dyson was dozing on a bus in France, and as the trees outside caused a strobing effect against the setting sun, he had a revelation that he could have a psychedelic experience without drugs.
Because I was riding down a road and closed my eyes in the back of a bus and had these extraordinary visions, which I thought at that time were some kind of spiritual grace which had been allotted to me. And I found out later that this was a purely physiological, neurological effect.
So Dyson decided he had to find a way to replicate this effect in his dingy hotel room. With the help of an engineer friend of his, since he was clearly no shape rotator, Dyson invented the Dream Machine, a deceptively simple device. It consists of a light bulb surrounded by a rotating cylinder with slits in it. You're supposed to close your eyes, but not too tightly, and watch as the strobing effect of the light supposedly induces hallucinations. Now, doesn't that sound like a recipe for an epileptic seizure? Yes, it does. According to people promoting the thing, 1 in 4,000 adults and about twice as many children will experience seizures looking at a Dream Machine. If you're concerned about your safety, maybe stick to drugs. Does it work? Unclear, but surprisingly, the answer is not a hard no. The 2008 Canadian documentary Flicker interviewed a whole bunch of counterculture figures from the 60s and beyond, including Mick Jagger's sometimes girlfriend, Marianne Faithfull, members of Sonic Youth, and the iconic experimental musician Genesis P. Orridge, all people who clearly knew their shit about psychedelics and came away with some surprising Dream Machine testimonials.
I turned around and looked at it, just watched it for a while, and as you saw, it starts to go in and out. You start seeing it, and then it's slowing down, it's speeding up, and I closed my
Okay, so Sonic Youth was like a huge friend of Kurt Cobain, like pretty much like helped him break into music, the music scene. Genesis.
There's
Pure.
two people in Sonic Youth. It's a wife and a husband.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and I used to know her name. I know her name is like Kim.
Yeah, I think it's like Kim Gordon or something like
Yeah,
that.
Kim Gordon. Yep, exactly. Yep. And yeah, pretty interesting. And also Mudhoney was like going to be one of their. Well, yeah, was going to be one of it was pretty close to them too. But then you got Genesis Peorage, right, which is literally like the process.
Another weird
transgender.
pedo.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you know about that boy and the Terminator 2, or maybe it was someone else. Yeah, Terminator 2. That boy got messed up. Edward Furlong. Yeah, I think.
Furlong. Yeah, I don't know his deal, but he definitely saw some shit. Something happened bad to him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's just I feel like, let me tell you this. Quickly. Miley Cyrus, and also Miley Cyrus. She wasn't that bad in the beginning. But then they corrupted her and subverted her and made her into a whore. It's like a weird kind of transformation to opposite that the Jays or the occultists promoted among her, because then they make her into a role model, and then she does bad things like twerking to little kids and other stuff. And I think Miley Cyrus was doing that. Yeah, but you see, they like try to corrupt and the innocents. You see, they love doing that. The Hollywood and the elite.
Well, I think that's kind of I think that's what this video is actually about, and I'll tell you why in a second. But like, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit, but I think I see where it's going with it. What? Check this out, like.
And immediately
says they saw nothing that day. Atheists were converted to Catholicism by the miracle. Remember the episode I made about the Zimbabwean school kids who all said they were visited by aliens at recess? That and the miracle of Fatima are probably the two best corroborated mass sightings of something inexplicable and supernatural. Scott Alexander put forward the theory that Fatima was caused by the effects of staring at the sun for a longer time than is healthy under specific patchy cloud effects. In a follow-up article, Scott compares it to the Buddhist concept of fire casina meditation, who had been the girlfriend of Gertrude Stein. Douglas published a cookbook in 1954 for which her friends submitted recipes. Brian Geisen, then in his 20s, was introduced to the Dream Machine, again supposedly by his landlord. He felt that he had found his calling. Woodard began a business, building and selling dream machines. He was the first person to make them into an industry. This would proudly advertise the capitalist hanging rope for 50% off, and they'd run ads begging you to come hang them with it, knowing that you wouldn't, because you both knew there was no alternative. Capitalism. Iggy Pop and Kurt Cobain. Woodard's revival, said the former hippies, why not work within it to achieve that revolution in consciousness? Woodard had no known ties to Silicon Valley, but he mastered the same marriage of capitalist enterprise and hippie woo-woo. He envisioned dream machines taking pride of place in suburban living rooms, dream machines replacing television. He didn't have an advertising budget, and the major entertainment firms he claims to have approached about licensing the Dream Machine told him they were afraid of lawsuits from victims of Dream Machine-induced seizures. The same thing they told Brian Geisen when he too had tried to commercialize his invention back in the 60s. But knowledge of David Woodard's Dream Machine spread by word of mouth, reaching some surprisingly high places. Woodard was reported to have sold Dream Machines to Beck, Iggy Pop, and Kurt Cobain. Woodard's revival.
Yeah, so Iggy Pop is another really strange figure, and Beck is like, I'm pretty sure he's a Scientologist too. So I think that's it's like very small little circle of like process church, Scientology, Discordianism, the beatniks, all this kind of shit. Pretty strange connections here.
Of the Dream Machine allowed him to ingratiate himself with William Burroughs, who was still alive, living in the college town of Lawrence, Kansas. In 1997, Woodard moved to Kansas to be closer to Burroughs, who was in his 80s and dying of heart disease. In the last months of Burroughs' life, David Woodard was probably his closest friend. Woodard gave an interview to the alternative magazine Head Press in which he told a curious reporter about his time with Burroughs. He notably said that Burroughs was attended to by 3 to 4, quote, helper boys, who would drive Burroughs to Kansas City for his methadone appointments. Burroughs was a lifelong, unapologetic heroin addict. Woodard blames the methadone clinic for Burroughs' death, saying that they were probably gradually reducing his dosage without his knowledge, a practice called blind dosing, and that supposedly shocked his body into cardiac arrest, which is something that can really happen. He might have been right. In the interview, Woodard talks about lengthy Dream Machine sessions with Burroughs, producing, quote, horrific hallucinations more addictive than heroin, between which they would consume, in his words, marijuana cigarettes.
And furthermore, Susan, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to learn that all 4 of them habitually smoke marijuana cigarettes.
One thing to know about William Burroughs is that he believed in magic, like seriously believed in magic. It was effectively his life's guiding philosophy. You can't really talk about Burroughs without talking about how he believed he could curse people, that he could see the future through scrying, and that he had to constantly take measures to avoid being possessed by demons. He believed his cut-ups had no artistic value. In fact, he didn't really see himself as an artist or a writer. He saw himself revealing esoteric occult truths through the randomness of things like cut-ups, since he believed nothing was truly random and all things were fated to happen. While Woodard lived with Burroughs, fellow Beat Generation writer Allen Ginsberg died of liver cancer. Burroughs claimed to have cursed him. Burroughs showed Woodard his magical contraptions. The Dream Machine was actually the least woo-woo of the many devices Burroughs and Woodard attempted to build and sell. Burroughs had also built a wishing machine, a device consisting of copper plates and an audio amplifier where you put a wish in the form of, quote, text, image, and or diorama in between the plates and then leave the machine on for 1 to 2 weeks, which is all it takes for your wish to come true. Woodard later claimed to have controlled the weather in Los Angeles for a period of several months using Burroughs' wishing machine. Then there was the ferroliminal lycanthropizer, a doohickey that was supposed to do what Blue Sky thinks listening to Joe Rogan will do, turn a mild-mannered average Joe into a Nazi. The ferroliminal lycanthropizer was a, quote, low-frequency thanatoauric wave generator. It generated two inaudibly low-frequency sound waves, 3 Hz and 9 Hz, which apparently had a variety of effects Woodard described ranging from, quote, a sensual aphrodisiac effect, to impetuously shedding the veil of clothing, to disarmoring the intimate charms of the violent child within. The overall effect, said Woodard, was thus. For example, a dilettante Catalonian national using the machine daily over a period of 5 or 6 weeks, eventually managed to ingratiate himself with Adolf Hitler and persuade his quarry to adopt the swastika as high totem and emblem of the burgeoning National Socialist Conference. The reporter responded, deadpan, I'm not so sure that the world really needs tons of brutally honest, naked, horny Nazis, but to each his own, I guess. Also around this time, Woodard...
Yeah, so again, like, this seems like a bunch of nonsense, but like, if you read Kurt Cobain's journals and stuff, like, you can definitely tell that he was heavily influenced.
Yeah, he's definitely putting together like some interesting names.
Yep. Like Kurt Cobain was definitely influenced by this shit. Like read his journal. Like you can see it very clearly. Like he was definitely like a weird esoteric Hitlerist. Like he said he's like pro, like this is what's funny is like all these like Christian nationalists were like, Kurt Cobain was just like this like weird liberal hippie guy or who's just like a drug addict, but like he was very clearly way more sophisticated than that. Like if you read what he wrote, like he was obviously like doing like, Hitlerian occultist magical shit or something, and I never really fully understood it, but like watching this, it like kind of makes a lot more sense because the stuff that these two guys are talking about, Woodard and what's his name, Burroughs, like this is really the kind of shit that like I think Kurt Cobain and a lot of other people in the grunge scene were really into, right? Like there's some sort, and it kind of reminds me of like the Hyperborean guy or something. Like this is some really strange, like esoteric, like Hyperborean wisdom, fucking Valhalla shit. Like, and Iggy Pop wrote that album called Post Pop Depression, and he has that song called like American Valhalla and stuff like that. Like I'm telling you, like this is like a real like underground religion that like ties to like the Order of Nine Angles and stuff like that. Like, that people, I don't think people really take it seriously, but like this is an actual real thing.
You're pointing to something real, and definitely seems like it goes deep. Yeah, thinking about it's creepy stuff. Yeah, let's see. Also, Argentina, they have that big movement too, and also Japan has a lot of weird Gnostic imagery in their stuff too. Like I said, the National Socialists had close relationship with Argentina and Japan too, so it's kind of strange that.
Yeah. It's really well. There's a lot of blonde hair, blue eyed people in Argentina, allegedly. So, and it's and again, like I don't want to get back into this whole thing, but if you really look at Alex Jones and like Tim Kennedy and stuff like that, like Hitler went down to Argentina and got away with it, and blah blah. All of that is like some weird like. I don't know what, but it ties into the shit that we're watching right now. I can tell you that. Like, I don't know exactly what it means, but they're doing some sort of weird, like, Discordian, Hyperborean shit or something.
Dream Machine began to get attention from the mainstream media, ranging from skeptical to sold. None other than the New York Times wrote a largely favorable piece about the Dream Machine in their home and garden section, in which the reporter described it inducing, quote, an unusual serenity and clarity. A German magazine, meanwhile, described buying the $500 version of the Dream Machine after 7 months of delays, for which Woodard apologized profusely in a series of verbose emails. When it finally arrived, it turned out to be nothing but a black cardboard lampshade that rotated around a dim light bulb. Sounds like that's on you for getting the bohemian version, cheapskate. And the Dream Machine got attention from the decidedly less mainstream media for decidedly more unsavory reasons. Side story time. Yes, real people thought this. Real people who were high, that is. You are probably aware that there are conspiracy theories that Kurt Cobain's 1994 suicide was anything but. If you weren't, you probably could have guessed that. There are conspiracy theories about every major celebrity now. What you may not know is that there is a point source of Kurt Cobain conspiracy theories, a cover story titled Who Killed Kurt that ran in the April 1996 issue of The High Times, which was not just any issue, it was a special hemp issue, whatever that means. Plenty of the article is dedicated to the common conspiracy theory you might have heard of. that Kurt's wife, Courtney Love, killed him. There are interviews with a private investigator who Courtney hired to track Kurt down after he broke out of rehab for his heroin addiction. The PI later came to believe that Courtney had murdered Kurt. Then there's the claim from a punk rocker who called himself El Duce, who said Courtney Love had paid him $50,000 to kill Kurt, although that guy was an incredibly obvious attention seeker, and members of his own band said that he made up the story so the tabloids would pay him. And then there's the claim that Kurt Cobain did kill himself, but it was induced by his dream machine use. Yes, remember how I said David Woodard claimed to have sold Kurt Cobain a dream machine? That's probably true. And according to an anonymous fax sent to the offices of the High Times, Cobain became obsessed with the thing in the months leading up to his suicide. He'd watch it for days without sleeping. Just like Woodard talked about doing with William Burroughs, he used his dream machine addiction to replace his heroin addiction. Remember, again, this is basically a rotating lampshade with slits in it. There had already been rumors of people driven insane by dream machine use. In fact, Woodard himself allegedly sent a letter to Kurt Cobain warning him of dream machine-related suicides. But he still let Kurt buy a dream machine, of course. It gets way, way weirder than this. An article in the LA Weekly covering a retrospective exhibition on William Burroughs at the LA County Museum of Art describes a scene that could have come out of the Illuminatus trilogy. Christian protesters swarmed the event, handing out flyers bemoaning Burroughs' promotion of, quote, drug addiction and homosexuality. Sure, but that wasn't their main focus. They were there first and foremost to protest the dream machine. This Christian group, the PAL, or Patriot Action League, purportedly had ties to another, specifically anti-dream machine Christian organization, the FUCK, or Friends Understanding Kurt, founded by one Steve Newman, who had played bass in a band with Kurt Cobain before he was famous. Newman later became a born-again Christian and the biggest promoter of the theory that Kurt had been driven to suicide by the dream machine. His organization, which he referred to as the FUCK with no apparent irony, faded into obscurity within a couple years after Cobain's death, though not after lobbying for laws to be passed regulating dream machines in the same way as cigarettes and alcohol. Years later, writing a retrospective, sorta but not really, apologizing for starting the Who Killed Kurt rumors, the former editor of the High Times claims that he later learned the person who sent the fax blaming the dream machine for Kurt's death was Courtney Love. Dun dun dun! If he has any evidence of this, he doesn't show it. Steve Newman also claimed Courtney Love believed the dream machine had killed Kurt, but as far as I could tell, she never spoke publicly about that, and other members of her band, Hole, denied that Kurt even had a dream machine at all, saying Kurt had gone to meet William Burroughs in Kansas in 1993 and used a dream machine there, but that was the extent of his involvement with the device. The High Times, meanwhile, clearly still wants to believe that the whole dream machine hoopla is misdirection and Courtney killed Kurt, which there is strong evidence against. Kurt Cobain killed himself. If you want to investigate the puzzling, maybe suicide of an angsty 90s Pacific Northwest singer-songwriter, look into the death of Elliott Smith instead. That one is actually interesting. But assuming the facts wasn't just completely made up, and I don't think it was, because how would those stoners at the High Times know Kurt Cobain had a dream machine? I have my own suspicions about who sent it. Media coverage of David Woodard has one consistent through line. He's one of those guys who wanted to become famous by any means necessary. He didn't care if he was known as a hero or a villain, he just wanted to be known. Buried deep in the early internet blog of a now defunct magazine, the rest of their site no longer accessible, I found an interview with Woodard after Kurt Cobain's death, in which Woodard tries to take
you want me to tell you something funny?
the dream machine helped him to see that he was beginning to fall apart as a cultural figure. He felt like Andy Warhol, Wagner, and Singer rolled up into one. He was in a very special place, which invited timely suicide. It seemed like it was the perfect decision. David Woodard seemed to know very well that no publicity is bad publicity. After all, this may have been the first time Woodard was tied to a famous person's death, but it wouldn't be the last. Deliberately inserting himself into newsworthy deaths was soon to become David Woodard's whole MO. A requiem.
Can I tell you something funny?
Music written in memory of someone who has died. Woodard coined a related term, a prequiem. A requiem written to be played in front of someone.
Yeah, I guess he must have stepped away.
David Woodard wanted to be known not just as a psychedelic lamp salesman, but as a composer, and he had real musical talent. He'd studied at the tiny, exclusive San Francisco Conservatory. Woodard's first requiem was written for Joe DiMaggio when the baseball great was in the hospital with terminal lung cancer. Woodard contacted the hospital about the prospect of playing it for the man himself in his hospital room. It was going to be a more elaborate affair than the piece he ended up performing, with a part including a female singer dressed as Marilyn Monroe. Again, performed in a hospital room. Woodard then retooled his idea when DiMaggio died. He was going to perform on opening day of the baseball season in Yankee Stadium. He got in contact with the Yankees PR team. They declined. He was finally forced to play it at the Long Beach Sacramento State baseball game. Some baseball fans found the prospect of a guy coming into Joe DiMaggio's hospital room to play a piece of music written to memorialize his impending death a bit ghoulish. But Woodard was just warming up. If the dream machine wasn't going to be his thing, prequiems would be his thing. And they got a lot more ghoulish. In summer 2001, Timothy McVeigh, the right-wing terrorist who had perpetrated the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, was scheduled to be executed. He had killed 168 people. He had few supporters. Aha, said David Woodard, a niche nobody else has filled. And of course, another opportunity for a prequiem. In the 2 years since the DiMaggio debacle, Woodard had built up something that he only briefly had in his life. A positive reputation with the classical music world and the city of Los Angeles. How? Well, he'd seized on another opportunity to write a requiem, and not a prequiem this time. In February 2001, the Angels flight funicular in downtown LA had catastrophically failed, with the car at the upper station rocketing down the incline and colliding with the other car at the lower station. An 83-year-old man, Leon Prappert, was killed. Woodard, in his infinite civic-mindedness, managed to call the right people and got approved to perform a piece he'd written called An Elegy for Two Angels at the man's memorial service, attended by the mayor of LA and other dignitaries. which may be what got the press to give him the benefit of the doubt when he said he wanted to perform a requiem for Timothy McVeigh. This got news coverage across the country, and Woodard waxed philosophical in interviews with important publications. It just seems that a requiem should be appreciated by the dying subject in order to keep it from being a selfish endeavor by the survivors, he told the LA Times. Noting McVeigh's steadfast refusal to appeal his death sentence, Woodard told the BBC, the way in which he has managed himself is unfathomably mindful and composed, and I feel he deserves some sort of tribute. In every interview, Woodard insisted he didn't support McVeigh, but that felt like a tacked-on disclaimer after what read like paragraphs of glazing this terrorist. He constantly noted that McVeigh was universally hated and executed at 33 years old, just like Jesus. Woodard corresponded with McVeigh in his last days, calling the mass killer, quote, extremely articulate and unshakably convinced he has done something for the good of humanity. And McVeigh allegedly wrote back, saying Woodard was the only person who truly understood him. Woodard's piece was originally titled Farewell to a Saint. Under pressure from survivors of the bombing, he changed it to Ave atque vale, Latin for hail and farewell, although he claimed it meant onward valiant soldier, which is arguably worse. Woodard wrote the piece for it to be performed in the execution chamber right as McVeigh received his lethal injection. Understandably, the prison in Indiana where McVeigh was held didn't let him. At McVeigh's own suggestion, Woodard tried to get the piece played on a local college radio station that the prisoners sometimes listened to, and the students were surprisingly welcoming to this proposal, but Woodard backed out after he learned he couldn't play it at the exact moment of McVeigh's execution. He finally performed it at a Catholic church near the prison. McVeigh never heard it. Then 9/11 happened. Guess how Woodard responded? Yeah, he wanted to write an experimental classical piece for the hijackers, even though they were, of course, already dead. This never happened because he insisted that the piece would require one particular instrument, a harp played at ancient Sumerian royal funerals.
Yeah.
The only proper way to memorialize the hijackers, he thought. It was at a museum in Baghdad.
Oh yeah, I want to tell you something funny, about the cults and stuff. See, I used to have this German friend, and he was an oddball, but I learned a lot of interesting stuff from him. And once he got very much into Mishima. I'm not sure you know about Mishima. He was a Japanese guy who loved to work out. And he got so much into Mishima, and he also got into some National Socialist stuff. Like he was talking about Hans Blur to me a lot. And blah blah blah. And was a part of this forum, and I messaged someone about this a long time ago, like many months later. And he told me, "Oh, Mishima, I know about Mishima." He said in Germany there's a homoerotic warrior cult that is devoted to Mishima, and even to some National Socialist. He said he encountered it. He says very gay stuff, like they I don't know, like they're working out and they're like being like Spartans and stuff like. I was like, what? And I was like, was my friend a part of that? Oh my god! And I'm like, maybe that makes sense. And what I'm trying to say is that people can be very like oddballs or something. Like maybe Cobain was a part of a small network of esoteric Nazis or other crap like that. Yeah, how deep it goes, I don't know. Maybe it goes very deep, but I don't know. Yeah, but the one in Germany, I don't know. Maybe it's gotten deeper now, but I learned that by accident. You know what I mean? Like just by happenstance. Because my friend he kept talking about Mishima, and then I talked to another German guy, and he told me, oh, there's a cult where they're like all gay and they're like working out and they're like warrior homoerotic cult or something. I learned that by accident, really on that. Yeah. But I don't really have much close connection. But what I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of weird cults out there, is what I'm saying, some of them are very bad though, like the
Well, but the point I'm trying to make is like these cults are very well connected to like the entertainment industry at the very least. Like, I mean, it's like,
well, yeah, 100%, definitely. Yeah. Entertainment industry though is more definitely sadistic because they harm children. You know what I mean? Like they fucking grooming kids. They molest the kids. I mean, that's why all of these kids they become whores when they grow up. Like Miley Cyrus and all of those other ones that were probably molested or whatever by their J handlers or something. Unfortunately, I mean that's what it seems like to me. They have a problem with grooming kids, which is not good. Like, it's very bad. I think the worst thing you can do is go Disneyland or go like I don't know Hollywood, and you gotta with a kid. You gotta always be on the watch out. Because I have read stories where kids get abducted in Disneyland. Believe it or not, it's very creepy stuff. And yeah, I think that's more like evil, sadistic stuff or something. I think that yeah, that's not good stuff. Yeah, I know. I mean that's why human trafficking is big. What I mean, like it's because the elite support it, the government supports it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done. You can keep playing, but Okay. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, that's dark. What you're saying.
yeah. Well, I
But
know
yeah,
that.
there's suggestions that that Walt Disney was like into that type of stuff. Actually,
Disney.
a lot of his
Disneyland. Disneyland.
yeah.
Disneyland. There are stories of kids getting abducted in Disneyland. Yeah. You
Yeah.
haven't read these stories?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like there's like cults that use Alice in Wonderland as a sort of mythology to brainwash people.
Yeah, I actually heard that too before. Actually, now that I think about it, I kind of,
Yeah.
in the movie, Clockwork Orange, I've done this too. They were playing to the guy with his eyes wide open. They were doing the brainwashing. They were like alternating between extremely idyllic, happy pictures and extremely dark, macabre pictures, back and forth, if I remember correctly. And I think that's meant to shatter his mind or something in a Clockwork Orange, and maybe that's tied to MK Ultra. They were doing MK Ultra on that crazy guy, the one with the white shirt. They should have just executed him because what he did was reprehensible. He raped and other stuff. You've seen that movie, A Clockwork Orange, right? Or no, you haven't seen that movie. Hey, Clockwork.
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That one just show you what MK Ultra is like, basically.
Yeah, it's actually yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should have just executed him, in my opinion, because
Yeah, yeah, like how the school counselor is more significant than the parent.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I remember that during a debate, I actually disagreed with both of them, believe it or not. There was a debate about whether or not they should let him based on his free will or, be compatible, like based on his own decisions, improve himself. While the other guy said, no, we have to impose order to improve himself. And I was thinking to myself, just execute him because he's like done some things that shouldn't be forgiven. You know what I mean? Because he was like fucking raping that one wife of that guy and other stuff. I remember the ending. He locked him
Right.
up in the room, and he was playing the classical music, and he decided to jump off of the top building to kill himself because he was like listening, because he was like programmed to hate classical music at that point. Right? Yeah, at that point. Yeah, but the movie is interesting. It deals with stuff like MK Ultra and how we should proceed with capital punishment, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, in the movie, they're drinking adrenochrome.
Oh, there's Angenicum and Clockwork Orange. Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning, they're like, yeah, they say it's milk plus adrenochrome. And then they go on their, berserker rage.
Yeah,
Right?
let me tell you this though. Kubrick's films, they're full of occult stuff like Hermeticism and MK Ultra and dark spirits like The Shining. He directed that too. Yeah, the MK and also the Rothschild's balls. You know what I mean? Balls like in that movie Eyes Wide Shut. And like I told you, my friend's grandfather confirmed that kind of stuff is true. Like they have masquerades and stuff like that, wearing animal masks.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah,
Still,
he says milk plus adrenochrome. He said that'll sharpen us up for the ultra violence this evening. Or something like that.
yeah, I have to double check. That's actually very. I don't remember that, but that explains a lot. Yeah, he was basically showing that he was like leaking this kind of stuff. I remember reading a quote
Yeah.
from Kubrick. I'm not sure if it was real. That he said that he was like kind of being subtle. He was saying that if you knew what the elites are doing, you would go crazy or something like that. Yeah, he did say Angenicum. Yeah, Drincum, a derivative of Angeline. Yeah, Angeline. Yeah, the elites probably elites like that one woman. I forgot her name. What was her name again? The creepy woman who does a lot of occult stuff. The one with black hair. I forgot her name. She did I forgot her name. She did that stuff. The spirit cooking. What's her name again? Marina Abrovich. Yeah. Yeah, they're a lot
Right.
of
Yeah, the
they're
lady
all-
we were reviewing on the show. Yeah, she's got some weird ideas. Like about like channeling and like she thinks like basically she makes allusions to the fact that artists should be psychic mediums, or something like that.
Yeah, I think I actually agree that artwork does have a spiritual dimension, but I think if you dwell too much on bad artwork, it does destroy your mind. You have to balance it with good artwork while privileging the good artwork over the darkness. That's my personal idea that I've developed, you know what I mean, personally, you know, like the good artwork that promotes good values should be promoted over bad artwork that promotes nihilism or promotes a very misanthropic or whatever, more like negative views or just sadistic views, stuff like that. You should promote the good artwork over the bad artwork. That's my opinion in terms of aesthetics, in terms of like keeping the mind stable and in the right orientation and direction and stuff. That's something I developed myself, actually. I mean, like, well, maybe some other people think that too. Yeah. You know, that's the thing. You know, there are creepy people out there. All they ever watch is like horror films or like slashers or whatever. They're messed up. Don't trust people like that. It's not good to, you know, be like that. You have to balance it or also prioritize the good artwork, stuff like that. Yeah, of course, there's a lot of complexity. Like I know a lot of good rap and stuff like that, you know, but there's of course bad rap too, like bad rap that promote doing drugs and killing people and stuff like that, innocent people. But there's a lot of good rap too, though. You know, there's a lot of good rap. Like I used to listen to a lot of underground rap, like I said. So I know rap is not all bad. You know, same with country music, stuff like that. Of course, there's a lot of bad country music too. There's good country music also. You gotta, like pick the good from bad. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm saying is just basic. You know, yeah. That's what was my point to Twilight before he just went off a tangent and other stuff. You know, I don't think, you know, but he's right that you gotta like you can't close your eyes to the darkness. You gotta keep your eyes. You gotta look at the darkness straight on, but you gotta have courage and still prioritize the light over the darkness. That was my point. I mean, in terms of your intentions and stuff like that. You know, Epstein and stuff like that. They had, I think Epstein read a lot of Marcus de Sade. He read a lot of Marcus de Sade. He read a lot of transgressive stuff. You know, what I mean, they actually, I remember saying that somewhere. You know, and that's just debauchery and it's just evil stuff. You know, they don't actually read or like care about you know, like stuff that promote helping other people or promote compassion towards other people. You know, compassion is an important thing. You know, compassion is, you know, I would actually say that's one thing I disagree with Hyperborean. I place compassion and honor on equal level. You know, I'm not gonna ever do that. Compassion is a very important thing. You know, compassion is a little bit different from love, but it's kind of important. Compassion. I mean, without compassion, you become kind of like a demon. To be honest, you know, you agree with that or no?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, for sure. You know,
Yes.
it has demonic presence. Like, if you don't care about like people suffering, like, or you somewhat relish in that, yeah, that is
Yeah, exactly.
somewhat demonic.
Yeah, exactly. It's demonic. Yes, yeah. That's why.
Yeah, because it's like those like spirits, right? Like in Buddhism, right? That like they like piss and shit is like their food, even right?
Yeah,
It's like
like
they like
rakshas,
the
rakshasas or something. Rakshas.
yeah yeah they like the lower, they subsist on the lower elements. So they're kind of like it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Anything else I have to say? uh, yeah. Yeah, you know, when I tried to lead this to my friend, he didn't believe me if I was crazy, you know. Uh, but it's true. I think there's a network or elites that are involved in like transgressive stuff, and they relish in it. You know what I mean? That's the biggest problem. Yeah, routing them out was probably very difficult. You know, I think Trump actually protects them. To be honest, same with most of the politicians. Obama protected them too, of course. They are the real deep state. I think so. You know, they exist, is what I'm saying. They definitely exist. Yeah, it's kind of obvious to me, you know. That one game, Killer 7, I mentioned before, I'm surprised more people didn't get more protests, but that game really show a lot of crazy shit. And so I think that tie into a lot.
Yeah, I think you showed the ending of that on the show, right?
No, I never really show Killer 7
Oh
that
no,
much.
no, no, no! You said that the ending of it was a politician,
Oh yeah,
like hanging from a noose, like
Yes.
like that's like spitting out something or something.
Yeah, that's right. That's the final boss, and there are a lot of crazy stuff in the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, you described it, but you said it was you said parts of it were too gruesome to show. So yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember you talking about it.
The game has stuff like child trafficking, and it's connected to the politicians, and it's connected to a school that has been deeply enmeshed in the occult and stuff like that. It's a weird ass game. Like, I'm surprised more people didn't like protest it because when Manhunt came out, people were like calling for that to be banned, but no one really seemed to notice how crazy Killer 7 was. Like, a lot of crazy ass shit in that game. But yeah, that game, yeah. It reminds me of stuff like Denver Airport. You know what I mean? We all know about Denver Airport. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's probably deeper than that. Like they're probably schools or they're probably cities, even towns that are just pure occult towns and stuff. Yeah, I remember reading rumors that Aspen is a kind of Aspen town. The town is like a kind of occult town. You know what I mean? Like you go there and you're gonna see some shady stuff, like occult stuff, or there are probably towns that are like fully occult or something. It's very easy to be paranoid in this day and age, right? It's not good to assume the best of people if they're not transparent with their intentions or transparent with who they are. Yeah, you gotta be careful, because we live in an age of being saturated with information, and some people go the wrong route or something like that. I think that's right, and that's correct. I don't like to be too moralist. I'm not trying to be moralist, but and a lot of crazy stuff. I always thought Dario Argento, his face looked kind of creepy. Like I can tell he's up to no good. I don't trust that guy, even though his films could be artistically impressive. Look at what his films are about, and then look at his face. You have to and then look at his daughter. His daughter was a creepy, sick bitch. His daughter was involved in animal abuse and other stuff. And then I'm supposed to believe his father is totally fine and stuff like that. No way. His father made gruesome films with like slasher films and stuff. And look at his face. He looked like a fucking demented guy, Dario Argento. You know who that is or not? He's a film director who is Italian, but I can tell from his face he's not a normal guy. He made Suspiria and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh. I don't know. You gotta
Yeah,
be
I've not
careful.
heard much about it.
No, he's very popular. His daughter though is very creepy. His daughter has been involved in a lot of creepy stuff. But look at his face. Can't you tell there's something wrong with him based on his face? Like man. Like sometimes I think I'm going crazy when I say this guy is not normal looking and stuff like that. He give you nightmares looking at his face. God. Yeah. Like, man, like I know it's not good to judge based on appearance, but gosh, look at his face. Yeah, 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 but yeah, his daughter was also fucking crazy. His daughter, I think his daughter was the one who was dating that one guy who died. What's the name of that guy who died? The chef who was very popular. The chef who died. What's the name of that chef? I think the chef who was popular and died. He used to be very yeah, the one I'm talking about. Let me see here. I can tell you who I'm talking about. He was a very popular chef, and yeah. Okay, so Asia Argento. Yeah, Anthony Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain was killed. I think so. He wasn't. He didn't die.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was talking about Israeli intelligence and stuff.
Yeah. But think about it. He was married to the daughter of Dario Argento, the guy who was just talking about.
Oh, that's his daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lady who was dating Marilyn Manson or whatever.
Yeah. You see what I'm trying to get out with the connections here?
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that stuff.
Yeah, because she showed up like naked on the runway with like Marilyn Manson.
You know the kind of films Dario Argento made? The kind of film made like slashers where women get naked and they get like chopped up and stuff.
Yeah, he made like all the famous like Italian horror movies, like all the zombie movies were inspired by Dario Argento, and he also did like a lot of like satanic ritual abuse movies and stuff like that. So very, very, very influential person. Very connected to politics. You know, his daughter was very connected and is very connected to a lot of shit. And so again, it's just like it's very interesting that Anthony Bourdain was dating that woman because it's like basically like for horror movies, it's like he basically was like in like horror movie royalty family essentially, I would say. But like, yeah, it's pretty weird. Like it's like it just it's hard to describe if you're not into that kind of stuff. But like, you know, like I like the American zombie movies, but he definitely had a big part in you know, the whole zombie stuff, right? Like he basically was like one of the inventors of the zombie genre, essentially, I would say.
His stuff is basically truly evil. Is what I'm saying. Like, but you know, I just it's just evil stuff. But basically, his daughter married Anthony Bourdain, and you know, Anthony Bourdain died. You know, I don't think it had anything. I don't think it was an accident. But,
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the thing is like, who was he hanging out with? Like Chris Cornell and all these people, and yeah, I mean, it's you know, that's why I'm kind of showing this video because all the people he's naming in this are very closely tied to like the Anthony Bourdain stuff. They're closely tied to Kurt Cobain, the grunge movement, the Process Church. I mean, it's like it's kind of like all the technology stuff. I mean, it's all kind of like I don't want to say it's like all one thing, but it is all very like connected. You know?
Yeah, it's connected. It's all connected, massively interconnected. My wife, she used to watch a lot of this stuff, and she would relay it to me. And I also watched some of this stuff, like the conspiracy stuff, you know. And it's not really conspiracy, but yeah, it's largely connected. You know, you find a lot of weird links. You know what I mean when you look into this stuff. Yeah. You know, you gotta look at the lights though. But the thing is, in America, each time they try to promote light, you know, they try to destroy the light. I mean, that's what they do.
So you believe in it?
I think it's because yeah, probably.
Why do you think that it? You believe in the Oxford study?
Yes, I love white men.
So you believe in it?
I think it's because yeah, probably.
Why do you think that it's trending right now and so many people are like discussing it? Like it's a hot topic. Why do you think that is?
They're just mad they can't get Asian girls.
So what are your opinions on that? Like the fact that they just sat down and studied. Why do you think they would do something like that?
That's really ridiculous, and you just need to know how to talk to women.
Oh shit.
Neurocheck. The other thing for Asian girls, I'm just curious because you keep showing Asian girls. I'm just curious.
I mean, I think that like in a situation that we all find ourselves in, like, you know, you could do a lot worse. I mean,
yeah.
But you know, for me, it's like, you know, I think it's just interesting. Like, I noticed like that there's a lot of hatred on white male, Asian female in particular, and I think that that's a very interesting phenomenon. Like, if you go on social media, it's like a very big thing going on right now, which I'm not exactly sure why that is.
System. Those investments in seasteading and his advocacy for networks.
Well, Asian women, not Japanese. You know, a lot of Asian women, they do tend to be more traditional, which is good.
Yeah, but of course they're kind of like commodifying it, and I think that's a big problem because I think they've done that to white women and Western women. Now they're doing it to Eastern and Muslim and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Exactly. Yes. You know, the thing is that, you know, for example, Vietnamese women, or they come from a culture that wasn't industrialized or modernized until recently, like relatively recently, but so they had more traditional values. You know what I mean? But Now it's changing. Though, 'cause
Yeah,
it-
they're commodifying it very quickly, and I think if you go to Asia, you can see it happening in real time. Versus
Yeah.
here, like we've already been in it for a long time here, so you can't really see it in action. But like if you go to Asia, like you can see in real time like what they're doing, and it's just very bizarre, you know.
Yeah, 100%.
So I shouldn't be showing this on the screen, but this is like this is like what they're promoting in what do you call it? This is like polyamory, Bushwick, New York stuff or something.
Yeah.
It's like I can't remember what I didn't mean to like show this. I didn't because it didn't show the preview, but yeah.
Yeah, it's,
so
it's okay. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. You know,
it's like
there's
this.
this one book that was selling a lot on Amazon, but maybe the numbers are fake. It was promoting polyamory and other degeneracy, and I did not like that book. I saw it. I didn't buy it. I'm just saying they are promoting, you know, non-traditional marriages, you know, stuff like relationships, which is not good. You know, like they just that is real. You know what I mean? Like unfortunately, that's like the liberal destructive side of things.
Or it's a mother, a daughter impregnated by the same man.
And what are their names?
This is Nicole. Nicole, you want to say hi? She has a hiccup. So
Your daughter is so beautiful.
she's adorable and we love her so much. And
the
this
fuck
is Nick
is
Jr.
this shit?
Nick Jr.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice sweet boy.
Where did you find inspiration for that?
Oh wow.
Nicholas.
Nicholas, yeah.
He's my junior.
I feel like that's
Adulting
the man's
shit.
dream is
It's like infuriating, you know. I mean, like I cannot really see this stuff about like being going and like angry or something like wrong.
Yeah, I think those babies are AI. Honestly,
That's possible. Yeah. Yeah. You know, my sister, you know, my half sister, she's a liberal, a brain dead liberal, and yeah, she uses Instagram a lot, so that explains a lot. You know, what I mean, I don't really use Instagram.
Yeah, no, Instagram is extremely weaponized. Like I cannot overstate how weaponized. And now TikTok's always been weaponized, but it actually had a lot more diversity of opinion before. But now it's becoming like it's like literally like sex trafficking and drug trafficking and all. It's like overtly like selling this culture that I'm trying to show you guys right here. It's like it's pretty bad.
Yeah. But I have a quick question about TikTok. Did America buy it off, or is it still Chinese? I forgot the TikTok.
Well, the Jews now own it and control it.
Okay. Well, that explains everything. No. To be honest, you know, as time goes on, I really hate the Jays. You know, like they're really like a disgusting, reprehensible people. You know, what I mean, with how they promote, you know, like vice and transgression and break down traditional families. Sorry, saying the Jays.
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm going to say this. Yeah, I wasn't yelling at you, but my son's like kicking him about to knock over my table over here. So.
Tell me if they're attracted to Asian Chinese. And I've noticed anytime I tell a straight man my girlfriend is Asian, they just tell me if they're attracted to Asian women. I don't know what this reflex is. It's an insane phenomenon, but it happens a lot. I was talking to this guy. He came up. I was like, yeah, my girlfriend's Chinese. And he goes, Asians don't really do it for me. I was like, yeah, I wasn't offering. Like, what kind of response is that? You're acting like we're talking about options at a food court. Like, I was like, hey, do you want Asian? He was like, nah, I got Mexican at home. I think I'm good. It's wild. One time this guy was like, Chinese girlfriend. My wife is Korean. I was like, is this how you make friends? This is an insane strategy. How am I supposed to respond to that? Those are not the same thing at all. I mean, not at all, but those are not the same thing. What am I supposed to say here? Like, he's wearing a CrossFit shirt. So I was like, CrossFit, my roommate's a douchebag. I think you guys would get along. It's insane. Out of all the ways he could have introduced himself, that's how Woody Allen.
Yeah, the brown guy, like, like the brown guy comedian guys, like they're very cringe. They're very cringe.
Yeah, very cringe.
It's a weird.
Crazy little chat.
It's a really weird thing that he's doing too. It's like a very strange semantics game. Or something.
Yeah, ultimately, that's what like TBE is pretty much. And it's like,
Yeah, but at least he's willing to say the hard R and the hard N and all that. Man.
Right, exactly. Right. He's willing to go all the way.
I'll literally grape you.
Let me tell you something funny, Neurojack. You know, in the Twitter, a lot of the so-called white nationalists, they have been exposed as being Indians. You know, the white supremacists, they're Indians pretending to be white. A lot of them. Did you notice that? Like they've shown
yeah,
it.
I know all about it. Yeah, I've been seeing it. It's been getting very exposed, and the problem is people don't realize that's been going on for at least 10 years, if not 20 years. So like it's like a whole cottage industry of like Indians pretending to be white, pretending to be like racist, and it's like they're literally paid by Jews to like go and like create evidence that there's a Nazi behind every bush in America or something. It's kind of insane. It's like yeah, it's pretty bizarre. Because people don't believe you, but then it's like now it's getting exposed, but they're acting like, oh, we need to expose everybody who's doing this. It's like the entire internet has become like a total fake facade of like people pretending to be something that they're not to like psyop people. So it's like, yeah, I mean,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's great. It's a very strange thing, and Phil Leader knows more about it. Like he's kind of shown me some of it, but like I've known some of the stuff, but it's just from a different angle. But like now that he's shown me some of the like inner workings of it, like it's so widespread. Like I don't think people can really fully comprehend like how fake the internet has become. You know what I mean? Like I think that 90% of the internet is pretty much like just totally faking gay. I mean, you know, there's some real stuff, but not as much as you would think. I think. You know?
For our next story, let's talk about the internet. It has never felt louder and busier. Ads, reels, AI slop, viral videos, it's like a constant digital screaming match. And that seems to have put off the people who make the internet because they are going quiet. Let me show you a study. It says that social media activity is dropping across the world. This study was conducted in 50 countries. It involved more than 250,000 people. That's a pretty decent sample size. And here's what it found. Social media usage is down by 10%. People are leaving. And it's mostly young people, the people who grew up with their phones. They're turning away. Turns out this trend also has a name. It's called posting zero. It's a fancy name for a simple reality. Basically, people have stopped posting their lives on social media. That is posting zero. And here's why it's happening. The study has given 3 reasons. First, the polished nature of social media. When these platforms first came, they weren't so curated. There were breakfast photos, pet photos, gym selfies, random life updates that no one really asked for. It was chaotic, but it was also human. It was messy, but apparently that was the point of it. But look at your feed now. It looks like a shopping mall designed by an AI bot. Every scroll shows you a skincare ad, a reel that you've already seen 11 times, a guy explaining how to make your first million by the age of 24, and an AI model who is definitely not real. Slowly, the real people disappeared. In fact, there's an actual word for what happened. It's on your screen. What it means is this: platforms start great, then they drown you in ads, then they squeeze everyone dry for profit, and then the whole thing collapses into digital garbage. That's the first reason. The second reason is perception and guilt. A lot of people have not stopped using social media, they've just stopped participating. So they scroll, they lurk, they watch like anonymous ghosts behind a one-way glass, but they don't post because they're not sure how they will be perceived. One wrong move and it leaves a mark. Also, no matter what anyone posts, their friends can often not see it, so what's the point of it anyway? Nobody wants to be a part-time influencer for free. Plus, the world is too heavy for selfies, it seems. Every week there's a new crisis: wars, floods, protests, tragedy. Posting a beach photo amid all of this feels wrong, apparently, especially to the Gen Z. They see it as tone-deaf and insensitive, so they stop posting altogether. The third reason is the dead internet theory. Now, what does that mean? What's the dead internet? It's the idea that much of the internet is now just bots. By some estimates, automated traffic has overtaken human activity. It made up more than half of all internet traffic in 2024. We're talking about your content mills, AI-generated views, and fake accounts pumping out fake engagement. And I know what you're thinking. Who is sitting and analyzing social media like it's the GDP of a country? But such are the times we live in. We've reached a point where posting a picture is a full-blown sociological event. And somehow everyone is part of it. Everyone has become a part-time cultural critic. Imagine telling someone in 2009 that one day we would need global research studies to understand why people are not uploading. But here we are, running worldwide surveys to figure out why humanity is tired of pressing post. But as funny and ironical as it is, the internet has never been loud.
This before, but I'm overwhelmed with jealousy because I look around and I'm like, these cities are incredible.
Yes.
Just incredible infrastructure across the board. And I sit here and we live in the wealthiest country in the world, in the United States of America, and we don't even have health care.
Speak on it.
Why is it not possible? Why have I been told my entire life, oh, it's too expensive. These things are too expensive. I land in China, these massive, beautiful infrastructure buildings, train stations, airports, everything is beautiful. But then I land at LA mother X, truly.
LAX,
Yeah.
they call it.
Yeah. The Olympic.
A chilling warning is echoing from the world's top neuroscience labs. Weapons once buried in science fiction are now edging into reality, and the battlefield they target is the human mind itself. Here's a report.
Substance that hijacks your thoughts, scrambles your memories, or forces unwanted emotions into your head. This isn't a story from the future. Top British scientists have revealed that the so-called brain weapons, chemicals, and technologies designed to alter perception, behavior, or even decision-making are no longer just the stuff of science fiction. The warning is blunt. These mind-meddling weapons are entering the world's arsenal, and current treaties are riddled with loopholes. Experts say that several governments are already discreetly investing in neuromodulation research, cloaked as medical innovation. But experts caution, the line between healing and weaponizing. The brain is razor thin. From Cold War experiments to the infamous Moscow theater siege, several countries have dabbled for decades in chemicals that target the brain. But this decade's tools are different. Advances in neuroscience, synthetic biology, and AI now make it possible to map and manipulate the very circuits that govern fear, compliance, and aggression. The same labs treating neurological disorders today could supply tomorrow's weapons designed to sedate, confuse, or coerce, turning ordinary people into puppets for governments or criminal gangs. Scientists urge action now. Global treaties, strict oversight, and ethical controls before these tools slip into rogue hands. Because once weaponized thought becomes reality, the battlefield won't be cities or borders. It will be your mind. Bureau Report. We on World is one.
Any other women talk about is men who bash the unfortunate. I'm talking about addicts. I'm talking about homeless people. I'm talking about single mothers. And one of the biggest red flags I look out for that I never see any other women talk about is men who bash the unfortunate. I'm talking about addicts. I'm talking about homeless people. I'm talking about single mothers. And it's because most of these people have gone through circumstances that led to where they are now, right? Whether it's the traumatic death of somebody, some kind of large event that permanently altered the course of their life, or they were just raised in extreme poverty and life handed them really unfortunate circumstances that they couldn't break out of. And I think whenever men lack empathy for these people, they're like, oh, they're just living off the system. They're just living on handouts. And whenever they view these people that way, that mindset will translate at some point into your relationship. When you are up at 3 a.m. changing diapers and you're struggling, he will view you in a similar mindset. Like he will think to himself that you are ungrateful and living off of his handouts. Look out for men who don't extend empathy to the unfortunate. That is a very, very important quality, and that will in some way translate into your relationship, whether it be now or whether it be down the line a few years.
Yeah, I think one way to fix this stuff is maybe ground the kind of rudimentary dualism between good and bad, and say society should privilege the good over the bad. I mean, like rudimentary dualism, like, and by that I mean that like, you know, like most systems have, you know, a kind of ethics or something, or meta ethics or normative ethics that promote doing good over bad, you know. And I think there is a way to do that. And yeah, because, you know, it's not good to go around and promote, you
Conservative
know,
right-wing
hedonism.
Asian Americans. Like, how did we go from being scapegoated during COVID when racism against Asian Americans was at its all-time high? And I would argue that that all-time high is still occurring now. We were blamed for taking jobs, mocked for our food while you were trying to steal our food. Honestly, the pilfering of our food got so bad to the point where every single time I saw a white person holding a matcha, a miso, or a kimchi, I was swiping. Making fun of our accents, literally just insulting our culture. To suddenly seeing bootlicking Asian Americans everywhere, sucking the dicks and literally defending the people that started the racism against us in the first place. And it's strange. Actually, it's not strange, it's predictable. And it's predictable where proximity to whiteness gets mistaken for safety time and time again. And it repackages itself as this new model minority myth. Whenever we try to bury this model minority rhetoric, because let's call it what it was a tool for oppression to keep us separated in our collective liberation and our goal for collective liberation. Like, this brand of model minority myth is so insidious because instead of the rhetoric of if we keep our heads down and we're diligent workers and we're hard workers and we're silent, it's giving let's kiss these bootstraps and we'll become one of you white people. It's giving I'm not one of those Asian Americans, pick me white people. And I think the worst part about this is that it's not just sad, like it's literally pathetic. And the Asian
Yeah, like
So
aren't there like concentration camps like in the backyard of Korea? Like,
right. Well, yeah, it's just very interesting because like here's the thing is like Asians hate each other, right? Like this like pan Asianism is so interesting to me. It's like don't get me wrong, like there's a lot of race mixing going on in Asia right now, but it's done begrudgingly and it's not like talked about, right? Like you know what I'm saying? But even still, like it's not like it doesn't like erase the fact that like Koreans don't like the Chinese don't like the Koreans hate the Japanese hate the Koreans, you know, like
Yeah.
it's just very odd, like this kind of like very American perspective of like white people make fun of us and hates us because of like our food or what. Like I have no idea what she's talking about. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of dumb white people, but I'm sitting here thinking it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of like pathetic white people that are like, oh, I love matcha and this and that. It's like that's a real thing, but it's like relative to the like prioritization of like what's actually going on in the world. It's like, is that really like the big problem right now, or is that like, it's like, is this like I feel like because I've seen the same exact script so many times on TikTok, I'm like, I'm pretty sure someone's paying these people to promote these particular talking points to Asian women from Asian women or something. It's very
Well, I don't know about that, but because if you look at every region of the world, they all have ethnic groups that seem to hate each other or have certain things against each other. It just is what it is. So, like, but I know that Koreans hate the Japanese and vice versa, and you know other stuff like that. I think modern Vietnamese hate the Chinese too, but not in ancient times as much. But it kind of vacillates. It vacillates. It depends on the geopolitical conditions. Stuff like that.
yeah, I mean the way she described oppression and is like, you know, they stole our food. You know, that's not like oppressing somebody. That's just somebody diluting their own culture. You know, like just because somebody steals your food, that doesn't mean it's going to taste as good as it's made at home. I mean, it usually never tastes as good. Right? But yeah.
well, it's kind of like that for even like Mexicans in America. Like I used to love going to like Mexican food restaurants, but like most Mexican food restaurants I go to now, like it literally tastes and you can see that like everything's coming out of a can. Like they don't make, you know, like tortillas from scratch or something. Do you know what I mean? It's not like the grandmas in the back, like, you know, pounding corn with a mallet and making like fucking tortillas or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like we order the shit on a truck, it comes, open the can, I pour it in the pot, I turn on the burner and cook it up or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, so like, am I getting authentic Mexican food right now, or am I getting like an Americanized like?
Well, let me
whatever?
say something to that. I feel like to truly respect another culture doesn't matter if it's a European culture, like I don't know, Britain or American or even Chinese or Vietnamese or Japanese, is to look at their literature, their culture, and so you know you can always find some literature or poet or painter you like from these high cultures. You know, every culture has a high culture. You just gotta dig for it. You know what I mean? The high culture. You know what I mean? And all the high culture always promote virtue over vice. You know what I mean? Most of it. You know, virtue is greater than vice. You see what I mean? If you look at the high cultures around the world, virtue always beats vice.
Person and you're a conservative, I need you to detach your nose from that hole in front of you, because conservatives do not care about us. And a lot of conservative talking heads will get on the internet and they'll speak very highly about Asian people. They'll say that we're well educated. They'll say that we're hardworking, but they're saying these things so that they can justify bashing a whole other group. They're only using us as a metric by which they can bash other minority groups. We are closer in proximity to whiteness than other minorities are, but make no mistake, that doesn't mean that we're white. Like, think of COVID. Think of how quickly conservatives switched up on Asian people and how quickly they were like, oh, let's rename the virus to the China virus, and how quickly they threw all Asian people under the bus because they cannot tell us apart, bro. We are not smarter or more hardworking than other minority groups, and that mindset completely erases hundreds of years of necessary historical context. And also, most of our parents literally came here with the sole intention of getting professional degrees or starting some kind of business. So yes, they're going to pass those traits on to their children.
He beat me, he punched me, he slapped me, he was always victimizing me. Like, he did the worst every single day. And honestly,
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Like, you see like how like it perfectly complements what Avian's just saying there. It's like, oh, we can't think of ourselves as better than anybody else. Like,
right.
Whatever. It's like, what? It's like, it's so weird, dude. It's like this like self-hating, like Larry David, like, oh, I don't know. Well, should I be worried about what other people think of me? Or I don't know. It's like, it's weird, dude. It's like, it's just so weird.
But
like,
then, like, they're speaking as basically white people, and then they're like,
right,
they're in proximity to white people.
it's
what
like,
she said. Yeah.
just because I act like a white person doesn't make me white. And yes, we're almost white, but that's a psyop to make us turn against black people. We have way more in common. And like, this is actual talking point. I wish I could find it, but it's like this whole psyop of like, Asian people and black people, we need to get together, like pan-Asianism, pan-blackism, as one thing will defeat white supremacy or something. It's like this really strange, like, talking point or something. I don't know, but it's like, I don't quite understand what's going on here, but
Yeah, it sounds like Heinlein, like Robert Heinlein.
in what way? I believe you. I'm just saying, like, in what way is that?
Like, he had this like racial like thing, like the Pan Asians. Right, so
Oh,
like,
yeah. I heard you talking about that. So check this one out.
Get the fuck away from me. If you're a conservative Christian man, get the fuck away from me. Stop sliding into my DMs. I've made it very clear I don't fucking like you guys. You guys are embarrassing. Go find your trad hoes and leave me the fuck alone. You guys have some weird fucking degradation kink. Like, get the fuck out of my DMs. It's a no. It's always going to be a no. Fuck off. No one wants to date a bigot, and I think politics play a larger role in dating and dating choices by women than men are even capable of understanding. And then I think they sit on the internet and complain it's because they don't have enough money and they're too short. But really, it's because of your fucked up belief system. That's why women aren't dating you. If you voted for somebody who repeatedly bashes marginalized groups of people, bashes minorities, bashes women, has no respect for them at all, yeah, that says a lot about your character, and that's unattractive to most women because that's an ugly trait to have. It shows that you condone those behaviors. Young women are shifting more left, and if you continuously shift more right in response to that rhetoric, then yeah, it makes you more unattractive to them. Voting for a man who is proven guilty of violent crimes towards women is indeed an unattractive quality. It shows us that you don't care about how that affects women at all. And I think to a certain extent, these men understand that, which is why they're on their dating apps saying they're moderate, saying they're apolitical, and all of these things, when really we know who you voted for, and that does make you undateable, and it does make you unattractive because you condone terrible behaviors towards women and minorities, and that.
See, it's like I can kind of see what she's saying, but then it's like she has to conflate like women and minorities. Like, because somebody's a minority doesn't make them good, right? Like, you see what I mean? It's like it's like a very strange like semantics trap of like, well, bashing someone who's a minority is inherently wrong because all minorities are inherently good. You see what I'm
See,
saying?
that's the problem with liberals. Liberals look at a hierarchy of victim status. Whoever is the top of the victim status gets the free pass. Does that make sense? And that's the problem, you know. That's why liberalism is ridiculous. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, in this video here is actually a good example of like the opposite of that, and I think you guys will enjoy this one. Like, I'm probably not going to play the whole thing, but I want to play a few minutes of it because I think it's really really funny what he does here. I've never seen this guy before, but this is like an apology, but not really. So I just wanted to play this for you guys.
I'll just cut to the chase here. I fucked up. I demonstrated a lapse in judgment and made decisions that let down my friends, my acquaintances, and my audience to whom I am so deeply indebted. I'm listening and learning, and I would like to just take accountability for the following things. Posting a clip of the song Satisfaction by Benny Benassi and falsely claiming it was leaked audio of Stephen Hawking at Epstein Island. Repeatedly making ominous cryptic replies to Richie Torres in Hebrew on Twitter. Accusing Hassan Piker of being responsible for the 3,000-year-old temple that burned down while he was still in China. Suggesting that we should only give food stamps to skinny people. Suggesting that we replace food stamps with universal basic Soylent. Saying George Floyd died of AIDS. Saying George Floyd died of SIDS. Saying Jimmy Carter died of a David Carradine type situation. Making a list of the top 10 Goyim mind slaves and then calling anyone who protested their inclusion on the list anti-Semitic. Saying that Omar Fateh, the Somalian mayoral candidate in Minneapolis, looked like an angry light bulb. Covering Hurricane by Bob Dylan in a Twitter space. Telling people that I heard from a penis doctor that Elon Musk's penis resembled a losing battle bot, and then also saying it again in a video. Replying to a selfie posted by Ben Shapiro's sister saying that I actually think it was 7 million. Saying that Sandy Hook was a Mandela effect. Saying that Sandy Hook was a prank. Saying that Sandy Hook was a Pat Tillman situation. Saying that Sandy Hook was a self-defense situation. Saying that Israel nuked Sandy Hook. Saying that Sandy Hook was an accident. Saying that 9/11 was an accident. Saying that 9/11 was a David Carradine situation. Saying that there was only ever one Twin Tower and posting a photoshopped version of the NYC skyline as evidence. Saying that the Boston bombing was an accident. Saying that the Boston bombing was a Pat Tillman situation. But that kind of was, if you think about it. Drawing a yarmulke with the Zodiac killer symbol on Ted Cruz's head, repeatedly asking PETA if they disavowed Hitler's vegetarianism or if they agreed he was right about at least some things. Submitting a community note to the Post joking about J.D. Vance's mom trading him for Percocet, saying that she actually traded him for Tylenol 3, saying that Terry Schiavo was faking, getting into a fight with an account, lurking through their media tab until I could triangulate their location, going on Zillow and finding the property listing photos of their house from when they bought it, then making a one-to-one recreation of their house in Hammer, which is the Counter-Strike source map editor, and then DMing a video of me playing the map to them. Saying we should cut the undersea internet and phone cables going to India, teaching Westerners how to determine an Indian person's caste by their name. Saying John Fetterman tried to shoot himself but survived because anything smaller than 10 mil just bounced off his head like a grizzly bear. Posting a video of a BDSM medical fetish dungeon with a man in a gimp suit hooked up to some kind of infernal dick-sucking contraption with the caption praying for John Fetterman and then linking under news articles about Fetterman being in the hospital. Repeatedly complimenting John Fetterman for his performance as Hodor. Saying that Israel was threatening to release a blackmail tape of John Fetterman trying to pet a bunny rabbit. Telling people John Fetterman's favorite song was Limousine by Brand New. Telling people that John Fetterman's iPod only contains the songs Daylight by Matt and Kim by Eminem.
Yeah, like I don't know exactly what all this is, but it's just really funny that he's like apologizing for all that. Like I like that style of humor where it's like I'm gonna apologize for this stuff that like insulting people. Yeah. So yeah, I got a few more funny stuff for you guys.
My name is Lucius, and I scaled my food delivery app for Gen Z to over 100,000 users only using TikTok. Earlier today, I saw a video where this guy said that before he ever went to go and raise money from investors for a startup, he posted a dozen videos a day. In that time, without raising any money or going out and spending any money on paid ads, he found tons of early customers and tons of early people who loved his product. He then used those people to inform what he was going to build next and figure out something that people would continue to pay for and use. It was only then that he went to investors and said, hey guys, I've actually built something really cool and we've got real users, and we did that with $0 in ad spend. And the investors loved it. As someone who's raised millions of dollars from investors, this is exactly why. It showed that without having to spend any money, this person could go out and hustle and make things happen. But also it showed that he had a real natural base of users who loved his product and shared it with other people. And that's one of the best things that you can have as an early stage startup. So if you want
asked how I go on all these trips, and the answer is I have this thing called a job, and every 2 weeks they deposit this thing in my bank account called a paycheck, and then I use this thing and I go to a travel portal and I book these things called flights, and then on a specific date and time I go to an airport and then I get on a plane and then I somehow end up on my destination. So yeah, I wish there was like a secret travel hack where I could just travel for free, but unfortunately
Body fat test. We're asking lean people what they eat for breakfast. You know what I eat for breakfast? It's going to be the same as what Michelle does. A cough test. Michelle, will speak up because the mic's not working with supply. But anyway, looking great, great lean torso there, looking healthy. This is your everyday look. You don't need diet thing. This is your everyday. Remember, this is Michelle's everyday look, girls. Everyday look.
I'm still on my period.
There you go. All right, it's still there in that. She's come up to the follicular phase, I guess. But this is important to remember because this is Michelle's everyday look. Okay, a lot of girls starve down, they take diuretics and laxatives and stuff to get this look. This is Michelle's everyday look.
Well, that was a creepy video. like,
Right, like, what the fuck? Like,
it's like a expat or something like that. I don't know. Like
That guy's a famous vegan guy. He like goes around the whole world like eating fruit and like he's a vegan and he just like rides like thousands of miles a month on a bike and like this is his like new girlfriend or whatever. So
oh, I mean that's not that bad, but she should wear a bra though.
right.
She shows
That's her everyday look.
That was a tame video from Instagram. They do like way worse stuff than that. So
I see.
All right, listen up, you bitch ass niggas. We about to take this whole philosophical cipher to the next level, straight from the ivory tower to the block where it belongs. This ain't just some academic bullshit for dusty ass books. This is that real talk, that connect the dots for the culture type revelation. We're breaking down how these powers that be stay playing 4D chess while we out here thinking we playing checkers. It's time to wake up and see the whole board. Part 1, that New Yorker John Enlightenment, capping in blackface. Y'all peep that slick shit in the New Yorker, right? The one where they got the Illuminati. Basically every shadowy power structure we feel but can't name, dropping a whole corporate press release to fire Kanye. Deadass, the joint was funny as hell. I'm not even fronting. But that humor was straight up poison in the Kool-Aid, bruh. It's the kind of laugh that makes you forget you're the one being laughed at. The whole article was written in our voice, phonetic, vernacular, all that deadass and bruh and on God type shit. On the surface, it looks like they're down, like they speak in our language. But that's the first layer of the trick, my niggas. This is what them old Enlightenment heads like Immanuel Kant would have called sapere aude, dare to know. Now let's break that down. Kant and his crew were pushing this idea that pure universal reason was the key to everything. They were basically saying, yo, stop trusting old traditions and feelings. Use your brain, think logically, and you'll find.
Based.
yeah, I don't know. That just made me laugh. Really, like I don't know how I wrote this article in retrospect.
You used AI to write it because of the M dashes, right? So like, like I would remove the M dashes.
What?
Yeah.
Let's say that again. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Now you used AI to write it, but you should remove the M dashes because you know M dashes.
Oh, I know. I tried to like get it to, like do that. Like it literally takes me longer than if I just wrote it myself because like it keeps like doing it in like a like you know I was trying to get it to like I was like write it simple so the AI can read it.
No, I mean it's fine that you use AI, but I'm saying that you should remove the M dashes. The dish dashes should look normal, so that way.
I know.
Yeah,
that's why that's what I'm saying is like I was trying to get the AI to remove it all, and then like I just got tired of like reformatting it. But it's hella funny because I was like I got the AI to read it in like a black voice, you know.
Yeah, actually once used the AI and made a funny Indian voice, and I made it say like some very funny stuff in the Indian voice. I was like,
well, I did that too, and I made some people angry with that actually. But let me see if I can find it here. Hold on, let's see if I got it. I want to show you some of this one because this one's kind of funny. You might actually like think this one's funny. I felt kind of bad making it because like I actually did it to make fun of something in particular, but it seemed like I was doing it to like just be racist and like like perverted and stuff, but it really. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the one. So I'll play you this a little bit of this one.
Daisy Dreams in Dollar Land, how hustling hearts harvest honey from gullible guys, by Priya Patel, your spicy sister from Surat, now seducing success in sunny California. Oh, my sweet, sweaty Desi
Seducing.
brothers, fresh off the boat, or should I say, fresh off the flight from Mumbai to Manhattan. America is truly the land of milk and honey, just like our old Bollywood songs promised. But, honey, it's not because of golden opportunities falling from the sky like monsoon rain. No, it's because the people here are so well meaning and wonderfully gullible, like big beefy buffaloes begging to be milked. They trust too much, question too little, and bam, you can hustle hard without hardly getting caught. As an Indian immigrant gal who's traded her sari for stilettos, I'm here to cheer you on in this grand game of get rich quick. Hustle culture, it's our birthright. Bye. Let's pretend it's all positive, like a spicy masala mix of motivation and money making magic. But shh, between us girls and guys, it's really a roast of those ridiculous gurus who flash their fake fortunes. Picture this: you land in the USA, eyes wide like a kid in a candy shop, dreaming of driving Lamborghinis instead of rickshaws. And who better to target than your own kind? Those fresh migrants full of fire and FOMO, ready to fork.
Let's get the definition of a foul man. Flush the royal hands, bust his niggas down, fuck the spoil plans. Hitting up the snag team vans, army suit guns and grams, man, fuck it. If you live this life, you got to love it. Who's the one you trusted? Organized when niggas stay adjusted on the low key. If a nigga, oh, we got to see me. Weekly, fuck a freebie, Land Rover, Jeeps, and TVs. The land see what I see, extortion plus the larceny. Murder niggas constantly, no doubt end up discussion. Started to bustin', if you want beef, bring it to Flushing. When on your weak production. 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 I sit and analyze the earth as a twist on its axis. Two for the cream without the taxes. The Hancock relaxes. I'm bagging grams up in plastics. My moves must be made everlasting. My past changed to present prophecies. No mark of the beast push me to be a revolutionary in the street. I clone hit, holding down 50 G tones a week. Enough for the smash plans. A wise man don't speak. Cause jealousy, envy, for figure trigger niggas bust. Evil bitches hold the key to a man's lust. I rush, trying to touch what I don't got. If I'm incarcerated, royal flush will blow your block, motherfucker. When on your weak production. When on your weak production. When on your weak production. Wasteland. When on your weak production. Wasteland. When on your weak production. Wasteland. When on your weak production. When on your weak production. It's like a nuclear reaction. Back down guns, niggas is blasting. Streets are cashing. Late night black assassin. Flush and make it happen. First sticking, I started rapping. Who's the one to blame when you elevating the game? Stress before pleasure. Niggas get bags, so whatever. Slugs and levers. What have your life under pressure? Royal handmade, blowing this world just like grenades. Sex to text to Uzis. Niggas can't do me. Since a young child, living it corrupt, cause I'm foul. That's my style. Nigga did a bullet on the owl. Meanwhile, my little brother's on the street holding heat, busting out whatever creeps all night, cause shit's deep. New York don't sleep, diamond Rolex cars and drinks. Niggas with minks, 5G stoves and Cuban links. Eyes chink, fucking with these niggas made a nigga think. Now I gotta get cheddar, let a nigga shine forever. Right. No doubt. Wasteland. Big phenomenon. Royal flush. Worldwide. Moving on your weak production. End up the motherfucking discussion. Word up. Mr. Wall. Mr. Wall.
Ill Bill, kick it for the non-fiction politicians. Bring on your skill.
Right, word, yo.
Yeah.
Yo, check it. 6 times 6 multiplied by 10. When the circumference of solar energy begin to bend, we descend into fingerprinting. Multiple prisoner cell shit and shank sticking. Stuck in cell block H, the plot thickens. Wickedness enters the hemisphere. Keep your weapons near, intensify fear. I appear like apocalypse is here. 2001,
the Ghoulish millennium.
Not the setting of the sun, survivalist conception. Fuck camouflage suits. We camouflage our troops, revolution computes. My third eye shoots. War stare, bit by the endless sportswear. Guerrilla warfare, extraordinaire. Sporting a pair of black Jordanaires. Jungle militia, recon soldier. My thoughts connect like when Tony Madonna first met Sosa. Blows the throne like nuke missiles. Crystal that they hit your chest plate. Marijuana controls the stress rate. Mr. Ill Bill Verbal, Ayatollah, Emperor, Trans-Global Microphone Controller. Non-fiction mathematician, blast your positions. Sticking victims for methods on prescriptions.
Who up next?
Sabak Red up next. Brooklyn representation. Yes. So check it out. Yo. In my life surroundings, I see heads mentally drowning, never learning how to swim, so it's the same shit again. The rooftops be the cool out spots of many faces. Life is filled with phases, some righteous, some racist. This place is untruthful, corrupted by poo-poo. It's brutal, that's fruitful. Sabak remain neutral, 95% of wealth with the rich, 5% go to the blinded. Strong-minded, I rhyme to help us find it. Reminded of PR where a rebel was born and sworn to join once the revolution was on. So whether sunken ships or iron metals, when I bleed on me fatigues, symbolic for the life that I lead. They say the mind is limitless, but limited is the mind due to social oppression that the government designed. Now I don't blame white and I don't blame black, but the system for the reason why my sister smoke crack. 89 Tech 9, non-fiction representation. Check it out. Gore-Tex Medina represent. True indeed, hold the BK down like this. Hold the BK down. What? Representing Glenwood Project. You can all see that's Iceland. You know what I'm saying? Live. Coma crew, all the goons, stinky dirtbags, rocking. Check it. Quiet on the west, big up to all Medina people. My slang's illegal like the 2 keys inside my Buick Regal. With the Star of David, get your squad invaded. Rapping hostile for goons that's incarcerated. No budget, like swine from a bodega. There's no Omega when I'm mainline. Like Vinny Vega, it's the goon in me. Shining like jewels out of Tiffany's. My symphony rules like the Lucchese crime family. Big ZD for calories, holding cannons like Adderley. This nation's fallacy got me thinking that black's the enemy. Official, throw out the black mask, grab the pistol, plus the box of missiles on a suitcase sitting on Bristol. My 2D stance, blue spots like implants. Dead man dance and move real cool as we advance. Religious slaughter, new world order. Use the corner plus a dead man if you ain't trying to recognize it's over. Walking the streets, military, necessary. The revolution, word life, searchlight, subsidiary. Pass the mic, we can do it like this.
Check it. Yeah, what you got on there, E? What you got on there, yeah? Bring that
Shout
beat
to
in.
Tentacle Shaolin. No doubt in this piece, baby.
Check it out.
BK, Farm
yeah,
Rock.
we're gonna do it like
No
that.
Fiction Live.
Yeah, for the
Check it out.
QB. Check it out. Check it out. I'm putting Far Rock in the spotlight like a beamer. And kids hate me for it like I'm that short fat bitch that killed Selena. Between the sheets just like the Isleys.
Scaramanga, not to mention we all in danger, so living more dusty than digital, striving plus giving, but what shit is critical, not to mention EL dash, this shit is pitiful, co-flowing, man I know, shit is dead so, Scaramanga sucks and touch the head so, and let a banger go, we like
chillin' willingly building with God's for children, Scaramanga fire, iron, poor spider, parked on Snyder and Kings, buyer of rings, higher than weaklings, seeking, peeking, information leaking, contact, contract, black market GP30s, imported in New Jersey, works for 3Gs, expert overseas, dropping down on murder, more shells in your back than turtles, packets, what's unheard of, chest wound, sons confined to a girdle, in seclusion with Peruvians moving in territories, terror stories in all hell's glory, the bell saw me, show mine, here comes Ponan, loading gun in the trap, dash, SWAT's coming, no time to waste and chase age, call a drug lieutenant and Viet tenement, bitches squeal the detectives for the Benjamins, now I'm out to Benjamin with the M10, fuck the media, spraying on your previous your silence infiltrate these men and spray yours. Non-parabellum, arrow shell swell, drones pierce cerebellum. Bloody stained towers, 4-4 power removed his bowels. Iceberg slim, night working tips, slice jerks for limbs. Drop the tight verse on the pavement. Iceberg slim, night working tips, slice jerks for limbs. Drop the tight verse on the pavement.
Now, who the hell are God's earth? Understand digital, more dusty than criminal.
Wanna get at the laundromat on the track. OTV show me he yo deep on the 3000 GT. Black pearl, black girl, galant. Rounds with Israel, compounds bark with a beef can spark. Blast banging loops hit hoops like metal lark. Master of the metal art, chrome bronze. Dons with the silver steel, ill shot. Block, pill, flock apart. Feel your heart twist like a chameleon tail. Sicilian, Brazilian grill. Children's hell, million swell. Go billion well, diesel. Cock, Fort Knox clock. Extra rock sector of the crispy $100. Hold holler as they swallow. Link solid. Your ring's hollow. Mine shine like mythical Apollo. You're like Icarus trying to follow. Soldiers in the cup of Farrah get the Saratoga. Now you know the time on this underground mission. Scaramanga Salam. Elf Custom on the boards. Walko slow. Making noise. El Producto. Scaramanga Salam. Brownsville, Israel, know what I mean? Walking from the things.
A dragon which escaped from the underground lab. Physical and historical evidence of one of the most notorious figures of hip-hop blast. The spider web helps to solve a killing. You try to find who killed the MCs and why their bodies are mummified in my building. For 200 years, blood was spilled in the name of God. Is that a critical statement? Bomb shelters, jungle hideaways, underground missile bases. Professors murdered in their homes, memoirs decimating victims. There is a majestic death when a computer virus penetrates the radio operating systems. Warships and submarines lurking around. Deep combat conditions, battlefield photography. At night, something unusual falls from the sky in the distance. A time traveler is sentenced to death for violating laws against technology. An ex-convict in a swamp, nobody follow me. There have been the remnants of 1,000 explosions. Go see descendants arise from the old down from the mountains that leave you broken. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The invention of death, the shrinking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. Where archaeologists tell of dangers they face. The sole survivor of a parallel world dies in an earth place. A military tactician thrift stores Hawaiian objects. Listen, I'm the ghost of Christmas past. You die on Christmas. A whale attacks an 1820 whaling ship and inspires Moby Dick. Beware sport. I've infiltrated and isolated an airport. I might write 161 books. I am the night like the glowing eyes of a wolf. At the urging of a dying altar, there is a redemption. Serial killers, both real and fictional, consume their victims. 18 enemy soldiers die on this mission. I will be heard throughout the future span, seen on the computer scan. Arise with newer fans. I'll take a swing at Superman. A microchip with red numbers like an inmate with a murder conviction who slumbers and re-risen. A sword cut your eye with precision. A giant ocean eel preys on your henchmen. Some believe Satan roams the earth in the quest to destroy mankind, detested by a bishop. I rip your vocal cord with my sentence. In the heart is true religion. I dance with a dead mistress. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat. Far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft. A city fight night to set apart from the rest. The age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects. The sound of 6 large explosions, MCs' bodies found in a helicopter crash. As as I'm coasting. A series of bizarre deaths that coincide with strange astrological phenomena. Cherokee and Choctaw, you're poisoned to death by a tomahawk. Threat stories, the crowd treks through the Amazon rainforest. Night vision technology, the shot that started the Great War was probably seen. Thrown from a man in broken MC's collar and spleen. Tank destroyers, elephant gun, dive bomber scream. I initiate psychoanalysis, where the uninvited die this year the longest Halloween. After your battleship sinks, because of me hundreds of fans survive in shark-infested waters. The sky strikes lightning, race to locate a device that will obliterate this Viking. A military plane and its crew disappear while investigating a UFO sighting. You are an incompetent commander who costs lives in your destruction. Incomparable war machines, a man is brutally attacked at night in his living quarters above his bar for dealing with corruption. The crowd investigates death cases on this production. I will give a king into the hands of his enemy if he can't be trusted. Of all supervillains, blood spilling to their descendants, the Divergent series Allegiant Diligence. I take over Fry's Electronics, consumer electronics company. I kill rappers in the countryside comfortably. Up shook, the place looks while I shatter your install messenger on Facebook. The death of Ultron, but he rises again from one of the world's biggest brooks. Tourist attraction, contraction, lightning action, causing a brain extraction. I do the exaction with fractions at your side distraction. You're impenitent, that means unrepentant. Obdurate, recuse it. I murder you with all surgery inventions, abuse it. I harass, laugh, and kill with chloroplast. Animal cells do not have chloroplast. I blast like a cannonball and explode. Great World War is taking place fast. I'm sharp-sighted at night, it's the discomfiture of titans. A robot monster frightening. I sock you through a diving helmet and you start crying. Well, what happens when I start rapping? Rappers shit themselves. Peace to Celts who rock pelts. You scream for help. I cause your musculophrenic artery to melt. Strong advocate of human rights like Eleanor Roosevelt. The rhyme explodes Orion's belt. No stealth, I'm overfelt. Where I dwelt, Darth Vader knelt. From word spelt, collapse shelf. You wreck your car, crash dealt, and die in a seatbelt. I kill a couple MCs in a tunnel. You crumble, your interface is pummeled. Your girl stumbles. Rappers are troubled by heart attacks in a huddle. You're disgruntled, the ground conks out under you. An asteroid trudges your group. Galactus hovers above you and smothers you. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. Godzilla's the king of all monsters, great your bonkers, secret space launchers, boxers and daughters at my concert. I conquer doctors, gangsters haunter, dollars and honors, horror hunters ponder, prehistoric lobsters and rap rosters, robbers, flying saucers, stronger sponsors, kill imposters. I explode dishwashers, rhymes like armed Navy helicopters over foreign waters. Peace to Cookie Monster, I comatose watchers who don't moniker. Mr. Commodore 64, the monitor auditor, blockbuster, too popular for gossipers, gobbler of astrologers, omnivore orbiter, gravity softener, explosion vomiter, an astronomer who used a barometer, binocular to kill a biographer, radio interferometer author, resistance thermometer, destruction cinematographer, vinyl polymer. I kill rappers with a magnetometer and mass spectrometer, the interlocular goniometer photographer. I electronically chemically castrate MCs at kilometers, consular, foreigner, polar, forester, globular, mud wasp, sonar, heart donor. I colder solar explosion your molar because of Arnold Schoenberg. Your soul hurt. Kids rap along in strollers. The comptroller controller that drops on soldiers is steamroller. You have an odor. Industry dozer with a cola. I've captured the Joker's broker. Photovoltaic, the wind blower. Archaic, the owner. Mosaic and truth beholder. Ribonucleic motor. I kilowatt shoulders. Come closer. I smolder the president's folder with a flamethrower. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust has risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business. Women audition, aerospace is chicken. Dope hitting rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison.
Infamous, like, yeah. Oh, man. Nah, man. Niggas don't know, son. They don't know. But I'ma let them know. You know? Yeah. Shit is real on the motherfucking hill, God. Times is hard, bitch, you blur, kid, I can't see far. Thinking will I be the next nigga deceased? Over some bullshit beef, I pack heat. Son, it's 96 and I ain't going out like that. Never roll a dolo cause my crew got my back and it's a fact. Niggas don't know how to act till I cop back, react, leave them laying on their back. Sometimes I try to maintain and chill. Stop my brain for thinking, restraint for grabbing my skill. I'm stressed out, trying to live right on the wrong route. Thinking the ways to get loot a large amount. So I chill on the block. Nigga respect mines, I get with the Mac and the motherfucking Tech 9s. So pack steel if you come through, front if you want to. Before you do so, let me warn you. We more infamous, crime shit, take it to the gap, fuck the rhyme shit. You reminded of what the 9 did, remanded. QBC, then left stranded. We cock cannons, punishing and backhanded.
In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. Yo, I'll leave your whole body twisted when you get lifted, and police will have to fist to run ballistics on a biscuit. Another statistic. I tried to chill, but you insisted coming all in my district. I don't know why the fuck you risk it. I be one deep, walking the streets, packing the heat, bring the cow meat. You lifted off your feet, leave you sleeping on the concrete. Get blown at home or whatever's on your own. Get you flown to your dome, blow chromosomes out your flesh and bones. Hitman for hire, who's the next one to expire? Suited up in black attire, hit you up with rapid fire. The stainless biscuit will leave your brain smoking, your whole frame broken and clothes soaking, head blown the fuck open. Try to step inside of my fort and get caught with the tray pound short and left on the sidewalk in New York. To decompose, blood flows, eye holes in your clothes, eyes closed, body be froze, posing for pictures with the rolls. Head to your toes, look like you got wetted with the hose. The road you chose got your brains drained through your nose, nigga. So who be committing crimes, dangerous minds, but to your spine, lay you down behind enemy lines when we cross it, and leave you leaking like a broken faucet. The underworld production family, can we enforce
Yo,
it?
when shit get real, it ain't what you expected. Me and my kickos is known to get hectic. Only the wreck shit, many slugs in all directions. Make you see the light where my shots make connections. Niggas get their face split in section. Shook using ice grill looks for their protection. We absorb everything you fear and indulge in a crime-filled atmosphere. This shit ain't nothing new. It's only things that we used to. Stick niggas on the F through to the E train. When it's time to recruit, I humble on the D train. See my man D only to purchase my cocaine. Words to my newborn seed. A nigga gotta make loot to support greed. On the wild side of the fence, so shit is on the verge of explosion. But so cold you might get frozen if you leave yourself vulnerable. And time lapsing, fools collapsing and caught up and gun clapping. No matter who you are, if you know many faces, I don't discriminate. My shot bleed all races and cultures. We sorta like vultures, eating your inside like oces. And pause niggas posters, nigga.
In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go. In order to survive the game, know the game, hold your name, and let them niggas know the way to win the war, attend the war, in the war, and let your hammer go.
Yeah. In these world fallacies, fictitious, the fantastic, the fictional, multi-dictional, able to spiritual with the lyrical, the Jews and the Father, Scaramanga. abrasive like the Sahara. Lyrical daggers catch ya. Matter is batter smack ya. Mentally I entrap ya. Rappers laying in pieces like a puzzle. Vocal muffle, subtle maneuvers of trouble. Like this without the muzzle. Now it's without your bubble that you face me. Waste me never, whenever terror. I kill like Gacy. Clever fills my trace these sick demonic acts on ladies. He made me crazy, so babes be acting shady like I'm your local sideshow. Title me vocal psycho. Vital, me throw I might go. And saying I'm ill like homophobia, causing dystopia. You know it's only the symphony of the ill and evil. I kill your sequel, seafood. Controls whole area codes. The niggas on the low, so cold. Ready to blow your old rigmarole. I fold fingers and blow. Mommy is like a sniper that gets hotter. Hide the hyper tripe. Hyper Rikers and 5 pipers. To ease the pain of my sis. Going insane. I miss knowing the names of all the fine filth that I trash and slash. Hellish. I embellish the coroner's meat like I'm the reddish. I can tell it's a sickness. Horrific when witness. Or because the world of my girl left with the quickness. It's chaos. Supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. With fiends scheming for things remain unseen. The sheen of gold pots, bold tops who hold blocks. The thrill of the kill real when you fold knots. I got patrol cops sweating, they betting that another Vic's wetting for soul props. There's no stops. Depression blessing the essence with another fresh session of bludgeoning. Black and blue cadavers, I be stuffing them, catching fits, stressing like tempered steel. I'm ducking them in the field. I'm dressing, not interested in fucking them, just cutting them up like Technique 1200s. Don't speak on well hundreds. He go, the hell done it, I'm blunted. Your hell stunned by the barrage. The swords are lyrical rods to flog your whole mob. These streets create killers like a factory. The back of me, niggas with daiquiris ready for splattery. You mad at me, jump? I probably swallow you whole like a bitch. I ditch authorities, follow me slow, so switch my ammo. Now I hunger for Puerto Rican to daughters up in the limo, Mexicano puffin' endo. Chaos supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos block shotties have body bags wide open. I try hoping I might die like Odin. You cry holding internal organs, mic soaking. I scope into your innermost fears by 10. I roll spears. I hope your armor holds up when I hit. My stylist close to riots like a diet. You deny it. Unanimous, your glamorous bands of damage. If your man insists you smoke like cannabis, you can't resist the temptation of Satan. You weak-minded motherfuckers, you suck your mother's breast under others and run for cover. When I unleash the stress from the depressed, I'ma let any crest like metal through vest. You best regress. East West, these just laughs, and it's a shame at last. You get a name, shame in the game, and with the same soliloquies, abilities nil. You killing me, chill. If that's your definition of skill, are you for real? And still, I savagely ravage your cabbage like a chef with breath control. Impress your whole like a Lexus. I'm blessed with gifts like gold. You know the flow, bro, so act like you know. Chaos supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Chaos reigns supreme in the regime of cream. Fiends scheming for things remaining unseen. Yeah. That's how we do it. It's chaos. Dino behind the boards. It's chaos. Father on the mic. Chaos. Yeah.
Torment from a codex, anti-Illuminati beats off.
On those when the lead squad, the lead flaws and the 3 stars.
Drum spell Wolfowitz, Shady Neocon Protocol.
Cold wars, the desert storms, 9/11, demi-gods.
1 million lost in Iraq, Pax Americana reign.
Terrorist thoughts from a man repping Republican ways.
I slap Hillary with the crowbar, the election's fit.
I'm digging ditches for rubberneck pencil dick congressmen.
FEMA Armageddon, budget death in the night war.
One cell couldn't hold me, slice my way out with a shining sword.
Able danger document, macabre knowledge kept from us.
Secret UFO crash in Brazil, we the people, what do we know about
Forsaken
trust?
souls in Black Hills, wounded knee treaties, bro.
I'm proof that crack really kills, wanna see me smoke?
Masonic sorcery, Bohemian Grove, fuck that.
Dominatrix cattails for the next 9 lives, so we stuck rapping.
Trade dandelion wine, then it's murder by candlelight. You're a sacrifice attached with wires to a rack of spikes. Slashed with knives trapped inside a castle of ice. Baptized in a quagmire, I strategize graphic sides. Rapid decline down a half a flight led to a snapped spine. A tragic night captured in the eyes of dragonflies. Past the time, pacified by acid vials. Stalactite collapsed right on the pantomime, I had to smile.
Play the violin, gas mask, chamber lock 'em in. Talk is free, talk is cheap, talk your bottom dollar, talk to me. Let us see chemistry, cooking where the chemists be. Chemically free in the least, proven dose to side effects. Comatose to the point, can't value most. The Holy Ghost gives without the vice of wicked grips. Tell it if the noodle sticks is permanent in the skin. Like tribal prince, easy to write the right move. My tribe chopped and screwed close to the ear of the crew cut. What is motivation? Move their asses and elbow grease is all I wanna see. This ain't the fun and fancy free. Pipe dreams, mediocrity. How they gonna crop the seed? Hard copy philosophy.
Grinning like you ain't shit. Skull and Bones Academy. Made man, Yale U. Photo op immaculately. Calculated, hesitated, whispered in your ear to make it real clear. You're sitting there, all in it like a pinky sweat. Towers fell that morning, same time my seat was born. Now your bumper sticker faded, lines drawn, your seats are torn. United we stand, propaganda press packets. Here's your new catchphrase, put it on your shirt, your jacket. Witch racket, plain strains, oil fields, blood on the soil, spilled civilians and soldiers feel not so hot. Coming home in the pine box as they ride. Where's the unity? I think not. Families in chaos, heads hung in shame. Can't pay your bills, plus Osama's at the Knicks game. Pull your hair out, go and get some Rogan. Suicide bomber style, blowing up the whole thing.
Historical tactics, mystical verbal backflips. I got the ability to put you in tranquility, fulfilling this sweetest death wish. The last thing you'll see will be a creator's masterpiece in the casket. Rest in peace, then I blasted. There were only 6 pandas that lasted. No surrender, no trash, kid. I ask it. No questions, 4,000 answers. We're the best in any language, don't ask it. Now guess who's the fastest? Pulling the gun. Keep competitors on the run with my lyrical tongue.
Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
I kill me skillfully.
Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
I kill me skillfully.
Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
I kill me skillfully.
Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
I kill me skillfully.
It's hocus pocus. Who this kid? No one knows this. The scene in the mist. Stay fly just like a locust. My downfall, you hope this. But I'm staying here like the end of the world is some roaches. My mind is about the holster, ready to approach her. The youngster, closer to $1 million. Born gunner, #1 stunner. Homie, you know what none of her. Justice slugs, no love. 16 days, OT, now I'm rolling with word sound. Skids putting it down. Ain't no way we turning back. Not in each other, only way we turning our backs, motherfucker. Holla back, nigga. Hocus pocus, homie, hope you know this.
The succubus be rolling, now we straight toasting.
Used to be in that hood.
Now we straight coasting. Divas wanna please us.
Rub it in like lotion.
I'm gonna do it like this. always got a swerve in it. Chunk of bliss, label me that. That's sabotaging my persona. Major projects speak for itself, sensational. With my own way of thinking, my shots keep blinking in sync with bombing hits. Baller status, Steam Dutch madness. Grip the microphone in my opponent's zone with it. Flows, I stay awesome with it. World domination, my thoughts ain't no procrastination. My style is visible, trying to hold me down. Fuck you with passion, not sexual, not in that situation. On top of things, my doorbell rings to my mansion in Brooklyn. The living legend, eligible for the good things in life. That's how I like to keep it. I speak it loosely, you can't run with me. I'm flirty, make beats bouncy.
This motherfucking new year right here. New life. Taking over. Nobody stopping us. All them haters, I'm living in the future mentally. While you sharpen the present, my path and my children's lessons. Hard to stay positive in life's aggression. But I know one thing, dog, I'ma stay with my weapon. I'm only 24, and I ain't thinking of dying. No time soon, dog, and I ain't lying. 6 to 1 day, the next bummed out, that's hocus pocus. In a minute, the world gon' know this. All I got to do is stay focused.
Yeah, yo, it's right here, right in front of you. It's the hocus pocus. She was lessons. I like the atmosphere on some faultless. My focus, have your focus, seeing the real shit. Capturing that natural shine thing. I'll be signing up acts. I'm ain't on to them hot raps. You hear the sound bumping out the speaker, vibrating the spot, treat a pleaser. That New York slang for old skeezer. This high coast ride you see here in my Beamer. Yo, when you fuck my drum up, you don't be putting no scratches on it, man. Yo,
hocus pocus, homie, hope you know this.
The sucker was be rolling, now we straight toasting.
Used to be in that hood,
now we straight coasting. Divas wanna please us.
Rubber ain't like lotion.
You rock the sound. You know the vibe, baby. DJ Crush, she get down. You know the vibe, baby. Caminati get down. You know the vibe, baby. I'm on step, keep the crown. Representing Brooklyn. You know the vibe, yo. From all borders, doorways, and gates. Resurrection drawing ears, mankind awaits. When you're living in this world, you got to survive. Shaitan is looking on the look, attacking from all sides. Witness before all eyes, the evidence are unseen. The power past our comprehension that controls all things. The battle for by good and evil is a real contest. It is the outcome of the struggle that brings play contact. To all sections, cruddy cliques, crews and clans. Good greens to badlands, jump up to understand. I'm just a man, not the universal architect. We tread the face of this heavenly place and show respect. Tokyo, raise your hands where you at. Osaka, raise your hands where you at. Yoshiwada die, Nagoya, Sapporo, East and die. DJ Crush, most deaf on the touch. We land fly. I send my salam to my entire squad, my sahab, yo, wherever you are. Stay on your jaw, struggling hard to overcome the perils of life. We writing rhymes on enemy lines to shine light. Stay in meditation to keep the head right. Spreading wings like heavenly things. We take flight, fly, 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 fly. Everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. Said you got to believe. Said you got to believe. Yo, bust it, baby. Me and Crush, we politicking, building on this money mission. Send me a foot and something, so I had to stop and listen. If time forever ticking, my gift forever clicking. I'm trying to get mine, cause finish here for the kitten. A lost provision, but help us live the providential. My pad and pencil, but transcribe the elemental, the raw essential, the southbound residential, the pure simple, to resonate in your mental. I flash the temple, my key gon' shine like precious metal. Left the raw, living alone, about to settle fast, trying to gas so down and save your petrol, cause the beat don't stop like yellow cabs in the metro. B-boy traverse the earth is the first, the next. This is a daily operation like birth to death, and I burst the rap, yeah, or some so-called vet, or orchestrated designs while they set quiet is kept. Everything that you heard in advance was just a glance of the landscape. Furnished with crops and props, still sunsets and treetops, backdrops of pure skill. At night, I do right to excite, but you for real got to believe that the most high I see every degree of this 3C, X to E. We maintain sun and carry on officially. We're talking projects to the shores of Tripoli. I speak prolifically, I write specifically, transmit upliftedly. It sounds terrific, G. Allah has gifted me with great ability to speak to my beloved and make them all love it. Fine, rugged, a product of the ghetto public. Allah is the king of the world, we just subjects. Allah is the king of the world, we just subjects. Allah is the king, Allah is the king. You should know everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And what's the baby so moody? They get down and so DJ Yard, he get down and so DJ Hide, he get down and so DJ Kinsey, he get down and so DJ Hasu, he get down and so DJ Radio, he get down and so DJ Patrick, he get down and so Suki Moody, they get down and so Caminati, they get down and so Solino, he get down and so You The Rock, he get down and so Gamo, he get down and he's so Twiggy, he get down and DJ Takimoto, he get down and Electric Botoni, they get down and need on, so you got it going on. Say what? Need on, so you got it going on. Say what? Need on, so you got it going on. So you got it going on. So you got it going on. Love.
He was accepted to Harvard at 16, child prodigy, math was specializing in complex analysis geometry. Earned a PhD in mathematics early, youngest professor ever hired by UC in Berkeley. A short-lived position. He resigned in 69 with no apologies, without an explanation given. Social anxiety multiplied silently, disconnected entirely from society. Built a cabin, became a survivalist. Rejected electricity and modern scientists. He cooked his dinner in the fire pit and watched the stars from afar where Orion sits. The wilderness where the lions live, primitive like the times of the giant pyramids the minds built. Then something caused his mind to tilt. A cause solidified successfully the very first time he killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? Exploding octopus, blockbuster in the six-finger hand. Will we drop a box and shock the populace with wishful plans? Initially ignored. Industrial society and its future, the manifesto of Kaczynski's war. Life is seclusion, Bibles and bruises, rifles and Uzis, devices reclusive, designed to confuse the FBI, throw them off plan, blowing off hands, blinding people first. Soon the results were even worse, became obsessed with teaching society a lesson, with homemade weapons to reach society's perception. The Washington Post and the Times finally printed his manuscript. That was the tipping point that notified his family with suspicion leading to his arrest. His brother recognized his writing style and mission to death. Ran up in his cabin and discovered undeniable proof of his guilt. 16 bombs, 23 injured and 3 killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go? What would you do? How far would you go?
Baby, I don't want to hear it, man. You cats up here rapping about the Jews. But what about me, man? What about my people?
Yeah, with that twerk like darkness, club scene monsters. I got a little story for the heartless. Bully in Midtown, I pipe fine women. All out of that benzo when choppers all in it. I split him in half with an infrared Z. His name was Peter, lived on 32nd and 1st. He owed 8 G's, was on my list. The rich cuties got a party to attend, so it's cop and go. Homie, science is life, product the conglomerate hype. Man, I done spin the corner on another mission. Plagiarize addiction, my peripheral is 050 music banging out of my box. Middle finger to the cops. And them stick ups that picked up some hell of a guap. You a hot boy and they get dropped. I spot my next client. Kinda ignorant, get the iron. Galo Gago said, you know you gotta pay today and don't give me no story. Pistol whip before he answer me. Palms to the sky all day. Feel like biblical documentation verbatim today. Like riders, like staff. Snatch that paper and haul ass. Cause the gangsters they call police and that ain't mad. You ask the hood homie where they do that? Where they do that? Where they do that?
I got something to say, man. You dig? I mean, you cats gonna be rapping ain't said nothing about the real thing. I got something to say, man. Black man. The real soul brother.
Top on. Advice is given, and not a moment too late. Man, my fate lies in supreme, being the great part in the chase. I utilize my pen to escape, gotta get caved and separate myself from the fake. Silently hate what I create, but still they regurgitate. Lewis Parker, you my homie to this day. I'm East Coast, homie, they would never debate. Part in the case, a stigmatization that's plaguing me heavily. Barely recording my intellectual moments. I fought for my freedom and beat them into a coma. Maybe I can fly, drink from the heavens, attend parliaments, and kill the 4 devils. Reverse my spectacular myths. This analytical thinking is what they don't want you to be encountering. Fall back at the feedback and kiss my ass. Man, as long as I known you, you parakeet mask.
Niggas dead on arrival, hand on the Bible. Bet I be the last nigga that you ever lied to. What nigga lying you and anybody round you? Life's no value, take a look around you. All we see is dead people, we're all thirst equal. Look at the Grim Reaper. Repo life, take yours and that's that. They damn near do anything for more stacks. With all that said, they walking without that. But that did said, you fool without rats. Who the livest nigga, we pick him out of the batch. Wash him up, song about it, this is savage rap. Throw an H on your chest, nigga, handle that. Tryna figure where you sleep, I had your man do that. It's a cold world, nervy, you not rocking the thermal. Keep your mouth shut, especially when shit don't concern you. I got goons on Troy Ave down to Fran Lewis. Anybody fucking with snitches, we call it rag grooming. Yeah, so you could keep that moving. I'm all niggas for death, don't let me start tattooing.
From the dynasty break up, now every day I wake up. Rappers want me to prove I can still bang something. Like cousin turned punk all of a sudden. Like suddenly I'm soft like erectile dysfunction. You niggas is truly bugging, trying to act all fly. But y'all crabs on my ball sack, hitching free rides. I know you trying to use me for publicity. Use a stunt man, jumping to the fire, use a beast. Use the illest nigga in Omaha, you take me for an easy lick. I see you real naive, yeah, you powered by lithium, all charged up. Plus that Superman juice got you feeling it. Yo, niggas wanna move on me and make history and make TMZ. And this is 50, that's the kamikaze mission, I'm commander-in-chief. You hit Obama, guess what happened to you after you swing? Hey, yo, dog shit, you play yourself, you gon' get curved. I'll let you know right now, whatever it is you heard from these bird-ass thugs, stay chirping my name. You get yourself heard bad, push me to display strength, power, false. What is it that you thought? I be lying in my songs? Nigga, I'm a boss. You deal with my employees. I got a couple freelance niggas that enjoy beef. Niggas won't play chess. I don't even play games. What I do, got a few queens, niggas stay banging. 5-star flags, 6-star rags. I will drop bodies, but I'd rather drop bags. You should know the bandana dawn. Run rap marathon tracks around any rapper. They never last long. That's why they always won't go at me. They know they want the top slot. They gotta beat the top dog.
Listening to things that make you think about yourself. Drop everything that's been a hassle to your mental health. Watch carefully and then you'll see a barren empty shelf. Carelessly you'll never see a parent calls for help. But you believe so fluently that things can never change, and you stupidly refuse to see the errors in your ways. And I understand that this whole planet's thoroughly deranged, but that doesn't mean that you should be so scared to break away. Well, I wonder what's under the cover of darkness, counting the number of innocent hearts, just making an effort to realize all this suffering has to be making some progress. Changing the way that I look at those places, hating the way that you show me those faces, breaking the balance of homeostasis, taking my talents and calling them basic. I'll face it, well it's inevitable when it's set in the stone, and I'm setting my soul into hell, and I know that my rhetoric won't be direct in a poem. I'm faceless. This era hasn't made a name because it's tasteless. I'm sick of all these wasted cases and their makeshifts. Habitats don't make sense. How to rap and take this cataract and make your vision out of whack. It's calling, I'm falling a little bit more every day, but I'm sullen. I'm running from reapers. I wanna be hauling my body back to little places to dwell. I guess I know one thing about life. Everybody says in either death or suicide, and I'm just trying to figure out if what I do is right. So idea, would you grab the mic and shed a little light?
Well, the summer bleeds a foreshadow of what's to come and go to waste. It blankets me, braces me, something sweet that I can taste. You're my mother, I'm your morphine. Let's go make a baby out of two guitars, a heavy heart. I'll seem happy when you're looking, smoking, singing, eating, fucking. One size fits angel coma. You're my favorite stranger, and I won't hate you till I know you. Somewhere between the garden and the grave, I bypassed the machine. I wouldn't have felt its effects anyway. Sentiment is the tramp that bore this special hollow. Cram it in my old cuts, it leaves a whole lot less to swallow. Exercise your right to never buy what you can't borrow. Carve my sorries in the sky and hope the sun hides them tomorrow. Manufactured disaster, it seems I made my bed. No one sees the burn holes until the sleeper wakes up dead. Take my hands away, I'll pull the moon down with my wrist. Making plans to fake safe as possible is dangerous.
Writer's block just might have stopped the song from being finished, cause my mind was stopped with rhymes I've dropped from previous conditions. So I listened to the words again, envisioned things I would have said, and crossed out many lines that didn't rhyme and left them all for dead. I was trapped inside my head and I couldn't get out my pen from my back pocket. Guess I lost it, so I wrote these words instead. If you would just shut up enough for me to get my point across, I'm sure this conflict could be solved without having substantial loss. And when I see the rain is coming overhead, I stay and function back inside my mind and try to find the ways to make assumptions. Taking something that's been written, mixing it down with high precision, making it sound all nice and vivid, and matching up with my direction and vision and eloquence. With decadence, some medicine, precedence, some messages, the sentences, the evidence that I presented to win. The reason to fight, the weakest to breathe, the season to top as a tomb when I dream, the secret to life, the reason to be. Yeah, that's all been shown to me.
Well, every once in a blue moon, I read your mind. Heaven ended too soon, it stole my pride and left me blind. Exercised my morning shakes, pretended I was born this way. Wearing my Academy Award-winning performance face, snake shedding skin. It's all in my head again. Life fetish led me to a dead end. I said when, but no one was listening, obviously, cause they filled it to the brim and I'm spilling it all over me. Crawl, 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 crawl in this hole with me. I'd fall on my face just to make sure that you notice me. Your cold shoulders always so sobering, I'll be understood as long as I don't overthink. Walking on thin ice, talking in the form of song, singing in the key of life. I'll lose my voice before too long. Head came loose and they screwed it back together wrong. Fire behind my eyes, desire died all night long.
can watch the claws grow. Know that it will kill if I hold you close. Development's still not what you had hoped, so I would be constructing myself dug hole. The struggle between you and me won't slow. Huddle close to what you control. As fast as the blood of relaxation awakens you to sleep, I believe that you will be able to see this seas. Pray for mirage, stay in touch with the side. Face it, we're lost when chaos applauds.
You're such good taste, taste like broken glass. Touch your face, make no mistakes and hope it lasts. She loves her dead parts, all of her head and some of her heart. The sum of all things is only something falling apart. You're such a show off, you're such a touchy flame between feet and fuck. I fell in love with your pain. I make your secrets mine, I hear your deeper cut. I climb the highest mountain just to fall off and land in lust. I stay alive on fire, put out old flames, lower my standards and aim for higher. I can't bring myself to quiet for the choir. Every note sounds the same, either I'm insane or you're inspired. Dead to the livestock, I pray for the weak. Thou shalt not be happy till no one disturbs your sleep. You're such a better you without me. Such good taste, everything.
Another cold breakfast, another headless robot targeted with dead fists, marching towards red lips. I bet he thinks he's so much better than me. I bet he thinks I wish I looked as disconnected as he. Well, I bet while he's banging that pampered maid, she's plotting his death and that all expenses paid vacation. With no intention of returning the favor. His paper cuts disrupt my very existence. That distance between the spare key and his spleen is closer than the stench of his overpriced cologne. This seat is so alone, I wanna take us home and disguise it as my own private throne, draped in thorns, festive like broken ornaments and angels rocking horns. I forgot to shade the left side of my face again, not to mention taking that makeshift medicine. Let it in, this whole room is magnetized at his perfect gentleman, but I see through the layers. He's nothing special, I'm special. Mom said so.
I understand you can't lead someone where you've never bled, but I've been tempted by the blood trail you left inside my head. I'm climbing uphill, it's both angles that I trust, cause the slaves have been drug around by the ankles in mud. So my favorite drug of choice is someone else's voice pounding at the walls inside my void, clouding up the story. The strongest form of innocence that I have ever felt is that near-death experience when I was someone else. See, the common conflict is that promises attract and collapse, opposites attack and transplants fall trapped. And if I were you, I wouldn't let me get away with this, but you made me the way I am. Blaming is contagious, it's my fault, and I'm not scared to admit it. No, it's your fault, have faith, place forgiveness. Wait, I'll still stay to listen in case both of us decide to poke out our broken eyes and finally find that tears stays the same. I love me, I love you, I just can't stand us, especially when we're both glued to the same pair of handcuffs.
Claustrophobic moments, still lost and hopeless, waiting to be found in a cluttered box of roaches. They crowd around my eyes, browse this town to find if I'm still tied downward, traveled to nowhere in chains, stained. How do I get away from here? Fear of being seen, fear of not being heard, with my mouth sewn shut, waiting for my turn to get the staples torn out. So what? With my tongue in the lips to watch me bleed. So what? I feed to you these who sit next to my timeshare and other kinds who probably don't care, compared to minds impaired, despair, a scared slow for a second, silence broken, the mere appearance, but still I appear to be talking to myself. Are you still here, in or out?
Feed the family, they need attention. Eat the children to feed intention. Everyone's invited, so bring a friendship. Everyone's invited, bring the butter knife intention. Born in a power plant, raised by the hour hand. And today I palm my hands to taking a salty grain of sand. And once I learned I was a domesticated package, ravaged by bargain hunters and their commitment to commodities blunders. That's when it finally dawned on me that I was something to somebody, but nothing better than property, properly priced to gain instant celebrity. But honestly, all I wanted out of life was the life that's haunted me. It kept dangling dollar bills off fishing poles or driving a family sedan, cooked in bloody acrylic illustrations that I got hooked, but lucky throw back to that cracked aquarium I so naturally referred to as a debilitated concentration camp, disguised in a nursing home sense of fashion. I fasten my helmet if I were you, cause they'll never let it come in to conquer you. They've been monitoring your moves, so at least make a promise if you're honoring the truth.
The heat makes me breathe less. It's time to bleed dreams till the scenes seem refreshed. And I no longer feel the need to be what you think is best. Don't worry, you will die unimpressed. Born ahead of my time, I never relied on a promise. With development of the mind comes instinct, conscience. I think things will be better when I travel further, but for now I shall go through the mud and touch what turns your curiosity around your fear and honesty. But now you see it's not so bad. Suffocate your frown. Mistakes might crowd the excitement you found. Somebody's gotta kill the clown before the last laughter's able to drown. The table is round, full of square thoughts that I bring to it contrast. I'm last when it comes to giving, and I'm living with the vision of a prison that you sit in. My decision isn't it fulfilling, watching time ride away slowly. But I guess it's how you view it. But I guess it's the influence that's rooted in the uselessness. Clip your wings if you wanna know the truth. Just clip your wings if you wanna know the truth.
When I was born, I rode a rainbow over the swamps of Jupiter, conquered Lucifer and punched a hole in the lawless universe. It was as dark as can be. But with the faith of a star, I took a giant quantum leap and erased the mark of the beast. The fangs, the flaws I took out didn't phase my force field, so I pull the eyelids over the head and blink until my eyes peel. I deal with an ideal of silence and self-medications to resist distractions, cause attractions lead to all attachments. And I'm going through withdrawal. I made my way to a cave. Maybe I made a mistake, cause company never came close to reflecting their morphing identity process. Dissected orange form, swarm the sunset that sinks beyond the endless horizon. I fade. I made a sacrifice. I'm hollowed out, empty in an afterlife where I exist in a hole in the cell of a head of a god. But there's nothing to sell now, cause all I found is a book that I can't read, because the storyteller is hooked in the thread we've weaved into a net. This light is a life of its own. What a sweet infected mystery, completely meant to meet the needs of shadowed corners. And indeed, it's starting to get to me. I'm sort of tipping more to one side. It's getting windy outside, and I know because the inside is dizzy, and I'm spinning around, tripping over my expectations and hitting the ground. Pitiful attempts to prevent this pretty dream from leaving the egg before the hatch. I seem to be bleeding back into the sleepy being through a translucent vein that runs deeper than the roots of meaning. Soaked in laughing gas, half awake, that's how you find me, putting on my happy face, asking God, why are you crying? Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Does it make sense?
I was born inside an open letter to be read, and the message says I'm not dead, alive and breathing, kicking, bleeding within. So if you cut my skin, you will get a slice of heaven. Show and tell, holding now close to you, and notice who I am. One man's wrong, standing outside of the rainstorm, letting the waters rain down to feed my veins. Now I'm not thirsty anymore. Please, world, don't hurt me anymore. In a deserted field of dreams, it seems to be split at the seams and break. Will I manage to make more take what I need to start? First footsteps, then finish. Led to the gutter, away from mother. So pray for sunny, away from home. Thunder rolls, lightning might strike twice. Never known, I am now seen. Who is he? Reflection crooked and glass shattered and mirror broken. Hoping I can awaken out of this place that I lay in, awaiting for what? Nothing.
One more time. Yeah, check. Everybody, let's breathe. Inhale smells of creation as the wind blows and the moon glows and the sun allows life to grow. Thoughts that go through space at a high-speed pace. The faces yet to be placed upon this race. Gather matter, power to make a star shatter. Infinite amounts of manifestations. Give ovations and praise for the days to reflect the creator's ways. Graze in the pasture of the illest rapture. Ideas made visible, trapped by physical. So I choose to transmit my being in ritual tongue. From spiritual to man, a woman to love, to conceive, to incubation, to born.
Chemically laced load in the road seed, genetically carrying out felonies, embryonic flow. Mold broke, archangel chisel, hidden behind the vest, the flesh, cocoon in the womb, baby bound to boom, cells to rebel, gather, making matter, character of kings. Now my bids that I get the bricks, slip fit fetal position, direct bloodline descendant. The goddess in Big Dylan, Nubian rooted, Blackfoot Bridge, couple drums of Irish wailing. Throbbing to be 11 kicking in the belly of the rose, full of sorrow as she gazed on a plastic window panes. Hoping for a better tomorrow, marinating in my sack. I hear the roar of Jimmy Kendrick's sax.
Class blended with the
craft as heaven and hell continue to clash. Walk the path, see the sights that are more than often hideous. Blessed with birth to fight a war that seems endless. Meditate, correct mind state, sunlight bait, elate my essence. Arm, leg, arm, head in your presence. Check the degrees, hot enough to burn yet cold enough to freeze. Focus on the fact as the earth revolves. We don't die, but the truth will make a demon soul dissolve. Alive, 25 at up, perfect. Spiritual to flight, beyond sight, life with purpose. Serve your time, your horn, breeze from your cell, freed from hell. Born back to civilization, what's mine is yours. I see my cousins, they look like yours. Let's make us seize the universe. Born!
But the world hate infiltrates the roads. So what grows? Not a demon, but a mad motherfucking fetus. Slims dangle as I chill out at angles. I'm waiting for the breakout. The devil's on the lookout to stop me from fulfilling godly prophecies. Years later gave me scarlet fever. Rewind back to 69. 11-11, heaven roared and raw boy, baby boy. Welcome to the world with the watch. Beat stuff, smack the back. Where my earth at? Nurse took me milk in a quilt and gave me privacy as a bomb with moms. They still alarmed as they gazed at my godly charm. 11-11-69.
Understand existence, third planet from the sun, exploited by mankind, eventually fade to black. Calculate what I've seen and remember that. Shed the shell, it's too fragile, immortal form born, torn from the cellus plane with forever to gain. Mind and soul remain born.
Became in peace for all mankind. Became in peace. Became in peace for all mankind.
Place your hands unclasped.
This one's dedicated to all of my closest peeps. Programming beats, putting it down live in the streets. Sound up so sweet, down in a Jeep. Sound surrounded complete, under the ground with no front to compete. This one's dedicated to those who need new ambition. And the movie transition, transform into a true musician. What do you envision? What do you need and what's missing? If you hear the voice, and do you listen? Listen very close and put your ear up to the speaker. Wisdom is enclosed within the breath of every creature. Let's breathe in the reefer, the rescuees and reliever. Smoke yours because it's cleaner, you gotta light it, me neither. Remember when I met this ballerina? She gave me her number, but since then I haven't seen her. Sin simmer if I had a demon, but I don't, I'm in a slow rolling vocal solo arena.
Close your eyes.